absolute space and time isn't right. It doesn't match what the experiment results show. And that's where the argument they're making goes wrong.
So if there is no absolute space and time, then technically you could be at two places at once if there's no absolute space, right?
No, that's causality. And you can't violate causality.
So is there absolute space and time?
No.
Then I should be able to walk through a wall and occupy the same space as a brick wall, right?
No, by absolute space and time, what is meant is that everybody, no matter what frame, no matter what velocity, no matter what momentum, what energy you have, everyone experiences the same exact universal space and time, even your location in space. None of that matters. But that's not what experiment shows. What you're talking about, being in two places at once and all that, those are more related to the principle of locality and causality.
Okay, so there's a difference then. Okay, I'll recant that argument. Now I have a better understanding. So what you're saying is that if I'm falling off of a building, time is going different than if I was sitting at the bottom of the building or the top, right?
Possibly. It depends on the your velocities and stuff. Well, what exactly are you doing? You're just sitting
Jumping off the
at the
tallest
top
building in the world, right? And I reach terminal velocity right before I hit the ground. Then you're saying that the time would be the same, except for the fact that the me that jumped off the building, I'm traveling through time because I'm traveling through space-time, right?
Yeah, if you jumped off the building, then yes, you're going to have it's going to be different time than someone just standing on the ground, stationary relative to the ground.
So my watch, let's assume it's an atomic clock, it's going to show different time when someone picks up my watch and compares it to the guy that was just sitting on the ground, meditating. They're no longer going to be synced up.
Depends on how I don't think you'd be able to measure that. Could be wrong, but I think you have to move at velocities quicker than that. But
let's pretend like these were the perfect atomic clocks that didn't break when they hit the ground, and it was like they had a precision of like I don't know what's below a picosecond. I don't know.
Femto.
Yeah, femtoseconds. They had, they had that femtosecond precision.
That was quick.
Yeah, and then also depending on the height of the building, because you'd have gravitational time dilation and the velocity time dilation, all that kind of stuff. I think that you like if in that scenario, you should be able to predict like not me on the spot, but I mean you, like a scientist should be able to predict a change, and I think that they would observe it depending on the height.
Yeah, I guess isn't that similar to what the Harvard clock thing was, Kosha?
Yeah, I think so, but I think they were just measuring, like the wavelength of light or whatever. But yeah, they were measuring gravitational time dilation.
All right, so back to my original position. Not trying to understand the Glover position or the space-time position, right? So you guys keep saying we assume that time and space is not like the way that you guys are saying. What's the word? We assume that time is not constant. What'd you guys say?
It's variant. It's not invariant.
Relative. It's relative.
Right, it's relative. So I think you guys are assuming that, it varies when in actuality it doesn't vary. I think that the clock is what's varying, not time itself.
Well, I've already went through why this is wrong. It's the appeal to possibilities, and you can calculate what the expected result of the experiment should be with using any other variable you want and any combination of those variables. None of them will be logically consistent with the result of the experiment other than the variables that relativity postulates and the mathematics provides a relationship between.
Right, but those correlative, numbers that you're getting from the mathematical postulation and comparing it to the so-called experiment, it's not an experiment, first of all, right? Because you're not manipulating the cause, which you guys are claiming. What is the cause of this happening? Time dilation. So you're not manipulating time, right?
You are, by changing the velocity and other variables. And
So
these are
drive
given.
fast.
The amount of change that will happen is given by the relativistic equations. And when the experiment matches those very precisely, you're allowed to appeal to any possibility that you want. None of them are going to get you closer than those relativistic variables.
So theoretically, if I could drive fast enough, I could get off work a little early.
By a little early, you're talking less than femtoseconds. So
No,
sure.
if you drive faster, of course you're gonna get earlier.
Yeah, but it's the order, the scale, Bacon. It's like less than femtoseconds.
I mean, you can get minutes later, earlier if you go very
Well,
fast.
yeah, if you just leave earlier from work, then yeah, sure.
That was the point.
But I think he means like, you're leaving at the same time, but just driving home faster.
You're still gonna get earlier.
Yeah, yeah, true. I don't know, trying to make sense of silly arguments, I guess.
You know that whole thing with the train? Like if you're at the train station, the clock's at the station, the train's leaving, and you're viewing the clock as you're moving away from it, and you observe that the clock is ticking slower because of the speed you're traveling away from it, and the rate that light gets to you and stuff like that. Then like even though that represents the effect of time dilation, it doesn't seem like that's actually time dilation, isn't? You know what I'm talking about? Like the thought experiment Einstein had with the clock at the train station.
Well, I think like, the time that the light takes to travel to you, like if you were to do like the math, the equations, and get the prediction for what it should be, that's included in it, right? The C is in the Lorentz Lorentz gamma.
Right.
So I think what he was getting at is that with that included, you still get a result that would differ.
Okay.
So just to make sure that I'm still manning your argument, it's dog bones or clocks, right? From evolution to rocks, evolution from rocks, and then T-Rexes are cocks. I mean chickens.
If that helps you sleep at night better, I'm all for it, Larry. But that's not anything that any of us has said.
I don't know. There's a person scurrying around the internet right now calling themselves Brenda that said dog bones are clocks. And evolution from rocks, I mean, that's pretty elementary. Abiogenesis. And then T-Rex to cocks. You guys do believe that birds are like dinosaurs, right?
None of the molecules in abiogenesis are rocks. They're not even minerals at any point, really. So that doesn't make sense. RNA and amino acids and lipids and stuff, those aren't rocks. They're not minerals. They're biomolecules. Even
Obviously, I'm just trying to be funny.
Precursors to them aren't rocks either. So, but like I said, I'm all for it. If it gets you a good night's sleep, go for it, bud.
I'm only joking around, but you guys do believe that like chickens are dinosaurs, right?
Have you observed chickens for a long time? Like I've done this and I've thought about this and I've observed them. They kind of do resemble like this the way that they at least depict dinosaurs as like these
Wow.
foreign alien
Oh, does
creatures.
art imitate life?
Yeah, you gotta admit you might be being a little biased there, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
am.
no, because if you're saying that the chickens move like the dinosaurs move on TV when they animate them, I'm just curious, does art imitate life?
Oh, yeah, of course. But that's what I'm saying though,
Okay,
is that
so they just
the way they
animated them
depict it.
after looking at life,
Well, no,
and
but you're trying to
they, you know,
you're trying to you're asking the question as if it's a ridiculous if it's ridiculous to think that. I'm saying, well, if it's already imitated in that way through art, why would it be ridiculous to think that way? That's the way they're depicted.
I mean, if you think chickens are terrible lizards, I mean, that's fine. I don't care what you believe.
Are dinosaurs lizards?
Terrible lizards. So yeah, you can think
Oh,
that
you're saying
chickens are. Go ahead.
no, you were saying terrible lizard. I didn't see. So that comes from the Greek translation that for dinosaur.
Right. So, like I was saying, if you guys think that birds are terrible lizards and that helps you sleep at night, that's fine.
Yeah, but I mean, hippopotamus is Greek for water horse. They're not horses. These are just what
Humans are
Greeks get a
terrible
lot of things wrong.
bananas.
Greeks get a lot of
Humans,
things wrong, if you believe it or not.
Coach, humans are terrible bananas, right?
I guess, yeah. That's what you want to call them.
Do you get
Oh my
emotional?
But
Do you get emotional if I would like slice a banana in front of you and just eat it? I mean, like I'm eating part of you, right? Like ancestors.
Their view isn't that, you know, that there are ancestors. Bananas and humans have a common ancestor a long time ago.
there you go. We're kissing cousins.
Just think about the cruelty that you put apes, monkeys, gorillas into cages, and then we pay money to look at them. You know?
Put people in cages too.
Yeah, right.
That's
But
called slavery.
mostly people who do bad things.
And drugs.
And if not, then it's very bad to do that. But I think it's okay to eat bananas or kill a cow for food.
And actually, I would probably say we're less related to the banana and more to the banana tree. The banana
Alright.
on its own is not really a life form.
Yeah, I'm
It's
sorry,
the
man.
fruit of the tree.
Yeah, when
Okay,
eating fruit, you're basically eating ovaries. The tree's ovaries.
Yeah.
however, I overlooked this, man.
Yeah. Like,
Hey, Coach, can you convert me into believing that evolution is true?
I couldn't, but I'm sure Jace could.
far
But
back.
he'd been talking about he's been talking about evolution for a little while now. I don't know.
What's up?
He wants Klaus or Clay under seal. He wants to know if I could convert him to believe in evolution, but I was telling him that you'd probably have a better chance.
No. What? Convert people to believe? No, the evidence stands on its own. If you want to deny the evidence, like that's on you, man. It's up to you what you want to believe. It's not. going to change your mind. I can inform you of the evidence and the arguments, but it's a you problem if you deny them and stick your fingers in your ears.
Could it be wrong? Could evolution be wrong?
Oh, of course, and many people. It's probably, I'd say, the theory that has had the most attempts at showing that it's wrong in all of history.
Hold on, real quick. What's it?
Yeah.
What's it? If I told you we had two clocks and one of the clocks had more ticks than another clock, but then I also told you that those same clocks ticked at the same rate, what would you say to that?
You're a madman.
I would ask you to define the mechanism that causes the clicks.
But does that even sound well, okay? Maybe you didn't catch it because it took me a second to catch it. The clocks had a different amount of ticks, yet they ticked at the same rate. That sounds possible.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's with the assumption that time itself is changing, though, of course. So.
But how do we
Hey,
know
what's it gets it? He got it.
if we have two clocks, how do we know that they've ticked at different rates?
You assume that time itself changes.
They'll have different times on them, right? If they tick at different rates, they'll have different times, right?
Not if time itself changed.
Right, but you can't measure that time, right? You can't. Time is a measure. How do you measure a measure? Are you measuring the measure of the measure?
I think that time is a physical thing, man. Yeah, I understand you guys' point, but I mean, I also understand theirs, you know.
Yeah, do you understand why that just Jeremy's argument just sounds ridiculously silly to me?
Sure, in the assumption that time is physically changing, but I also understand. I don't think it's necessarily a terrible thing to elucidate. That's the fundamental disagreement. It highlights the disagreement. Yeah.
I don't know. Based on what I know of how clocks work, if clocks are
One
ticking at
side
if
thinks
something
the time.
if something has a different amount of ticks, yet you say it ticked at the same rate, right? If something ticks at the same rate, it'll have this two things ticking at the same rate will have the same amount of ticks at the end, right?
And as Bacon said earlier, if you're assuming that time is absolute, then absolutely that would be a complete contradiction. But unfortunately, relativity doesn't assume that time is absolute, and it seems to line up with experiment quite well.
Except it doesn't really, and Ron Hatch had to fix your satellite discrepancy because relativity doesn't work, but who cares about inconvenient details? I was trying to buy his book, and it's like,
all hail Ron Hatch.
Hold on, just admit that relativity had to be fixed. I mean, like, don't
Right,
say it like it
Fixed
worked
it.
perfect.
I have a question. How
He fixed it.
so really we would have to properly define time in order to say that it can do certain things, right? So we would have to give it some sort of attributes in order to say that it can do certain things, meaning it can increase, decrease, however you want to describe that, some sort of causal mechanism. But the thing about it is, what is time? The only effect that we see of time is change over a specified duration, right? So we quantify the duration into a mechanical means, right? That is allegedly actually the time itself, right? How do we get outside of the mechanism to be able to measure the claim of time bending or warping?
They don't offer a mechanism. So, I mean, yeah, they do indeed say it's mechanical, but they don't offer a specific physical mechanism.
Right, because somebody gave the example earlier, I think it was Bacon, like you have radar guns and two people are traveling towards one another and they use the radar gun to get a speed, and then you've got a third party observer that gets, you know, a different rate of speed and blah 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 blah. So within the whole time thing, even if we want to talk about just the ticking aspect of it, the mechanical time thing, who is doing the measuring between the two clocks that are doing whatever, right? Where is the standard? I keep asking for the base and the standard. So it's like you have no falsifiability if you claim that time is not a standard.
You're gonna say it's all relative, though. The standard is relative to reference frame.
I understand that.
Well, I'm just you know, the most efficient way is you know, to still man their position and show why it's wrong, and like why it's wrong is it's just like an unfalsifiable convoluted paradoxical assumption.
Yeah, it's
Out of nothing.
there is no way to falsify it because, you know,
Again,
they always give the example of somebody flies in a rocket at the speed of light or near the speed of light towards another planet and comes back, right? And it was a split second in his lifetime as he was on this rocket going wherever. And then when he comes back, 12 years had elapsed on Earth. Okay.
Well, again, we're confusing our inability to falsify something with it being unfalsifiable. And those are two very different things. If you can easily falsify it with measurements in chemistry. The problem is those measurements don't falsify it. They show that it's right. That's your problem.
No, there are tons of things in chemistry that don't show the prediction of time dilation being correct.
Right.
You guys pick and choose things. And
Okay, can you point to one of those?
yeah, sure. I'll send you a whole paper. I'll send you a whole paper of not just from chemistry, but from the small all the way up of
From chemical experiments is what I'm talking about, where these relativistic effects are measured every day by chemists all over the place. And if they could be falsified, they would by those measurements, and we would move on. But unfortunately, the chemical measurements show that relativity is quite correct.
Quite correct.
How so?
Because the measurements match the relativistic prediction within very precise error margin.
Well, you say that. So how do you measure the? How do you? Okay, just give a very simple explanation to the room of how you're doing chemistry, and then how you're measuring time and showing this.
Yeah. Well, so we're talking more on the lines of electron orbital contraction, but we do this with like an inorganic chemistry undergrad class. We do this with photoelectron spectroscopy, where you can literally measure how the energy, like if you have a non-relativistic hydrogen atom, you can measure an electron in an orbital using PES. You can measure its energy, its momentum, and its location, the distance from the nuclei. You can measure those things and see how that changes compared to a relativistic electron in an atom like gold or heavy metal like lead, mercury, those kind of things. You see that the normal hydrogen equations don't work for those relativistic atoms, but the relativistic equations do work. They give you what you measure with photoelectron spectroscopy for the momentum, the energy, the distance from the nuclei. And like I said, this is not. I did this for the first time in an inorganic undergrad chemistry course, and a lot of other chemists have also done the same thing.
Yeah, you know the problem with that though is that you got length contraction and time dilation tight like joined at the hip, and you're now hijacking electric phenomena, which is where length contraction came from in the first place by Oliver Heaviside. So, I mean, you give me something other than an electron, please, because that only verifies Oliver Heaviside. That doesn't help you.
No, it verifies relativity. These are relativistic equations that we use with length contraction included in them that predict the exact contraction and expansion that happens with d and p orbitals and s orbitals of the n level and 5n levels. So just claiming it's electric phenomena, if it was an electric phenomena that something different than relativistic electric phenomena, it would lead to a different experimental result.
No.
Right? Because that would be its own different kind of variable influencing the experiment, and you would get different results. But we see it's what the variables in the relativistic equations is the value of the result of the experiment. So we can appeal to possibilities, and it's an informal, logically fallacious kind of argument, which we can do, but it doesn't match experiment.
You're just chanting, bro, but like, because you know most of the room doesn't know what I'm talking about. Okay, but again, Oliver Heaviside showed that current traveling in a wire will cause contraction. Okay? That's where length contraction came from, that, and it's physically verifiable.
Yeah, that
Relativity's
was
hijacking a real.
Einstein's paper on the electrodynamics of moving
Go
bodies.
Let's
ahead
not
and
just
hold
look
on.
the length
Go ahead and
contraction, though, man.
We're
Like,
not we're not
go ahead.
talking.
Go ahead and tell them the history, Jace. Remember you told me the history.
We're not talking about charges moving in a wire, though. We're talking about the structure of atomic
What's the
orbitals.
history of the relativistic equations?
What do you mean? What's the history? What the hell are you talking about?
You went over it earlier, right? You said that there was no way that these equations were figured out before the postulation of relativity, meaning that there
Never
was no
said
way
that.
to.
I never
Okay,
said anything of the
I'll
such.
go back.
I
I'll go
said
back in the
these
live.
guys. I said people like Lorentz and Einstein and Minkowski and Hilbert and all those Maxwell, these electrodynamic characters, were all building upon each other and developing equations based on the experiments that they were witnessing and incorporating each other's equations and results into that.
Mm. Okay.
That's what I was getting at.
What's the name of the people? Oh, yeah. So basically, like, it's like an orchestra, and Einstein was kind of like a conductor.
Yeah, because if you think you have all the answers and you don't need anybody else's work to build off of or to help you in finding further answers, it's just ridiculously conceited. I wish you the
Of
best.
course, that's not what I'm saying. All science is built upon previous understanding. But the problem is that, for one, relativity can be mathematically disproven. And the person that first put it forth did that before Einstein even put his work out. Henry Poincaré mathematically refuted relativity. And so did Charles Proto-Steinmetz. So I can send you the papers where mathematically relativity
So
refuted, but
they disproved the theory that wasn't even postulated yet. Let's say
Poincaré is the one that postulated it. He's literally the one that came up with the geometry of space-time.
How can Poincaré postulate something that Minkowski, Hilbert, and Einstein developed the mathematics for?
That's what I'm saying. You're obviously ignorant of the situation, which is that Henry Poincaré actually developed the geodesic geometry of space-time. Objectively, he did.
There's no papers of Poincaré's that have differential geometry and covariant and invariant relations. He did not develop these theories before them, and there's none. No, I've read his paper. None of that is in his papers.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to drop it for the room, right? In which he developed relativistic physics, and yeah, he also tried to explain the ether. But this is the actual point. Okay, so yeah, it's like an orchestra, and Einstein was a conductor. Like the truth of the matter was that Einstein is not considered a genius because he was an innovator. He's considered a genius because he put everyone else's work together conducively. Okay, that's what actually happened. And
he also came up with covariant and invariant formulations, and what there were aspects he was building off of others' works. No one denies that, but there were his own aspects that contributed to it that were different from other people's works, and that's why he gets a lot of the credit. He
Okay, once
developed
again,
the
Lorentz came up
action.
with this is
He de-
dude. Lorentz came up with
developed
covariance. Lorentz came up with covariance and invariance. Hendrik Lorentz. See, this is what I'm saying, man. You guys have a revisionist history,
Oh my
and you
god.
love to use that word. It's kind of ironic.
Lorentz did not develop the differential covariant and invariant formula.
Dude, Hendrik Lorentz.
He
the
didn't
one.
develop that, dude. It's just
Well,
objectively
just look up
not
Lorentz
what he did.
invariance. How about that? Look up Lorentz invariance. Lorentz
Regular
covariance.
invariance is not what we're talking about. So you don't even know
Oh, no, I'm
what
talking
you're
about
talking
Lorentz.
about, dude. Holy moly.
Lorentz invariance, Lorentz covariance.
Yeah, obviously he developed the normal form of invariance. It's named after him. We're talking about the differential geometric invariances that Einstein developed, even beating one of the what history considers one of the greatest mathematicians, David Hilbert, to the punch at developing the general relativistic action. So
All right,
trying
Jason.
to say that he just copied everyone and all this, it's just ridiculous.
All right, just real quick as a point of moderation, Witsit did not interrupt you at all right there, but you have interrupted him probably 8 out of the last 9 times he spoke. So just FYI, if you could just not interrupt him, because I wanted to hear what was being said.
Yeah, so my point's still the same, right? Like, I don't dispute that Einstein, and he actually worked with many people for sure, trying to bridge his theory with previously existing phenomena. Okay, that's what happened. That's why I said he's like a conductor, but it's just a misrepresentation of the history when people say stuff like they act like, I can look at a quote unquote electron orbit and I can see length contraction, and this proves relativity. When like electric length contraction was initially postulated and verified before Einstein, so the chemistry doesn't help relativity. You think we're gonna believe that? Okay, he left. But do you think that we're supposed to believe that there are all these people within your guys' own paradigm proposing a replacement for relativity, but they just haven't talked to J. Ace yet, who says, oh, chemistry has definitively proven it? Of course not. Okay, it's well known that the only place you really physically can see length contraction is electric phenomena. Okay. This is objective. I do like him being here though, because he certainly knows more about it than most people, and he knows more about a lot of stuff than I do. But it doesn't matter. Like what I just said, just objective. And you hear them. They want to reify the atom and the orbit and all this stuff, and it's ridiculous, man. And this is another thing. You know how they love to talk about how they love to talk about how good relativity is and how much its time dilation works, and it literally didn't work for their little satellites, for their GPS. It didn't work. That's what happened. It wouldn't work. Someone had to come in and fix it.
What I always wonder is with these people who cling on to all these things, evolution and the mainstream science and narratives and so forth. What is the essential, like from from a philosophical standpoint? I mean, it's just how we are as human beings. What is the giving factor for these people? Like, does it give it hope? Does it give it hope for a good future? Is there salvation found in the knowledge of these things? What is like the essential forward bringing wisdom that this type of knowledge bears? Like what does it benefit a man to actually think that he once was an ape and once was in water and everything came into existence by accident? Like what is the sense? And if so, what is life in itself? What is the meaning of life then? I mean, essentially it's just all relative and meaningless, right? Or am I seeing something wrong?
No, actually, evolution would just prove a creator too, because you claiming that there's an innate intrinsic ability to evolve, adapt, and survive. So where did that come from? It's stupid. So
Yeah,
stupid.
but we know that they personally think that they have an answer to why there is no creator, right? So, but still, what does it give it? What does this give them as for being a human being? You know, like what is the fulfillment in this information? You know, it's like you're just literally. It's like the equivalent to already pointing a gun at your head and saying, you know, the only next step would be to use the trigger. You know, like it's just complete emptiness in that thinking. Like it's so sad.
Yeah, it's philosophical bankruptcy, which is why I was supposed to debate R.N. Raw, and I wanted to debate atheism and creationism, and then he responded with he wanted to debate creationism versus evolution because they philosophically bankrupt. They don't understand that's not even a binary. It's not even mutually exclusive. In fact, if evolution was true, which it clearly is not, if evolution is true, it proves a creator. So it's just stupid.
Yep.
Yeah. And like you have to grant them miracles. The atheist naturalist wants you to grant them miracles at the beginning of the conversation. Everything came from nothing. Oh, we don't think that, but we do think that. And then so you want a miracle there, and then you want a miracle with abiogenesis. And you want to not talk about it. We're supposed to grant you two miracles, two supernatural miracles to start the conversation with how you're going to tell us there's nothing supernatural, basically.
Everything exploded into existence and order.
Yeah. And even chaos theory doesn't even work though.
Yeah.
It's all stupid.
I can't even prove chaos to be existing in the first place.
Well, chaos theory is highly sensitive to initial conditions, so
Yeah,
what set those initial conditions in such a way that you would be able to have chaos that made order.
right.
Determinism is their other fallback, doesn't work either.
But can you still call it chaos if you have already initial conditions given? Like
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they kicked the
Yeah.
can down the road.
like all this man's wisdom is so dead. Like everything is a dead end. Like it's absolutely the wisdom of death. Not even does it bring death, but it is like already dead within itself, like a rotten apple. You know, I very much don't see the sense in that. And even especially with the people who are anti-creationists, anti-flat earthers, who literally use this rottenness and try to defend it as if there's anything that this rottenness can give them in life. It doesn't give them meaning, it doesn't give them hope, it doesn't give them anything, like you just exist in their paradigm. There's just things happening, that's it. I mean, how sad. And we're literally the opposite, right? When we teach what is very much obvious to man since he has been created, and what we observe and so forth. And we tell people, to see the wonders of creation and the very meaning of life. But, anyways, I guess that's a personal thing people need to question for themselves.
That's really interesting that he refuses to debate atheism.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think that I think he's supposed to go talk to him. James is supposed to talk to him. We'll see. What's
Makes a lot of
interesting is their
sense.
default is to conflate evolution and atheism. Just shows that they don't understand it. But yeah, because he knows he's gonna have to go in there and just logically debate me. He's gonna have to show that he can logically debate me. It's gonna be a philosophical, logical debate. And he doesn't, he doesn't want to do that. He wants to throw around a bunch of quote unquote evidence, and try and like confuse the audience into submission. Evolutionists do. We'll see what happens though. I'm gonna drop you guys a video from Ron Hatch. There you go. You try to buy this dude's book, you can only buy it used, and it's like $300 or something. It refutes Einstein.
Where'd you get it, Witsit?
The book? I don't have the book. I was trying to buy the book, but I'm not spending $300 on it.
Did you find a PDF or something?
No, I wish, man.
So where did you get what you just posted?
The video. Just a video from Thunderbolt's project where he's giving a presentation.
I'm gonna watch that. Sounds good.
Yeah. It shows that within their own
you
paradigm.
talked about this. Yeah.
Yeah, relativity's wrong. You notice they don't ever want to talk about it. They'll never bring it up. If this is actually just some like scientific pursuit of truth, why is it that you guys don't bring up Ron Hatch? Why would you not bring up that? Why do Globers say satellites wouldn't work without special relativity? Why do you guys say that? When in reality, it doesn't work. Isn't that like being dishonest? Do not attribute malice to that which can be adequately explained with incompetence.
Yeah, I try to tell flat earthers about the Thunderbolts project. I try to teach them. You got to dodge the hijack, which means their narrative, right? So yeah, it's a lot of it's based on heliocentric cosmology, but there's good information in there regardless, and you got to chew the meat and spit out the bones. So I kind of feel like when I share Thunderbolts project stuff that it's falling on deaf ears, but I really don't think flat earthers should sleep on this stuff. There's a lot of good stuff in there.
Yeah, I mean, they're good to show the flaws in the current paradigm and then kind of set their explanations aside because they have the same problem where they start from a assumption that's wrong.
And you got to think, academia has to tiptoe around these subjects. So they may believe one thing and be writing down another because they're an academia, right? They can't speak freely like me, right? Because what's going to happen to me? I'm going to get fired. Like, okay. But to them, they might actually lose their doctorate, right? Even though they pay for it, it can be taken away from them, and they can literally be expelled from academia and lose everything.
I don't even know. I don't even see how they. I mean, they just don't understand some of this stuff. I find it hard to believe that they don't. Like saying that time dilation's been proven because oscillation rates of a cesium quote unquote atom changes. Therefore, something other than the oscillation rate of the atom is actually the cause of the change. It's like, what? What are you talking about?
Well, they're assuming that time is, not constant, but the decay rate is, which is a fallacy on their part, right? Because what if the decay rate changes at different locations, different altitudes, or even different speeds, right? They're just assuming that, because it matches this prediction, right, that it has to be true. It's like, no, that's not how science works. I mean, predictions are great if you can test the hypothesis, right? But what they're doing is they're divorcing the hypothesis from the experiment. They're not actually manipulating time and showing the time dilation is actually caused by whatever it is that they're claiming. And it's still difficult to understand, right? Even for me. And I admit that, right? So I'm not disagreeing with it because I don't understand it. I'm disagreeing with it because I can see it's built off of faulty premises, right? That it has to be that the time isn't constant.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you're talking about a decay rate or an oscillation rate of a cesium atom, right? And if we're talking about a rate, then we're talking about a specified time. What's measuring that rate? If everything that's measuring that rate actually gets affected by the same thing that's affecting whatever, like how do you measure that it's actually different? That's my point. Because if you wanted to do the opposite of like the clocks on the plane and you're like, all right, let's synchronize them in the air, have one plane land or whatever, planes land, and then take back off whatever, come up, reestablish themselves with whatever. And if that clock's off, what are we measuring it against? Where's our baseline? And the problem is time is a measure. So they're saying that the rate, the time, so we're trying to measure time, whether time is being affected with time. What, you know what I'm saying?
It's circular because the clock isn't necessarily the actual time, right? The clock is imitating a sundial, right? But the clock isn't the time. It's the clock. So they're assuming that it's the time that's changing and not the decay rate of the atom, right? When we know that it could very well possibly be either one. That's why I always say time is the most convoluted subject. We could argue till we're blue in the face till the end of the time about time. Because clocks aren't time.
The napalm, that was the reason for what I was asking earlier about not using a cesium clock, but using 7 or 8 different forms of repetitive cyclical things like a record, like a theme song to Happy Days. What else did I say? A wick, pendulum, hourglass, hands on an actual, or sorry, the second hand on an actual quartz crystal hand watch. If you had 3 identical copies of each of these, and they were consistent, and you were to, precisely see them change through an experiment like this, wouldn't that tell you that there was a difference? Because that's surely whatever affected the cesium clock wouldn't really be able to affect all these things in that same way, right?
What were your examples again?
I said like a pendulum, a lazy Susan, that with like a precise RPM.
You're putting all this on a plane?
Yeah, and a record or a CD for Happy Days theme song.
So you're telling me if the planes start off playing a song and they come back together, the song is off?
Well, I mean, it would have to be a pretty long plane travel to observe that, but yeah.
No, has that been done? That's what you're claiming? And a
No,
pendulum
I'm not claiming that has been done. I'm
so
actually
this is just
asking.
a thought
I'm
experiment. You're
asking.
just throwing
Yeah,
things
it
out
is.
there
It's,
as if
it's
like
exactly
this
a thought experiment.
happens.
So I'm asking you if this were to occur, then this would surely show you that it's not just the mechanism, not just the whatever you're using to measure time that's changing. It's actually the time in each of those frames that's different.
This has been done?
No, I'm saying no. Not that I know of.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Then what are you talking about?
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you if this
Do you,
were done.
do you think that
would
that
this
would
be?
falsify? That's
Would this suffice?
falsifiable?
I'm asking you if this were to have been done. Would this suffice as a test to see if time machine?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. But is this your postulation for falsification?
No, I'm just trying to see where, because like I told you when I started the whole scenario, I said that I'm fine. I think that cesium clocks are actually more precise than all of those put together. But you guys are not happy with the cesium clocks.
No, because
Because
the interpretation is flooded with assumption. We already said that.
Right. So with any of those devices, do they have the ability to measure what's allegedly been measured with any experimentation?
If they're run long enough, yeah.
How long?
It'd have to be quite some time, I'm sure.
So for a song to be off on a record player or a CD player, we'd have to know that pretty much down to like what, the second?
Something like that, or some fraction of a second that could show up on a stopwatch. Yeah.
Yeah. What is the rate in which the sound's coming out of those things? Right. Is that even within the possibility of being able to measure it within like a lifetime?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Again, and a simple
So a
plane
song
ride.
that played for how many years would be affected by 1 second?
Well, in a simple plane ride, I know like a 4-hour plane ride, they say, I think I've heard them say like it's either a microsecond or a millisecond is off. It's in a 5-hour plane ride. I think it's the case. I gotta look up to see if that's precise or not. But all you have to do is multiply that by 1,000, and that would be a full second. So a plane ride would just have to ride around for
Give me
4
that number.
hours.
Get me that number and see if like this is even plausible to be able to falsify anything, right? If you could use that as a measurement tool. You'd have to like figure out a way to get these devices back together and then also turn them off at the very same time to have any sort of way of measuring this.
Well, it depends on if you're okay with because a millisecond. I mean, stopwatches measure down to the millisecond, right? So I would use a stopwatch.
Yeah, but you'd have to have a device that would be able to prove that you could stop these two devices that you're using to measure at a millisecond or whatever the hell you're talking about.
Or you wouldn't have to stop them at the same time. You just have to start them at the same time and make sure they're running at the same time, and then bring them back together and see how much delay there were.
Hey, Echo Show, whenever Gleam jumped in here and he showed you what was wrong with your thing you always bring up of the atomic clocks on the planes going different directions, did you like take in any of the information? Did you reconsider your position, or is it kind of like ingrained and every time time dilation comes up, you're going to like stake the flag
I
there?
didn't agree with him. I thought he was
What did
wrong.
he say? What did he say, and what did you disagree with?
You tell me.
But if you disagree with him, you have to know what he said.
I disagreed with him. I remember disagreeing with him, and then you guys kept going on and on about it. But you tell me what he said so I can internalize it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if you have the first of all, the planes had to sit on the runway for an hour, and how could you ever fully synchronize the clocks? Because according to relativity, you actually cannot fully synchronize the clocks, or you would be proven the one-way speed of light.
Right. He said that is what he said, and I thought that was fundamentally incorrect. Because the only reason why you can't prove the one-way speed of light is because the distance between them. But when you synchronize these clocks, they're together. They're not any distance apart. They're sitting right there together. And if I remember correctly, they synchronize them for much longer than an hour. They make sure that they're running the same for some period of time.
and then they run the test, and then they bring them back. But yeah, that him saying that you would be able to prove the one-way speed of light if this were possible is just, it doesn't make sense, because when
Well, it
they're
does make
together,
sense. So I encourage the room to actually research instead of listen to Coach Show, because everyone knows you can't, according to relativity, you can't synchronize clocks. That's the whole paradox. That's the whole problem.
yeah, if they're together, you can synchronize them. So
What do you mean if they're together? Are they overlapped materially?
no, they're sitting right next to each other.
Nope, that's still no,
Right.
and you can't
You can
synchronize them.
synchronize them.
No. Any distance at all means you can't synchronize. And that's what relativity says. Are you claiming there's a certain distance where it becomes where you can't synchronize it? How? What's the
You can
distance?
see both of them right next to each other at the same time, and you're the same distance away from both of them.
None of that matters. So
Yeah, it
it's
does.
it's about the relationship between the clocks, not where you are seeing them.
Yeah, if you're the same distance from them as they are from each other, and they're all right next to each other, and you're right next to them, I don't know what difference you would expect. But
It has nothing to do with you seeing the clocks, man. It has nothing to do with you being a certain distance and looking at the clock. Here, I'll drop a video for the room. This is why it's frustrating, right? Because he came in and pointed this out to you, and you're just ignoring it, man. It's weird.
it's weird that like you or him or whoever is looking for a caveat to try and say that this can't be done, but it clearly can be done.
No, there
Because
are tons of people that came out.
The difference between two clocks that are an inch apart from each other and two clocks that are traveling at different speeds and measuring that difference is totally possible.
Oh my
And
God.
the
How are
fact
they an
that-
inch
the fact
apart if
that
they're
you
on
have next to
planes?
each other, and you're saying that they can't be perfectly synchronized to perfection. It doesn't. It doesn't matter in the case of this test when they're actually measuring an actual difference. Even if they're not synchronized when they're together, and you bring them back together, they're even more not synchronized, which is what they're measuring.
Oh my God, bro. This is so bad. Okay. First of all, they're not an inch apart. They're on planes. Okay. So they're in a plane, which, believe it or not, planes are bigger than an inch. And they're obviously not right beside each other. They're planes. Okay. Planes. Secondly, if there was 1 inch between the clocks, which again, there's not, how big is the clock? Well, bigger than an inch. So then to the internal mechanism, it's a greater distance. Let's just say it was 1 inch. According to relativity, that's going to cause the inability of synchronization. Okay? Now, you can argue it's not going to be a lot. Well, that's inconvenient, though, because what you're claiming to measure isn't a lot. This is well known within relativity. This is why they claim you can't get the one-way speed of light. Dude, this isn't even new. Einstein wrote about it specifically. In fact, he said unequivocally, it is impossible to get the one-way speed of light because of this very problem, because of the inability to synchronize clocks according to relativity. So therefore, we must simply assume it is the same in both directions.
Yeah, the
Is what I'm
synchronized
saying.
clocks that are not together. But if you have two clocks that are synchronized together, and then you take them apart and you do some tests and whatever, and then you bring them back to where you synchronize them, and if they're not synchronized, even though even if there were some minute difference, that same minute difference should be exactly what's observed when you bring them back together. So,
So you actually looked at the difference
It's not
and
an issue. It's not an issue when what's being observed has nothing to do with the inability to synchronize clocks.
so you're saying that you've actually looked at the amount of discrepancy in synchronization and then compared it to the differential allegedly measured. You know how I know you haven't done this?
I'm saying when you're claiming that you can't actually synchronize them, then whatever difference there would be in that case, whatever imperfection, far distance from it being perfectly synchronized, it would still be the same distance. It would still be the same observation of however synchronized they were when you first observed them. When you bring them back together, it doesn't make sense that they would be different because of the fact that you couldn't synchronize them in the first place. They should still be at that same level of synchronization.
This is what's so sad. It's like what you're saying, you're just baselessly asserting things. And I just pointed out fundamentally why it doesn't work. Okay,
Yeah, but
and you're just gonna keep saying it anyway.
what you said is just not. It doesn't make sense. It does not. It's false. There's no reason, even if there were some difference between them being synchronized at the start, and you
Wait,
want
wait,
to
time
use
out. Pause right
test
there.
and you run them back
Pause right
together,
there.
there's
One
no
at a time.
reason for them not to be at that same level of synchronization.
Okay, let's do it one at a time. Okay, so even if there were, okay, why are you saying that? Relativity says there objectively is no matter what you do.
Yeah, that's
So-
obviously being ignored in this case because it should be the same observation at the end of the test. So
Well-
this is what I'm saying. Like if you're bringing that up as that being a problem, then the actual problem would be that they're not as synchronized as they were at the start, even if you're claiming they're not perfectly synchronized. They should still be just as synchronized when you bring them back together.
Okay, so when you say even if there were, that's dishonest, right? Because you know that according to relativity, there is automatically. So why are you saying even if there were?
Because whatever amount of imperfection is caused by them not being, I don't know.
No, just admit that there's a difference first, and then we'll get into why you think it doesn't matter. Okay,
There's
so you think that you can
can't- no,
synchronize clock.
You can't verify that there's not. You can't verify that there's not a difference. That's the problem. But according to relativity, also they're both in the same, moving at the same speed, and you're standing the same distance from them as they are from each other. In this case, so there's no reason to suggest that they're not synchronized if they appear to be synchronized.
Okay, so this means that you can only synchronize the clocks between the two frames at a single point. The further you move away from that point, the more the clocks in the two frames become out of sync.
Yeah, but what magnitude?
Dude, I said one at a time. So first you're going to acknowledge that they objectively cannot be in sync, right?
No, they can be in sync. That's what I'm saying to you.
This is
They can be in sync. What you're saying is that they can't be verified to be in sync.
No, I'm saying, okay, so what you're saying is Einstein's wrong. If you think that clocks separated by any distance can be perfectly synchronized, you're claiming relativity is wrong.
I'm not saying that can't be done. That certainly can be done. And if for some reason that they're not synchronized to whatever degree, regardless, when you bring them back together, they should still appear to be synchronized if they did at the start, even if in some other, in some more precise measure, you'd find out they weren't synchronized.
They actually acknowledge that they
by
can't.
the precision that you measured it in the first place, they should still be just as synchronized as that.
This is what, just for the room, because it's easy to get lost up in illusory confidence, right? And vague, baseless assertions. But the whole point is that they use the oscillation to get incredibly precise measurement. Incredibly precise. That's the whole point.
Right. So that's
Okay.
why I asked you, what is the amount that it would be off at that range?
Wait, why wouldn't you already know this if you're so confident it proves that
I'm
time
asking you what
slows
the
down?
precision is. I know exactly what the precision of the season clock is. So I'm asking you, what is the amount that it would be off by?
I'm asking you why you don't know that. Why have you not compared the
Because I'm
numbers?
telling you, it's so much smaller than the precision of the season
How
clock.
so? Explain it. How so?
Well, the season clock is what, like 9 billion times a second, right? So if the measurement of the airplane, the measurement of the clock on the airplane and the clock on the ground are different by 60 or something like 100 nanoseconds, so 100 billionths of a second, right? So if this is the case, right. So if this is the case that it's off by that much while it's flying, then while they're sitting next to each other perfectly still, the difference is so much less than that. So much less than the precision of the clocks, so much less than the precision of the test. It doesn't matter, right? And so the point is that if they're for some reason not synchronized at that point, then it doesn't matter, because when you bring them back together, they should still be just as not synchronized. Meaning that if they appeared to be synchronized, then when you bring them back together, they should also still be synchronized or appear to be synchronized. Even if there's some minute difference, and if you went down in the precision and made it more precise, it doesn't make a difference in the test, because the test is not even measuring. It's not even making a measurement that precise.
Okay, so this is the actual reality of the situation. You 100% have not gone and looked at the synchronization issue as you were sitting here denying it. So and then you made up that they were an inch apart, which is just literally something you made up. They're in planes on runways. They're not an inch apart, right?
When they
You made that up.
synchronized them, they
You just
were
made it
right
up. You made it up. So that's how we know that you
when
didn't
they
actually do the
synchronized,
math
when
with
they
the
synchronized them,
distance.
they weren't on plane. They were right next to each other.
The clocks were right next to each other, but they flew on planes in different directions.
Yeah, when they synchronized them, they were next to each other. When they
And
did
as
the
soon as you
test,
begin to move them away from each other, they fall more and more out of sync. Do you not understand relativity?
yeah, that's the point. That's what's being tested. So if they're falling more and more out of sync as you move them away from each other, that's part that I mean that's exactly what the test is trying to see. If that doesn't happen, then they would still be synchronized.
Well, in order to be able to test that they were initially synchronized, you'd have to have them at the same point in spacetime. That's what your own model says. It's impossible to synchronize two different clocks. That's literally Einstein wrote an entire paper about it. Einstein literally comes to the conclusion in the paper, we must simply assume that light travels the same in both directions. We must assume it.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
a question about the
unfortunate.
speed of light. It's
What?
not a question of can you use clocks to measure if time is dilating?
Oh my God, he's talking about the clocks in the paper. He's talking about clocks. Dude, how do you think we get speed of light? We use time. We try to measure it with clocks. Time. That's a
Yeah,
clock.
but that's what I'm saying. Like that, even that point, it's like it said like you can't accurately measure the speed of light because one way speed of light because you can't be sure that the clocks are synchronized and that it took this both ways. But you can verify the speed of light, which is known to be the half of the two-way speed of light, because you can shoot light from something like the GPS and measure the distance based on the one-way speed. So I mean that's what I don't understand is that it's not something that can't be verified. It's only something that can't be measured directly.
All right, man. Like this is clearly going nowhere because you're like you just have like this bias, right? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I just explained to you that you can't synchronize the clock. Gleam is right. And if you disagree with relativity. And you started making stuff up. You started saying they were an inch apart. You want to drop the paper where it says they were an inch apart, please?
I was obviously speaking in like hypothetically, if you had them an inch apart, okay, they're obviously bigger than an inch. The question is, the point that I was making when I said that was when you synchronize them and they're together, when they're close, when you bring them back together, they should still be just as synchronized. Even if they weren't synchronized, like let's say you thought they were synchronized and they were just off a little bit, they should still be off by that same amount when you bring them back together. They shouldn't be even less synchronized. And even if that's the case, then what you're measuring is the amount that it's the amount that synchronization is changing by. So the test is still just as valid. This is my point.
Yeah, you say that, but you're just basically saying it. And the reason you're doing that is because you have this confidence in the back of your mind that all these people and universities and stuff would have to have already thought of this. So they must have accounted for it. That's literally why you're saying it.
No, the ways that I'm saying it is because it makes perfect sense, and you haven't given any refutation for that.
Yeah, I have.
You're saying
You can't synchronize.
that
How are you going to measure the difference in something you can't synchronize?
no, yeah, it doesn't matter if you had them together, and at the place that you had them together, they seem to be synchronized, but they were actually off by some amount. Then it doesn't matter what you do when you do whatever when you bring them back together. If they appear to be synchronized when you had them there the first time, they should still appear to be synchronized now. They shouldn't be off by some amount, right?
They never appear to be synchronized. That's what you don't understand. The intricacy of atomic clocks is mind-blowing. Okay? So they try to get as close as they can. And this is one of the major criticisms from your own paradigm of the test. is that they just breeze past the fact that they can never get it perfectly synchronized. Admittedly so, from the beginning.
Well, no, this is exactly why they had multiple clocks in all scenarios and why they did the synchronization and the test for such a long period of time, because of the fact that any noise or inaccuracies would get lost in the quantity of the measurement.
Well, actually, it took them that long to even try to get it kind of close. That's what happened.
Well, no, it was just like I said, like there's noise in the atomic clock and this and that. So what they're doing is they're taking multiple in all three cases, and they're also doing it over a long period of time, along with synchronizing them over a long period of time, so that the noise can get you can lose it in the like a problem in the statistics of the measurement.
All right, man. You clearly don't want to know that it could be wrong. So what do you want from me?
I mean, all you've said so far is that you can't measure the one-way speed of light, and so that's why this test is flawed. But that doesn't invalidate the test in any way.
If you're going to get a differential of something and then say it's exactly what relativity predicts, then you're going to have the two things that you're measuring the difference of initially synchronized. It's like a 5-year-old can understand it. It's nothing to do with, I didn't just say the speed of light. That's not what I did. No, it's just a basic understanding of what the test claims to do. Okay? And they admit that they couldn't do it.
Yeah, and there's a margin of error allowed in the test, and that amount of error that you're talking about is far below the margin of error.
Okay, cite it.
Cite what? This margin of error?
Cite the margins of error. Cite the synchronization error relative to the oscillation error. Cite it, because you're just saying.
You're the one saying that there's a synchronization error.
You're the one claiming this proves that time physically bends and warps and all this bullshit. You're the one making the claim. You're positively
I'm telling you what the precision of the atomic clock is. I can tell you what the noise allowance is for the atomic clock, but you're the one saying that there's a synchronization error, right? So you would have to show me what that value, what that magnitude would be, and we'd have to see that it's greater than the amount that they measured, but it's obviously not.
It's obvious. That's why you can't cite it.
It's obviously not, because if time dilation is causing a measurement error from two things that are right next to each other, and the time dilation measured in these that are traveling away from each other is some value, you would imagine that the time dilation to the two stationary clocks next to each other would be much less, unless you're saying there's some other mechanism for why there would be a synchronization error.
I'm just gonna start dropping links for people to read it because you don't care.
No, it's fine, but I mean, if the mechanism you're saying for the error is also time dilation, there's no reason to suggest it should be greater than the one with the planes moving.
Well, okay. So now you're moving over here to your interpretation that is bullshit, right? So we're taking it one step at a time, but it's like impossible, right? Because like obviously the glaring issue is that you hijack a physical phenomena of oscillation and then tell me something else physical is happening in a different dimension. Okay, that's the obvious problem with it. But we're not even getting to that yet because you guys always just skip past this part, which is that the planes are sitting there. How do you synchronize the clocks?
If they appear to be synchronized at the start, and for some reason they're not, whether due to time dilation or something else, whatever the amount that they weren't synchronized by but appeared to be should be exactly consistent with what it appears to be at the end.
No, it's this simple, actually. It doesn't even have to do with time. You don't have to believe in time dilation. If you have oscillation rates of atomic clocks, they're incredibly intricate and precise. You have oscillations moving incredibly fast. To get them to match perfectly is an impossible task. They're just trying to get it as close as possible. Again, that's why they sit on the runway for so long.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly why the test is run for such a long period of time. That's just why they don't do it for 1 second. Because in 1 second there could be errors involved in the, like I said, the noise involved in the taking the measurement. But there's actually, I think it was something like 400 hours or something like that.
Have you ever actually looked at the measurements?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
When you want to drop them for the room, because
do I want to drop them for the room, or have I looked at them?
Well, I'm asking if you want to drop them for the room because they don't actually. From my understanding, they admit that they couldn't get them fully synchronized, and that they say it's actually impossible.
Yeah, like I said, there's noise involved, and they're not perfect. They're not perfectly in line, and that has nothing to do with time dilation. That has to do with just like I said, the random noise involved in making the measurement. But over the course of the long period of time, those that noise, those inconsistencies, they average out. Which again, this is why they had multiple clocks in all scenarios, to see that it was those multiple clocks that were consistent with each other.
I'm not gonna just keep going in circles with you, man. Like, if the truth is that you guys come in here and you act like it's some perfect experiment, your own paradigm says it's not. Okay, so that's what's annoying. So if you want to just keep pretending, which you will, I'm sure, forever, that it's perfect and it proves it or whatever, if that satisfies you, then cool.
And no one says it proves it. We just say it's consistent with it, which is fine. And you can claim our own paradigm has problems with it when clearly my paradigm doesn't. But I don't know, maybe your paradigm, which you're attributing to me for some reason, has a problem with it. But my paradigm doesn't have a problem with that test.
I don't have any problem with electronic contraction. That's what you don't get. I have a problem with you making fairy tale pseudoscience claims about a realm that's outside of that dimension, outside of our 3D dimension, where we actually have, time physically expanding. That's my problem. That you take a physical electric phenomena and claim that it's not the electric phenomena, which we can prove. Again, length contraction's been proven. Electric length contraction was proven in the late 1800s. Actually, originally observed in the early 1800s. You guys take that real thing and then make up fairy tales. I can't believe Flat Earth hasn't pulled that out on you guys before now. It's like one of the most obvious hijackings.
So it's not a flat Earth argument. So I don't know why flat earthers would pull it out, and it would be wrong if they did. I mean, Jace was just saying this to you. I've said it to you several times that what was observed with the contraction, the electromagnetic field or the electric field, which can be observed as the magnetic field in another frame. That was, I mean, there wasn't a reason for that. Like, that was observed and calculated and all that kind of stuff and measured, but it wasn't until Einstein actually attributed some a reason for that that it actually started to make sense.
You see, this is the problem. You can just make stuff up.
And it's questioning, it's testing that reasoning, which validates it.
You just make stuff up, right? Where the truth is that actually Heaviside's the one that offered a physical mechanism, and Einstein's the one that specifically stated in his own words he can't even conceptualize a physical mechanism.
No,
and you can turn around and say, "Oh, well, they didn't know what it was until relativity came and explained it." You can just say
there wasn't an explanation for it before. What was the explanation for it before?
Ether. The relationship with the ether.
Yeah, no, there was no explanation for it before.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, dude? Like, it's just
there was an explanation for it.
What's the physical mechanism for relativity?
I'm not talking about a physical mechanism. I'm talking about for the reason why it's happening. The reason why it's happening is because it's not time is not a constant. That's the reason why it's not happening. There's a space-time component, and it's light that is consistent, the speed of light from all frames. That's what's causing it to happen. And it was Einstein framing it in this way that made it all make sense.
Yeah, for sure. It made it all make sense without any type of mechanism. When Heaviside said it was actually the motion relative to the ether. But he didn't say that, I guess. So he objectively did say that.
People said that. A lot of that was the whole thing with the Michelson-Morley test. People thought that was what's happening, and then Michelson-Morley test showed that it's not what's happening.
What?
Yeah, Michelson-Morley test showed that it's not what's happening. That's right.
Off the rails, my brother, man. Come on, bro. I like. Why, bro? You get paid, or like, do you have some personal motivation? I don't understand. Like, no. Michelson-Morley only forces you to address the ether if you assume the Earth is flying through space.
Right.
Okay, so that, I mean, come on, man. Yeah, sure. In your paradigm, that's true. Sure.
Okay. Well, I live in my paradigm. Is that
I
okay?
know you do. It's like
Okay.
religion.
Yeah, there we go.
Like a religion. You need like a space-time blanket that you pray on. You know, space-time carpet.
No, I live in a paradigm where without any of these tests, we still understood that we're moving through space. So we use that fact to try to
Oh my
measure this
God.
test. That's what we use. It wasn't even a question afterwards if we're not moving through space, because that wasn't a question before either.
That's not true. Einstein didn't say that. Lorentz didn't say that.
Yeah. Then none of them thought, hey, maybe we're not moving through space. That wasn't something.
That's not true. He said they're only, for example, even Arthur Eddington said, well, the only other option was that the Earth's velocity through space might happen to have been nil. Oh, but they didn't even think it was possible. No, they knew it wasn't possible. That's why I said it might happen to have been nil. That's why I said that.
Yeah, but he wasn't entertaining that idea. He was saying that's the only other way it could be possible.
No, it might happen to have been. What does might happen to have been mean?
Well, why
Might
didn't
happen to have been means it's objectively 100% in no way that. That's what might happen.
A bunch of other tests. Why didn't he test to see if we're not moving through space?
Hey, what does might happen to have been mean?
Eddington did all those other experiments, and he thought that we might not be moving through space. Why didn't he test for that?
No,
It seems like he
Einstein
didn't really
explains
believe
very
that.
clearly that it's like he just did it due to the Copernican principle. He didn't want to entertain it. Then he ends up. So that's special. When special relativity first came out, he thought, "Oh, I'm going to show for sure the Earth is moving, and this is how physics works." And when it was all said and done, and he had to put out general relativity, which he didn't even know he was going to have to put general relativity out at first. Someone had to bring to his attention that his special relativistic claims makes him have to redefine gravity. So then you guys act like he's some genius. He's like, I'm going to change everything. That's not what happened. He was like, I'm going to explain how the Earth is orbiting. We're going to change the minimal amount of physics that we need to change to keep that. And then he was brought to his attention that actually you have to update gravity if you're going to say that. So then he came up with general relativity. And before it was all said and done, he ended up realizing, wow, my initial motivation to explain how the Earth is indeed orbiting has become futile, and general relativity requires me to concede the Earth could be at rest. That's the actual sequence of events.
Yeah, but he's not entertaining that the Earth is at rest. He's just saying that it can't be measured.
Well, that's an even better evidence that it's at rest. That he had a philosophical bias against the Earth being at rest and was doing everything he could to formulate a theory that shows that, and he was still forced to create a theory that says it could be at rest.
Yeah, but you don't need to actually measure it though. You can see other observations that confirm it.
Well, that's funny. Einstein said that they don't confirm it. Einstein brought up stellar aberration and parallax. He literally brought that up in his paper, said it doesn't actually prove the Earth is orbiting. And we can interpret it as the effect of the Earth orbiting.
I didn't bring those ones up. I'm saying that there's other evidences. There's all the other evidences. All of them.
Like what?
Like this entire, all the objects in the sky, every object in the sky, and the relationship that they're moving in reference to each other. So if you have to take a look at how galaxies are rotating and how the stars are rotating around the galaxy,
those work better with a geocentric system, though.
They don't.
Yes, actually. So the galaxies would complete a circuit once a year in a geocentric system. Elegantly complete a circuit once a year. In the heliocentric model, the galaxy rotational speeds don't match the prediction. The galaxy cluster relationships don't match the prediction and only have 1% of the mass predicted. The whole dark matter discrepancy comes from heliocentrism.
Yeah,
Why would you bring up galaxies? It's like the death blow to your belief.
No, there's no way that dark matter makes more sense in geocentrism.
No, it's not a problem. In geocentrism, it isn't a thing.
Yeah, okay. If it's so, you see galaxies rotating around themselves in geocentrism. How's that not a problem? Because that's not geocentrism doesn't solve that problem. It still appears to be that those are massive objects that they're rotating, and you can calculate the mass and you can calculate the rotational speed. It doesn't matter if we're geocentric or heliocentric at that point. I don't understand.
Really? How do you calculate the mass?
You calculate the mass by observing the stars. You make an estimation for how much mass there is.
By observing the stars, we know the galaxy's mass.
Yeah, the magnitude of the stars. That's right.
Oh, the magnitude combined with the distance. So is the distance the same? Yes.
We could combine it with their distance within themselves, yeah.
Okay, so how do we know the distance? Is the distance the same for a geocentric and a heliocentric model?
It should be, yeah.
They're not, though, dude. They're not.
How? Why would it be any different? If they're using standard candles in heliocentric idea of the universe, why would those same standard candles not be the same in a geocentric?
Hey, is our solar system flying through a galaxy in your model?
In my model, yeah, it's orbiting the galaxy.
Okay, and then our galaxy is obviously in relation to other galaxies.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, in a geocentric model, is the Earth flying around the sun, flying through a galaxy?
It's not going around the sun, but the galaxy. There's no reason that that same model with the galaxies would be different.
We're not flying through a galaxy in a geocentric model, dude.
Yeah, but then that just renders the whole thing incorrect because that's an actual observation that Hubble made.
What Hubble said was if the Earth is geocentric in a central position, which cannot be disproven, then everything would be more local.
That's a different subject. That's a different subject now. I'm talking
You
about
brought up Hubble, and what he said was if the Earth is geocentric, it'd be more local.
That's
if
fine.
the Earth is geocentric,
you wanted to jump to it, but what I was saying was what Hubble observed was that what are those things called? The Type 1A supernova that he can observe from other galaxies, which they understand the magnitude of, appear to be much, much further away. And so those things that they see that they thought were like nebula or something were all separate galaxies. So separate islands of stars. So that fact would have to be this consistent in both geocentric and heliocentric.
What he said was if the Earth is geocentric, then it would be much more local. The stuff in the sky would be much more local, which means a shorter distance, which now comes back to your mass claim, which you said has to do with distance.
Talking about standard candles, he was talking about the expansion of space. That's what he was talking about when he said that. And then that has nothing to do with geocentric or heliocentric because that has to do with whether our galaxy is at the center or whether our galaxy is just or expansion happens the same everywhere.
Hey man, if you don't know that the dark matter problem doesn't exist in geocentrism, then I don't know what to tell you, Kosho. Then maybe you need to go look into it, and then you'll be a geocentrist.
Well, I mean,
Kosho, would you admit that if the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter problem, even though you don't understand why, if it doesn't have the dark matter problem, hypothetically, would you agree that geocentric model is more viable than the heliocentric model?
No.
See what I'm saying?
I would agree. Yeah, no, because that's not how it works, dude. That's like,
not how it works?
There's a theory of gravity by Eric Verlinde, or a theory of physics which completely rewrites gravity by Eric Verlinde, and that actually explains dark matter. But it doesn't make that more valid than our current model. It just means that explains one thing. It would have to explain everything.
Yeah, geocentrism explains everything very easily. Name one thing it doesn't explain.
For Eric Verlinde's model?
No, I don't know anything about him. Geocentrism. What's one thing it doesn't explain?
Let's see. How why we get what do you call that? Phases of Venus and Mercury and not of the rest of the planets.
Oh, the motions of all the planets are easily integrated into an adaptable model of geocentrism. So that's weird. And what else you got?
Yes, no, it doesn't. Or retrograde motion, for that matter. No, why? Okay, in geocentrism, why would there be phases for those two planets and not for the rest of them?
It's just all relative to the proximity of the masses around them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why would that make a difference?
Why would it not?
Because it makes more sense that there would be phases because they're actually going around the sun and are sometimes closer, where they're closer to the sun than we are. That makes sense that we get phases, just like the moon does that. It's sometimes closer to the sun than we are, sometimes on the opposite side. But the rest of the planets are always further away from the sun than we are. So, yeah, so it makes sense. But that fact doesn't really make sense in a geocentric Earth, nor does retrograde motion.
Retrograde. Oh my god. Oh my god. Have you ever went and listened to Robert Sungenis at all? Have you ever heard a geocentrist actually talk about this stuff?
Well, I've seen the
Because
movie.
the whole satellites, retrograde, aberration, parallax, phases of the planets, these are like the 5 things that heliocentrists throw out there, and he consistently refutes them. Hence why his colleague was able to get a paper published through a prestigious university showing the validity of a geocentric position. But then when he went to publish his second paper, they refused to accept it because they found out he actually was a geocentrist.
Wait, what's the refutation then for the phases and for the retrograde motion? Because I've seen his movie, and it wasn't compelling. So
it wasn't compelling, and that just goes to show you watch everything with a bias, man.
no, I watched it. It wasn't compelling. I didn't have.
Well, that's weird. So I guess all the people that
see it.
Why was it not compelling?
The facts that it presented weren't compelling. I mean, I don't know how else to say that.
It was literally like
wasn't compelling.
2 hours of hostile witnesses, basically.
Yep. This is what's weird, dude. It's weird. This is why I've started to focus on geocentrism, because I think it kind of shows that we're not really. It's not about like, I wonder what the truth could be. It's like anything that goes against the current model must be opposed. Because obviously, I'm not a globe Earth geocentrist, right? So like, we can't even meet in the middle there, where you guys admit that, oh well, yeah, that's a valid option, and that's the problem. So like, I don't know. I just find it weird. I don't find it weird though. I understand it, right? It's like anything that goes against the current consensus must be opposed.
No, there's plenty of things that go against it that, or plenty of things that are presented by it that I don't agree with. There's things that I do agree with that do go against it. And then there's things that go against it which aren't compelling. And that the Robert Sungenis film and a lot of geocentrism is a lot of that stuff that's not compelling. Like, it may be compelling to you and you guys, but it's not compelling to me. There's not that, like, I mean, the things I just said about the retrograde motion and the phases, there wasn't. I mean, you didn't refute them. You just said somebody else refuted him.
No, I have to go help her grab stuff out of the
It wasn't compelling.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you haven't researched. I have to go help her.
Yo, how do we tell if 2 clocks have ticked at a different rate than each other? What would we see on the clocks? I'm just curious.
Space-time residue. You got to wipe it off sometimes.
No, seriously, what would 2 clocks look like if they didn't tick at the same rate as each other? Kosho. It's for Kosho. Or Jace.
Did you hear that test? You suggested earlier. It hasn't been done, but if it were to have been done, for what you're asking, because it's only a question asked by you currently, but if you had several different items that weren't cesium clocks, because cesium clocks work for me, right? But if things that worked for you instead, like pendulums and CDs, like if there's a CD.
No, clocks work for me, bro.
There's several things. There were several things together, like three of them, 3 clocks, 3 pendulums, and they were all together, and they all took 1 minute, like a minute to swing 100 times, or a minute for the song to play. And it all took exactly 1 minute, and that was perfectly synchronized. If you were to separate a group of them, like I said, like there's 3 of each, so you separate a group of them and put them in these different scenarios, and then you bring them back. If you saw that everything that was in each group stayed consistent with each other, but the 3 groups did not agree with all the others, then that would show you that the clocks themselves are not, that they're still ticking at the same rate. They're just, the amount of time that ticked in each case was different.
Bro, why are you dodging my question, dude?
Well, that's the answer to your question. That's the answer to your question.
Hold on, man.
Which is a strange question.
Well, time doesn't make the clock tick. Time is not the cause of why the clock's ticking.
Geo, you should have heard what they told me earlier. Let me ask you, Geo. If we had 2 clocks and we wanted it, and they were ticking at a different rate, what would we see on the clocks?
Different amounts of movement, different amounts of total completion of a cycle of movement.
Different ticks, let's say. Let's say it's a two wristwatches that tick, right? So they would have a different amount of ticks, right? If they weren't ticking at the same rate.
Yeah. Let's say one of them took 60 ticks in a minute, and the other one took 70. Okay.
Yeah, they'd be ticking at. That's how you would know they'd be ticking at different rates, because they wouldn't have ticked the same amount of times. These guys are telling me that these cesium clocks, they've ticked a different amount of times from each other, yet they've been ticking at the same rate. Does that seem like some kind of law of contradiction or something? I don't know.
Well, they're coming from the idea that the time is changing and that the time is causing the clock to change. But that's what I was saying. Like, time doesn't cause a clock to tick. A clock is ticking in sync with the time. Like, the clock on the wall isn't causing the time, or the time is not making the clock tick. The clock is ticking along with the time.
I agree with that.
So I don't think it's about the number of ticks. So both clocks would tick 60 times. It's not like one clock's 60 times and the other. It's not like one ticks 60 times and the other ticks 70 times. That doesn't happen.
It is exactly what happens. Jace told me specifically. They do not tick the same amount of times.
I mean, it depends on if your clock. This is the way I would say it. You have 2 clocks. And you start both ticking. Now you send one this way, that one goes the other way. Now you let both tick 60 times. When you bring them back together, and if you use a stopwatch, if you record that, let's say you record the number of ticks, like literally audibly, you record the number of ticks, and you click a stopwatch, every time one ticks, you say tick, tick, tick. Then if you bring them back to the starting point and you replay back the audio and use the stopwatch and you listen to the audio, then the stopwatch will show that the audio for one to click 60 seconds was longer than the audio for the other to click 60 ticks. Did that make sense?
You're saying it. Yeah, but you're saying it wrong. Jace just told me that they tick a different amount of times. So they don't tick the same amount of times. You're just wrong.
I mean, you can say it either way. You can say in 60 seconds they tick a different amount of time, a different number of times, or you can say it takes a different time for each to tick 60 seconds. You can see it either way.
So Jace was wrong. They clicked it. They can't click the same amount of times and click a different amount of times.
He's saying the same thing in both cases, Jeremy. He's saying the same thing in both cases, dude.
So you can do it either way.
Hold on, guys. They couldn't have clicked the same amount of times and clicked a different amount of times simultaneously. That's also not going to happen.
So in one case, you're measuring the number of ticks, and in the other case, you're measuring the time it took for the tick. So you can measure either the time it takes for the ticks, or you can measure the total amount of ticks. So you can do it either way. Kosho understands, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You say the same thing in 2 different ways.
Yes.
But yeah.
So it would be a different rate of ticking.
I mean, that's exactly what we said. That was our point.
No, that's not exactly what they said. They said they were ticking at the same rate. They said they were ticking at the same rate.
relative to what they're claiming the time difference is in their two reference frames.
Right, in the individual frame. That's right. See, Geo gets it, or he gets what we're saying. Was that in the individual frames? This is why I brought up those different things, like the pendulum, the CD, the cigarette, the watch. You have three of these. You have a hot pocket and a microwave. Three of these things are all on the different plane and two different planes and on the ground, and they're all synchronized. Okay, if let's say this was run for, I don't know. Let's say all these things, you have such precision in measuring it that you can actually see the difference. Okay, and the claim is that it's all in each of these things together. Like when the CD plays Happy Days, at exactly the time that song's over, the pendulum had swung 50 times exactly. Okay, so when you look at the set that's on the plane, that's happened exactly the way that they still match together. It's only when you bring them back together that these two groups don't match. So
that hasn't been measured.
This hasn't happened, but it has happened with cesium clocks, which are much more precise than a microwave. But that's not the point. The point is that this is why we're claiming that it's the same rate in each frame. It's the same rate. It's only the comparison between the frames that give you a different length of time.
So what was measuring in each one of the frames the rate?
Several atomic clocks.
So clocks were used, right? So would you say that if a cesium clock is used to measure a cesium clock and they're experiencing the same thing, right? So you have two different clocks. So how are you saying that the measurement is consistent if you're having to be in the reference frame in order to measure it?
No, you have to be. No,
That's a good point. That's a good point. You'd have to be in. That's a good point. Sorry to interrupt you. You'd have to be in one reference frame that is the first thing you're saying to then measure the other one and the other one to notice the difference. Because if you're if you're in them, you're not going to have the other one to compare to.
You bring them back
because you're using the same device. You're using the same device that you're claiming is being affected by the environment that you're putting in it, or the velocity, or whatever you want to call it, right? So you're saying that this thing is being affected, and in order to measure that, you're having to come back to a whatever Earth's reference frame, whatever reference frame you started from, to say that there's a difference. But you also have to make the claim that it was ticking at the same rate while it was gone, but it was different when it came back. But the only way to measure whether the rate was the same would to be in that reference frame using the same mechanism that you're trying to test whether it's ticking at the same rate or not. That's kind of the point.
That's how you measure that there's not an error, is that they're consistent within their frames with each other. And you measure them not while they're apart. You measure them again when they get back together. So you're not a different reference frame when you're making the measurement at the end. You're measuring them once they're back together. You're just seeing what the difference is. And what you guys are saying is that there could be some error involved in actually putting it on a plane and flying it eastward versus westward. And we're just saying that that's a claim, all right, but the error actually matches the prediction of general and special relativity. So you'd have to give some other mechanism and then also make a prediction for what that mechanism would produce.
Yeah, and the basis of those calculations was based off understandings of electric phenomenon, right?
No, the predictions were based off of special and general relativity. What do you mean by?
Where did the mathematics of general and special relativity come from? What's the basis of it?
Oh, these are based on the what do you call them?
We don't need to rehash that.
They're two different. They're two different formulations.
Listen, people can just rewind and listen to Whitsitt and Jace discuss that.
Yeah, but it's not the case. You're talking about general and special relativity. They're two different formulas. The special relativity, you can use the Lorentz transformation to get the time dilation. Okay, but for the general relativity, it's a totally different equation, and that's why there's two different predictions based on flying eastward versus westward versus being on the ground, because they both experience the gravitational time dilation, and they experience two different special relativity time dilations because they're flying different directions.
Yeah, like I said, people can go back and listen to live.
I think what Larry brought up. I think what Larry brought up earlier was on point. Like, how have you deciphered that it's the time that is different versus the actual equipment? Now, I don't. I'm not speaking for Larry, so I'm not saying he said that exact thing. I'm just saying I'm relating what I heard him say, and I'm reorganizing it in my own way of saying it. But that the clocks are actually the thing that are changing, not the actual time difference that you're claiming. It's just like it's kind of like with the pendulum. Like the pendulum's drifting, you're claiming that that's Earth rotation causing it. It could be something else causing the pendulum to do that. So in the same way, you're claiming the clocks have the different result. How do you know it's not something within the mechanics, let's just say, of the clock that are causing that and not the actual time dilation thing that you guys are trying to claim?
The confidence comes from the predictions.
That's what I'm saying. That's all it is. It's just confidence. It's not actual validation or verification or isolation. It's not isolation.
Validated. That's what I'm talking about. The confidence of the validation comes from the fact that they match the predictions. It could be wrong, and it could be a strange coincidence that they match the predictions, but the predictions were made beforehand based on the general and special relativity, and they closely match those, so you'll have confidence in them.
Right, but it's like the same. It's just the same trick played in multiple ways. It's the pendulum. It's the weights at different latitudes. It's Cavendish. All of these. It's the. Can you tell it's the same trick?
It is the same trick.
It's the same trick.
It's surprised. The same trick. I'm telling you, it's the same trick. It's a trick of predicting something beforehand and then measuring it afterwards and being confident that your prediction was based in reality.
Yeah, it's
that's a fine way to go about it. Even if you end up being wrong, because you didn't do anything wrong.
That's the problem. Yeah. It's an ad hoc post-diction based upon assumptions and an assumptive model.
That's literally a prediction. You're making predictions and then you're measuring.
Yeah, it's not. You're predicting what's going to happen. You do the math. You say, well, at this latitude, the precession of the pendulum should be this amount. You go to that latitude. You measure the precession, it matches what you said before you did it. That is not a post-diction. That is a prediction.
You're right that it could be wrong and just a coincidence, but it's not wrong to, I think that way of going about finding out if what you think is true, I think that's a fine way to do it. Even if, like I said, you turn out to be wrong, that's just a freak coincidence. It's not because your methods are wrong.
Okay, what are we measuring when we get these clocks back together? What are we measuring?
The amount of time that each one has said has passed.
So they've ticked a different amount, essentially. They've had a different amount of ticks.
Yeah, like a season clock will measure the amount of photons that would have been emitted.
They've oscillated at a different rate.
Yeah, but that's caused by the oscillation of the electron in the thing, because every time it goes down a step, it emits a photon. So they measure the amount of photons, and
so they've oscillated at a different rate.
Well, no, they've received a different number of photons.
Yeah, which means they've oscillated at a different rate.
I want to jump in just real fast.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll wait.
They've oscillated at a different rate, right, Kosho?
No, I did not say that. You said that.
Well, if they've oscillated at the same rate, why they released the different amounts of photons?
Well, I mean, as we've been saying all day and now for a few days, is that the amount of time that's passed is different in both cases.
The rate of time is what they're claiming is changing.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to get this one thing squared away because they've got a huge contradiction here. You see how he's trying to tap dance around it? I don't know.
It's not a contradiction. That's what the model said. That's what special relativity says. Is that
I'm not even worried about special relativity now.
Two different amounts of time.
I'm not even worried about special relativity at this point. I'm wondering if you know how to tell if a clock's ticked at a different rate or the same rate as another clock. Do you know how to do that or not? Because I do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
How would we do it? Would they be the same times or would they be different times?
I would assume that they would be the same time if they were the same rate. Same
And
amount
if they were taking at a different rate, it'd be different times, right?
Yep, if I was going off of that assumption, and I wasn't including time dilation, that's right.
If you knew how clocks work, yes, and we would know that they ticked at different rates if they were a different time than each other, yeah.
Lo and behold,
But here we are with a different time, and you're going to tell me they ticked at the same rate, but one's ticked less.
That's why certain people's names are famous and ours aren't, is because they had a different understanding, and their understanding turned out to be true. So, it's just
maybe I have the word rate wrong. Maybe I need to look up the definition of rate. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go look up what rate means.
All right, I just wanted to say real fast. Causation isn't correlation, and time are not clocks. Clocks is not time. So you're measuring a rate change of the timekeeper, not the time. Thanks.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
So what is your solution if using clocks is not an option? What are the other choices?
Stop promoting.
I don't know. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, stop reifying time. That's the other option.
So if we did want to prove time dilation, if that is our theory, and we can't use clocks, what can we use instead?
You made an unfalsifiable theory, buddy.
So we just can't use the theory at all.
I guess you got beef with the person that came up with it.
Okay.
Remember when they did this
It's
in
a thought experiment, bro. It's a thought experiment that can't be disproven. That's why they went with it.
That's what I was saying to Coach. Like, can't he decipher it's the same trick that they're using and it's like the same pseudoscience. And the pendulum, the weight chain, Cavendish, it's all the same pseudoscientific baseline to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say pseudoscientific, but I would say it's the same thing where you use understanding of something or somebody's explanation of something, and you test it by using the the mechanisms involved in the explanation to come up with a prediction for something happening in reality, and then you test that thing by observing it in reality and seeing if it matches those predictions. I think that's a fine trick to come up with, for validating understandings. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Assuming it's true and then turning your head to all the tests that don't show what you want. Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. Like Larry said, it's a thought experiment that can't be falsified. It's only in the mind. That's why most of the time, the only thing that they typically bring up is the clocks on the planes, which we've already gone through why that isn't sufficient evidence, at least for the logical thinking mind, right? Because the way that you have to measure that is with a measure that's trying to be measured in the first place. So everything else from that is a thought experiment, right? Because we can't send people to far off places at the speed of light and have them come back and look the same because only 1 second elapsed in their time. That's always the thought experiment that's brought up. Well, if this happened, would it prove it? Yeah, but nothing even remotely close to that has ever taken place. It's unfalsifiable claim.
And this is another problem, right? It's like if you try to go Google like the criticism of that test, for example, like you can't find it. If you try to Google the criticism for that test, all you find is people claiming that it proved it. You know what I mean? Like it's completely censoring any opposition. It's like, how do you not like how does that not like raise a red flag to you? It's supposed to be science, dude. It's supposed to be science, dude.
How does that raise a red flag for you?
That I can't find the valid criticisms that I've actually read from credentialed people within your own paradigm because it gets buried by non-scientific papers touting its victory.
Yes. How does that not give you a red flag that the things that you say claim exist, you can't find them?
See, this is what's so funny is I always end up finding them, and that wasn't my point.
So if you find them, can you save them like as a document or on your own?
You do something. Do you do anything?
Why would I?
So you don't do anything. Well, you're
Not a
gonna.
thing.
Hey, how much information do you think I have
Not a
saved on my
thing.
computer compared to how much you have?
That was my. I mean, you find these documents, but you look for them later and they're gone. But
Yeah, because I've been researching this subject for years now. So it's like
that's my question now. You found a document before, it criticized it. That document is no longer findable. Did you save it? Do you have it?
It's
Do you
not
have
that
one
it's
of those documents?
dude. I just said you can eventually find them, but that they are suppressed. Okay? So how about you guys put your big boy pants on for a second, okay? And actually respond to what's being said instead of constantly being disingenuous. Oh, now you guys are quiet, right? So like if the
How
option
was
is
supposed to
respond,
you didn't say anything, dude. You said you can't find the fucking evidence that you had before. We already responded to that. How were we supposed to respond to?
I mean, he's so emotional, man. And no, what I
Because you
actually
said, you said, why don't you respond to what's actually being said? We
yeah,
already did
exactly.
that.
Why don't you respond to
we
the
already
actual
did that
point,
part.
which is that the information is suppressed and that it's difficult to find it. Why don't you respond to what's actually being said?
That's what we responded to. You specifically said that, and then you specifically said, doesn't that set off red flags? And I'm thinking in my head, set off red flags that he can't find something that he's claiming, he can't find criticisms of something that he's claiming there should be criticisms of or he's seen before. No, I don't see a red flag with that because that's what I expect. That there's very few factual criticisms of that when you say that most scientists think there's problems with it, and I don't think that they do.
See, all he does is lie, right? Like, and like, I'm not supposed to say that he's lying. It's like I now said most scientists say this.
You said that earlier. You said in my own paradigm. That's what you said. In my own paradigm.
In your own paradigm, yeah, in your own paradigm, that there are people that know that there are problems with it, and then you've changed it to most scientists say this and that, and now I can't find it because you always want to paint a disingenuous narrative where what I'm saying doesn't make sense.
Okay, if it's not most
to
people,
me, that seems a little dishonest.
it's not most people. Why would you say it's in my paradigm? If it's only some people and they believe something different,
it's
that would be my paradigm, or that would be those people's private paradigm.
Within your paradigm doesn't equate to majority of people within your paradigm.
Why would you even bring it up that it's in my paradigm? If it's different, if people who believe that if it's only a fringe people that believe that it's not happening, then there's no point in bringing up that it's in my paradigm because it's obviously not my paradigm at that point.
No, no. The point is that you try to paint the picture that it's like all of you guys in agreement and you understand something, and then the stupid flat earthers that are in denial of it. When in reality, within your own paradigm, there are many critiques of it. Okay, that's what's being said. That's what was said. But it's like this is why the conversations get frustrating because a 30-second exchange turns into a 20-minute conversation of strawmans. I just don't understand the motivation for that. Unless you know deep down that like you have to debate that way when you talk about the earth or something. Like deep down there are some issues with your belief. I don't know what else it would get. What did you gain from that?
Yeah, why would you misrepresent what he's saying and try to make it almost like an all or nothing kind of thing, or the vast majority? When he said, "Hey, there's valid criticisms from legitimately credentialed people within your paradigm," and then you change that from "there are criticisms" to "most scientists criticize it, but you can't find it." Why would you
said?
change that?
That's a straw man. Even what you said was a straw man because what he said was even in my paradigm. It's known that there's problems with that test, with the Heath-Keating test. Okay. Now, if you're saying it's wrong for me to imply that he's suggesting that it's like there's a popular opinion from scientists in my paradigm that there's a problem with that test, that's basically what he said. So if he's saying that's
now you're conflating two parts.
If he's saying something different because he can't find the evidence of that, then that's not my problem. That's not me strawmanning him.
Kosho's good at this, man. Like I'll give it to you. You're definitely good at it. Because now I have to then jump back in and correct you again. You know, where it's like, no, now you're conflating two parts of the conversation. Where I was talking about, yeah, across the board, people know there's difficulty in actual synchronization of the clocks because they're so precise. right? But then you conflated it to the entire idea of criticism of it. And you're smooth with it, and then you say it in such a way where you know you can present it where it really does make the other person look like stupid.
You were
Say it
talking
with such
about
confidence as
problems
if
with
it's
that test.
actually my position.
We were talking about problems with that test. That's what you said, and you said that the thing about the synchronizing the clocks and the measuring the one-way speed of light, and you said all of that stuff, dude. I'm not strawmanning anything that you said. Okay, if you're saying you're saying that you're not saying it's all people. There's some people that think there's a problem with it. Great. Then your point before was moot, because the point before was about me being incorrect about something that even in my paradigm people understand is wrong.
Yeah. You're gonna just keep doing it. This is basically gaslighting. That's what it is. And you're attempting to you're hoping that I like internalize your misrepresentation and somehow believe it, because that's psychologically abusive, right? Like that's sociopathic behavior. Because I just now shut up, dude. I'm talking, dude. I'm talking. I just clarified the difference, right? I just clearly clarified the difference. Yes, everybody that understands this within your own paradigm knows there is a difficulty with synchronizing the clocks. Everybody, every single person that has credentials in your own paradigm knows that about this test. Then I just came in and brought up a different point, which was I'm trying to find papers that critically assess this claim, top to bottom, all about it. And when you try to look that up on Google, you don't get credentialed papers. Even if you type in .edu, you get popular science mechanics, Einstein proven right articles, because Google has censored any information contrary to the heliocentric model. And this shows you that they're scared of the flat earth movement, because they don't just censor flat earth. They censor anything challenging the heliocentric model now. They censor people challenging relativity. They censor people challenging the galaxy claims, the dark matter claims, the quantum claims. If you challenge anything that has implications towards the heliocentric model now, it gets suppressed. An honest person would say, yeah, I don't like censorship. I don't like that. But no, you just respond with misrepresentations of the point. No one can just stand up and say, yeah, I do think that's kind of suspect. I don't condone that they censor the information. This is supposed to be science. You're supposed to prop up the critique. That's how science works. You're supposed to highlight the critique.
Yeah, dude, listen, you're ranting for going on and on, dude. If a person is honest, okay, then if they disagree with you, they'll fucking say that. And I fucking disagree with you, dude, because I see articles all the fucking time from all sorts of publications, whether it be Popular Science or Nature, that are disputing or trying to dispute Einstein's relativity. So it's not something that's hidden or something that's kept away from people. It's something that I come across on several times a week. So I disagree with you, and it's not because I'm not being honest, but because I am being honest.
Can I just applaud you, Kosho, for the wordsmithing that you just used there, where you prefaced if a person is being honest, that they would do exactly what you're doing, as to implant in the mind of the listener that you're honest, even though Witsit just pointed out how dishonest you were.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point of saying that, Napalm. That's why I use that word, is because he said if you're being honest, you would agree with me.
Yeah, this is weird to me. And like now what he's done though, right, is say, oh, I see articles all the time that say that relativity is wrong. But then he'll turn around and say relativity is for sure right. Like relativity is the most scientifically tested and valid thing in modern science. And everyone knows that. No one questions it. Oh, but you just said you see 2-3 times a week people questioning it and saying it's not true?
Yeah, I just told you. I read several times a week people trying to dispute relativity. People trying to dispute relativity. I didn't say I see several times a week that relativity has been debunked. Those are two very different statements.
I didn't say that. You just strawman me again.
People who are trying to
this is why you need to be able. You should have to show your real
relativity is not being hidden away or kept on the fringes. The people who are trying to dispute relativity come out not disputing it.
This is just a really basic tactic right? Where this is why people like this should have to show their face and show their real name. That's my opinion, because you don't have any accountability. Even though someone could go back and watch and listen to the stream and hear I didn't say that they claimed to debunk relativity, that you can smoothly make that as the comparison of the 2 points and claim I made one point that I didn't make. You can say in such a way that it'll sound like you have a valid point. And so sure, someone could go back to the stream and listen to it and hear that that's not what happened. But that's not going to happen. There aren't a lot of people that are going to go back and listen through this live
Do you
stream.
believe that I honestly said that relativity has been debunked? Is that what you think that I said?
I never even said the word deep. You just said that I said debunked.
Disproven, debunked, whatever. Is that
I never said either one of those.
Okay, then what is it that you claim that I said? That I'm obviously not saying that's been debunked. I'm saying people.
I didn't say that you said that. See, I don't straw man you, but you straw man me. And if I say something
that I said the first time that I didn't say the second time.
If I say something that misrepresents what you say and you correct me, then I don't keep saying it. Okay?
Okay, so what are you claiming that I said the first time that you're claiming I didn't say the second time?
I'm saying you've basically backed in an attempt to try to make it to where I'm wrong. You've backed yourself into a corner where now you're admitting that it's popularly discussed that relativity could be wrong. But that goes directly against the narrative that you guys push, specifically you, which is no one really questions relativity. Everyone knows relativity is the most experimentally valid theory that we have in modern science, and no one would question it.
Yeah, I never ever said no one would ever question it, and I never ever said that no one questions it. I did say it's the most tested theory in science, and that's because people question it. Okay, what I've also said is that it hasn't failed. It hasn't failed those tests. That's the reason why it stands up, is because people test it, people try to dispute it, people have ideas for other stuff. And it turns out that those haven't been validated through tests, and that his general theory of relativity has. That's what's being said. That's never not been said, and I don't know why why that seems contradictory to something.
Now you're conflating replacing it with actually challenging it, and it's what I'm saying. Like I applaud you. Like you are good at it. You're good at doing this.
Dude, I'm not saying anything different at all, dude.
Yeah,
I'm literally
I don't even think you intellectualize it.
I'm literally saying that it comes up all the time. People trying to test against it. People have other ideas different than it, and it also comes up that those things have not been successful.
You just repeated the conflation of replacing it and challenging it, right? And like it's just like if you just say it with conviction, then like
what's the issue then, dude? Because that's obviously not what's being said. It's being said that people who dispute it, it's not being hidden away. People dispute it, and it's on front news. Okay.
No, actually, no. Like all you'll see is like a mainstream article that says, "Could Einstein be wrong?" And then what the article always says is, "Well, here are all the things that relativity doesn't explain properly, doesn't predict, and then here are things that we don't know how it works." But relativity is probably not wrong. There's just more we've yet to understand. That's what every single one of those articles you're referencing say. Every single one of them end up concluding it by saying, "Well, clearly we just have to learn more about relativity." And they always talk about how good it is. But just because the title says, "Could Einstein be wrong?" as clickbait, and you're like, I see it all the time. I actually read those articles, though.
Yeah, I'm not talking about just the pop science articles, dude. I'm talking about actual, experiments and people in nature and Eric Verlinde and different Mond theories. There's people all the time that come up with alternatives to gravity.
Okay, so if I type in Google right now, if I type in, what do I need to type in instead of someone's specific name, like criticism of general relativity or relativity could be wrong? What do I need to type in specifically where Google's going to give me legitimate academic sources of that question and challenge relativity with specificity?
Yeah, type in Mond experiments. Type that in.
Mond?
Yeah. Type
in that?
MOND versus relativity experiments.
Modified Newtonian dynamics. Basically, it changes gravitational constant. Effectively changes over very long distance. That's what Mond is.
Mond versus relativity.
Yeah. You can specifically type that into Google Scholar or just Google
So
itself.
this is okay. Yeah, sure. I'm seeing it. Okay. This is what I'm asking though. Okay. Can I just, as a normal person, walk up to Google and ask them, the people that don't believe in relativity, what do they say? Why can't I do that? Why do I already have to know the information? How are you guys not understanding the point?
Say
The point is,
evidence
if
against.
I'm a normal
say
person and
evidence
I want to learn about, dude, if I'm a normal person and I want to learn about relativity, okay, and I go in there and I want to learn why relativity is supposedly correct, I can type it in, I get tons of results. If I'm just a normal person and I want to go up to my computer and figure out why relativity could be wrong, I can't just type it in. I already have to know competing theories. I have to know the competing scientists. I have to know their exact names. I have to know exactly what they did. Okay? I already have to be informed on the criticism to be able to Google it because it is suppressed in the algorithms. Like, if you guys can't acknowledge that there is clearly suppression of ideas that are contradictory to the mainstream consensus, I don't even know why you're in here because everyone knows that, right? So it just comes off super disingenuous. Everyone knows it. Just admit it. Please just admit it.
First, I typed in evidence against general relativity, and without having to scroll, it's like there's 5 different things. Like there's a Wikipedia page, criticisms of the theory of relativity. No doubt Einstein's general relativity was wrong. Einstein proved the flaws of general relativity.
Yeah, exactly. So like, okay, so what's so funny? Look, we're going to use this as a perfect example. So evidence against relativity. So you have the Wikipedia there. Fair enough. You go down. Was Einstein wrong? The case against space-time theory. And when you read it, it basically says, again, like I said, well, we just need to learn it more because relativity is super valid. Then you go read the Medium article. No doubt, Einstein's general theory. I've already read both those articles. I've read this one. It says the same thing. Well, yeah, we just don't fully understand it. Relativity is still the most scientifically valid theory. Sorry, Albert, physics that challenges Einstein. You go read it, it just points out, oh, there's one thing that we don't understand how to explain yet, but probably Einstein's still correct. It's the most tested. Then you go to the next one, it says experimental evidence for general relativity. So you go down 1, 2, 3, 4.
Why don't you look for the ones that, like we stated, the ones that you're actually looking for? Because
wait, can you please stop? So I typed in evidence against relativity, and then we got 4 of the first 5. So I haven't read the Wikipedia. It probably has decent. Wikipedia is usually decent because it gives you other sources in it. Okay, so I'm sure it has some. If you go search diligently through the Wikipedia, you will find some general criticism.
Okay.
Go to second, third, fourth, right? So 3 of the first 4 is actually all those articles. I've already read them, and they all say that relativity is correct. Even though it's a clickbait title, it's not what the article says. Now, which is a trap, right? So no, wait, I'm not done. I'm almost done. So then when I go to number 5, so just number 5 on evidence against relativity, it is experimental evidence for general relativity, Britannica. Then the next one is Einstein proven right yet again, theory of general relativity. And I go down. Oh, do you not see the problem?
If someone's looking for the criticisms of it, it's hard to find. And yeah, if they're doing what you're doing, then they're doing it wrong because you're looking for it and you're specifically clicking on the things that are not doing it. So why don't you click on the thing, like which was the first one that came up, the Wikipedia page, which actually is telling you the criticisms. And then guess what? You found it. So it's not correct that you can't find it. It's only if you're looking for it and trying to find the ones that are not doing it.
No, did you not see what my point was? Which is that the algorithms clearly do not prop up the actual valid criticisms. We just proved it. We used your search. We went down. Number 5 is experimental evidence for general relativity. And then the 6th one is how Einstein was proven right. That's the direct opposite of the search, though. So why would that be the 5th result?
Turns out it's not a popular opinion.
Okay. And so I've personally read dozens of official scientific papers that challenge relativity. So you can say that, but it's definitely more popular than 0 scientific papers, huh? Now let's type in .edu. Let's see what .edu brings.
Yeah, or just go to the one that I said, the Mond and Eric Verlinde one, because he's there's experimental evidence that he's brought up, and it it answers things like dark matter and stuff like that. However,
look, I type in .edu. Guess what happens? The second one is the space.com. Space.com. Britannica, experimental evidence for general relativity. When you actually try to make it more valid by typing in .edu, you get less results against relativity, and none of them are actual academic papers. But I've personally read dozens of them before. So where are those at?
We got to search through Google better.
Okay. So if you could just be honest, be like, yeah, Google slanted, then we could move on.
Try DuckDuckGo.
DuckDuckGo is not much better. It's a little better. They just now announced like 6 months ago that they're going to implement the same parameters Google has. Yikes.
Maybe try Alta Vista.
Can you just concede that Google slanted, please?
Nope, not gonna concede anything.
You see what I'm saying, dude? You guys make it weird. Like this is my
I'm
good-hearted,
making it weird, dude. You're trying to get
my
people
good-hearted
to
advice, bro,
agree with you.
is like the lack of concessions and honesty on your side is a detriment to your position. It makes people think more like with their intuition or like a natural response to your behavior, and then they turn from the globe model.
Dude, why don't you just concede that what you said was wrong, man? That you said that someone who's actually looking for criticisms of it, it's hard to find when it's the first thing that shows up. You're just saying that if they click on one of the wrong things, that they get the wrong answer. But if
No,
you click on
actually,
the
as
first
I
one,
start
you get
to
the right
read through this Wikipedia, it's the same thing. It's the same thing we've been talking about, which is where it's like the clickbait that it's going to be some type of evidence against it, but it just says claimed experimental refutation. And it goes acceleration of special relativity. And it just superluminal speeds, which they say isn't true. Paradoxes, which they say aren't actual paradoxes, and they can simply be solved by consideration of the relativity of simultaneity. This is a cover story. This is literally defending relativity. Even the Wikipedia article.
No, it's not. These
I'm
are
reading
literally
it.
telling you
I'm reading it.
people
And
that agree with it.
insufficient knowledge of the basic special relativity, especially the application of the Lorentz transformation in connection with length contraction and time dilation, LED, and still leads to the construction of various apparent paradoxes. But then, if you go down to the bottom of the paragraph, it says that they can simply be solved by consideration of the relativity of simultaneity, that the paradoxes actually aren't paradoxes. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is totally not covering per relativity, though.
No, I mean, I'm reading a whole bunch of them. The whole one about ether and absolute space. It's telling you all the people that argued that it was, that absolute space was a thing.
Yeah,
It's
they're
not.
the people that allegedly been disproven, right? So, like, where's the modern critique of relativity, bro?
You'd have to go to. You have to go to where it says general relativity.
Just a second.
Show. Are
I just
you
think this
really
should be an
arguing
easy
this, bro?
concession. So,
Come on, go show.
I mean, there's this page. This is a long page. There's a whole bunch of different people, different criticisms and refutations.
this is just basically a list of them saying that back in the day, people had different theories and that some people didn't agree with Einstein at the time, but since then he's been proven right. That's what this is.
I mean,
It's like a history of the opposition, but it's currently opposed, though. So this is the problem.
Currently opposed by who, though?
Tons of people. Are you going
A lot
to?
of
So
people,
now
man.
we've shifted the argument to where now you're going to debate that relativity is challenged currently.
No, it's the people that challenge it, like the Mond and emergent gravity and that type of stuff. That stuff's in the let's say string theory even. Like these things aren't successfully. There's no successful evidence for them.
Once again, you went to the conflation of the replacement, Gosha. Okay.
No, not
So-
replacement. Just even any successes. Success showing that they're correct. Not
The replacement.
Not replacing. That they would have to show that they're more correct, but even showing that they're correct at all.
That's right, a replacement theory. That's not the same as the people that I've watched, like interviews and read papers, where they just the paper is just about what is wrong with relativity, why it doesn't work. Okay, because that's what I googled. That's what I want to know. I'm smart enough to know falsifications independent of replacement. I don't want to know a replacement theory. I'm talking to someone telling me relativity is true. I want to go hear the other side so I can make an informed decision. Okay, these Globers say relativity is definitively true. I want to go find out what the other side says. What is the criticism of it? And it's like, oh, well, people back in 1908 thought it was wrong. It's a lie. It's a lie because they think
today
it's
who
wrong
try to
now.
falsify it are not successful. So why would they say, "Hey, this person tried to show that it's false, but they weren't successful"? Why are they going to say that?
You just keep on saying that.
There's not people showing that it's false, and then like actually those tests standing up.
This is the actual situation, which is that best in your own paradigm, best case scenario, relativity is drastically incomplete. That is literally the best case. That is not the criticism. That is the pro-relativistic stance. is that best case, it's incomplete.
Well,
Best case.
it's not incomplete in itself, but it's an incomplete description of reality.
Which is what it claimed to be, huh?
Same as quantum field theory. They're both.
That's what it claimed to be, huh, Kosha?
Complete theories of everything.
Isn't that what it did?
That doesn't mean
Wait.
they're drastically incomplete in themselves.
No, they claimed to be, and it claimed to be a theory to explain reality.
Yeah, to a model of reality and some aspects of it. But obviously, they don't make, general relativity doesn't make claims about, subatomic particles or anything like that.
No, we just talk about the cosmological scale, which was the primary motivation, was to explain space.
No, that's what I'm saying is that it makes claims on the nature of mass and energy in relationship to, space time.
And it didn't work. I'm saying it didn't work, though. So, like, best case scenario, it's incomplete. It didn't work for its primary goal. Like, they looked at, in 1933, we found out that the galaxy cluster showed a mass distribution of 1%, the predicted value of relativity. It wasn't even close to where, it wasn't 97% right. It was 1% right. It wasn't even close. Okay?
Yeah,
it didn't work.
That doesn't necessarily mean that theory is wrong. That could be, there could be like a flaw in the understanding of, matter. Like, same thing with the dark matter, dark energy. Like, those aren't flaws in gravity, not yet. They could be, but they could also just be a lack of understanding somewhere else.
If we have a flaw in the understanding of matter, then relativity is also wrong because it was built upon that understanding of matter.
Yeah, it's the whole thing.
My God, bro. It was literally built upon the current understanding of mass.
If we don't understand about something about a particle that we didn't yet know of, that's not in any way, saying that there's a flaw in general.
Kosho, come on, dude.
Really just, an effect of something that we didn't
Dude,
yet know.
okay, look, relativity claims to explain the cause of gravity. If we then look in the sky and we see that using relativity, which claims to explain gravity, that we can't explain 99% of the gravitational effect using relativity, then it didn't work. It was wrong.
And that's what I'm saying. That's one scenario. One scenario is that gravity, the theory of it, is incorrect. And if you correct it using like Eric Verlin's thing, you don't get those problems. However, it can also, the most popular assumption is that there's some exotic matter that exists out there that doesn't affect, is not affected by electromagnetic radiation, the same as the other matter that we know, and that still has a gravitational effect. And it's that we're observing. That's the reason why we're observing that. Which would not be a problem with general relativity. It would just be a problem with not knowing what this matter was. So those
it's a fancy way of saying you can't detect it.
Solutions for that same problem.
No, when you said like that's what we're observing or whatever, but no, when you say that it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum, it's a fancy way of saying you can't detect it. It can't be detected.
Because you needed more of something there.
You can't detect it with light. Yeah.
Can't detect
you needed something more there.
But you do detect it.
You don't anything.
I mean, that's the observation.
No, they don't detect it. They claim to detect the effect of it.
Yeah, that's right. That's detecting it. That's what I'm saying. So they're detecting that there's something there, but it could also be the case that there's not something there, and that there's some weird aspect of gravity which does this thing that we don't yet understand.
They're seeing things move the way they shouldn't, so they're claiming that they see effects of something that isn't there. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, for real.
That's what I'm saying. But the answer is that they don't know what the answer is. They don't know whether it's that answer or the other answer.
Why haven't they considered just starting back over?
Why not just scrap it?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you scrap what? Scrap
your religious stupid paradigm.
It worked in the solar system. They went out wider, and it was off 98%. Bro, like, what is there? Like some weird scalar equation that we don't know about? Like, what are you doing?
I mean, I could tell a child what happened, and they would understand, right? I could tell them, look, gravity claims, you see this table, this is matter, okay? So when you can touch stuff, that's matter. Okay, when we try to count how much of that matter that we can touch there is, we call that mass, okay? Now, there's something called relativity. That's gravity, all right? It says that when you have this much matter, you have this much gravity. We then looked in the sky, we saw this much matter, and the amount of gravity was way too much. So when we made up our theory about this much matter gives us this much gravity, it was wrong because it only had 1% of the matter that was supposed to be there to make that much gravity. Here's 100 pennies. We're going to pull 1 penny out, okay? Only 1 penny was there. It was supposed to have 100 pennies, okay? So what we did was we came up with a theory where we pulled the 99 other pennies back over and combined them with the 1 penny we pulled out and said, those are there, I promise. We just can't see them or prove them, and we don't even know what they are. Therefore, our theory still works. And the 5-year-old would say, wait, what? They'd have a couple questions, and let's say 8-year-old, right? And then they'd put together like, oh, so your theory was wrong, so you just made up that the pennies were there anyway?
Imagine the same thing, Kosho, but with the alphabet. And there's all these letters that we can't see, we never heard of. They don't get used, but I promise they're part of the alphabet, bro. It's silly, man.
And then what's weird is like now when we do the debate thing about the Earth, people don't come in here and say, yeah, gravity could be completely wrong, relativity it looks like it's wrong. You guys say it's for sure right, and dark matter for sure. We know dark matter exists. It's like, what the?
Yeah, that's the thing that's like crazy. Is like this, like making it so definitive. Like that's nuts. That would never happen in any other circumstance if it was actually legitimate.
Then they try to separate it from the conversation. They try to say, well, that's how leading edge of science works. It's like their talking point. Science does figures things out. We don't know everything. So they can just ignore the fact that their theory was wrong. They do the same thing with, the solar system works. Well, the solar system claims that we're flying through a galaxy, which means you're making a galactic claim, which means you're also making a universal claim.
Yes. And Kosho, do you admit that they, back then when this all happened, do you admit that they went a little bit away from science to do this? Like outside the parameters of what science should be?
The penny thing got you, huh, bro?
It's just bizarre, man.
Maybe I should make a video where I literally lay 100 pennies on the desk.
Yeah, you title it "When the Penny Drops."
Maybe it will help if you visualize it for them or something. Because
I think the penny just dropped because he's disappeared. He's had an epiphany.
Well, to be fair, I think he does understand this, but it's just not. It doesn't sound good to defend it that way. Like, let's say I woke up, I had some epiphany. Oh wow, the globe model is true. We are flying through space, right? I mean, obviously, very hypothetical here, but and then so I went around debating for it. I would for sure be like, yeah, relativity's wrong. Relativity's wrong. Our assumption about how the universe works is wrong. Everything we think right now is wrong when it comes to gravity.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to in order to stay honest with the conversation moving forward. They would have to do that, but it just unravels so much.
Yeah, because I would also be like, yeah, according to our model, the Earth could be geocentric, which means stationary, and that means orbiting and rotating. It could just be at rest, and at rest doesn't mean moving. At rest doesn't mean, oh well, it's still spinning though.
You're right. They would have to admit that there's for sure other options, and they might have to admit that the other options are just as or more likely.
Then I would say, so what I would do, my argument would be a philosophical one, and I would say it's improbable. It's like grossly unlikely that we are at the center due to how big the universe is.
And then I would say, well, if you're wrong about that, if you're also wrong about the size of the universe, and in fact it could be smaller, denser, younger, well, then the Copernican principle just doesn't hold the same argument,
Then we'd be put into a paradigm where we're now going to debate the evidence for how big the universe is. This is why they can't do it, because Exactly, because when you're honest, it boils down to a conversation where you have nothing.
Do you think they see this? What's it? Do you think they see what
No.
we just explained coming? No,
No.
right?
No, I think I would have to put my glasses on and play the role of the Glober and go back and forth myself.
Yeah.
And they still would like check out.
This is pretty bad for them.
Oh yeah. I think maybe I should just play the role of the Glober in here and on Discord. I should just permanently be the Glober. That way, like they don't have anything to say.
Dude, you can't do
I
that with
remember
that replacement. We'd have to replace you, bro.
it was all over mainstream news not that long ago during the COVID lockdowns, where they announced on the mainstream news that they just found the gravitational evidence of gravity. They found the wave. Remember that?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, dude. That's a joke. I don't know, man. I think that's why I just think this truth is like for certain people, man. And like if you think about it, people take that as arrogant, but we don't know the truth. Okay? We just know what's not true. We don't actually know what the truth is. Like we don't know what the universe is, and we don't know what's in the sky, and we don't know what the whole earth is, and we don't know any of it. We don't know. Right? Like so when I say this truth is for certain people, it's more so like the ability to see through what isn't true.
I agree, man. It kind of says that in Matthew a little bit too. It kind of says like something along the lines like some people will be able to have the wisdom to see, and some won't. You know.
Yes. It says actually they'll be handed over to delusion also, right? It says they'll be handed over to delusion because they have no love of the truth.
Yes, it does.
For me, like I just want to know the truth. Like for me, it's like a very exciting subject. I also am aware enough to see that's why the trick worked so well, because it is like very captivating, you know? Like yeah, like talking about where we live and what's around us and like how everything works. Like it's a very captivating thing. And it's also captivating to us. That's why we spend so much time on it, right? I mean,
I feel like it's weird. I feel like it's weird that it's captivating to them though, like the anti-flat earthers on here. Because I'm captivated because like you said, you want the truth, you know? You kind of we're searching for what really is. They don't seem to have that desire, yet they're still very intrigued at the same time.
Oh yeah, that's like the weirdest part.
Yeah. I always try to figure out like what the difference is between the way we think and the way they think, and every time I come up empty. Like I try to think because a lot of them are intelligent people, but maybe they have like a gap in their logical knowledge or something. I don't know, man. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know. I get really frustrated too when I'm trying to like research this stuff because I know I've read certain things before and I can't find it. It's like that's something else I don't get is like stand toe to toe with big tech censorship and like defend it. Like what? I don't.
Yeah, I don't
Their
know how they
model has
can
tons of
defend that, man.
problems. Like their model has tons of problems, right? And tons of gaps in knowledge. So they should promote all the information being thrown out into the open so we could get to the bottom of it. If you're really so sure that the model is correct, you would be all for like transparency and like the promotion of critical assessment. You would be like, look, these people are pointing out these problems. Like, we need to figure it out. Let's all talk about this. Let's figure it out. Like, you would want it to be like on the news. Because if you really just want to figure out what's going on, you'd want it seen. They secretly like that it's like forbidden.
Yes, and I don't know why.
Well, that shows you that they know deep down that like it's not as strong as they portray.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what started it too, because they're moving away from science. Like if they were all about science, like they claim they are, they would want to know, and that's kind of what happened back then to an extent with them choosing the philosophy of the Copernican principle over what was right in front of them with all the results of everything, the red shifts, like it just all of that, man. It's just so many band-aids they put over this thing, and they can't even see it, let alone address it.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm about to check this out.
So I got a new guy at work. Guess what? He's a physicist student. And guess what he says to me? Yeah, I really don't like the theoretical physics that much. He said, if you're talking about dark matter and dark energy, I'm not really going to disagree with you. So he knows it's indefensible. He's a physicist student at college. What are the odds of serendipity that I would get to work with a physicist student?
Yo, who the fuck is Little G? Is that Sean G or is that like a Little G gravity thing? Because I thought Sean G was in here earlier, so that's...
No, it's not Sean G.
Yeah, all right. Well, because I always used to fuck with him and be like, Lil Sean G in the house. What do you got, Bob?
Bob's in the house. Looks like he's done researching the flat moon again.
Actually, I'm working on something else right now. Trying to get some time on a telescope down in Chile. I gotta confirm an asteroid.
Wouldn't the best place to put a telescope be like on the moon or something? I feel like that'd be a dope ass spot, like the dark side of the moon, maybe. I don't know.
Well, the dark side of the moon changes all the time. But they're talking about putting a radio telescope on the other side of the moon, the far side, in a crater. You know, stringing cables out like a spider web and making it into a radio telescope, kilometer wide.
Ooh, that's a good idea. That's what I mean. Then you're not in the atmosphere and shit, right?
Well, radio telescopes don't make that much of a difference, but you know, you can get one that's really, really big by using a crater. But yeah, they've got some interesting plans. We don't really need to put them on the moon because there's dust there and everything. It's not really going to help that much. But we do have them in space. We've got James Webb, you know, 1 million miles out, 5 times the distance to the moon, out at L2. And it's getting some really great images out there. No, I think I discovered an asteroid and I'm trying to get it confirmed.
Is it gonna collide with Earth? Is this gonna be like the movie Don't Look Up?
Well, I don't know about that. It's not that big, but I think it might. It's crossing the Earth's orbit, according to my original calculations.
You found it. Nobody, NASA, that SETI place, none of these other places managed to see this.
No, that happens 300 times a year. Most asteroids are found by people like me. They've got sky surveys going on, you know, Atlas and things like that. But they're kind of like me on steroids, you know, my equipment on steroids. And they do sky surveys, you know, pretty much on a nightly basis. They're up in the mountains out in New Mexico. But they do a lot of work there. But I found one possible new one the other day, and I measured 34 others. So, you know, it's pretty easy to do.
That are going to collide, possible others, you mean possibly collide with Earth?
No. Known asteroids. Every time you see an asteroid, it's always a good idea to get some measurements on it and just throw that into the database so that they have, you know, it just refines the orbit a little bit.
Oh, most of
the ones that are out there are pretty well defined. You know, they found almost all of the ones that are over 1 kilometer. They did just find a 680 meter one last year. A guy like me did.
I'm just curious as to when you said they're doing measurements, you mean how big it is? Measurements of how big it is?
Measure the orbit. No, you measure the orbit.
A guy like you, do you mean a flat Earth enthusiast?
Yeah.
A flat moon enthusiast.
Flat moon
enthusiast, yeah. No, just somebody that's got a telescope. No, what you do is you can measure the orbit. You can measure the orbital elements with taking 3 observations of it. You can describe its orbit.
They get its size. I'm just curious.
They don't. That doesn't give you the size.
No, I'm curious. How do you get the size?
I don't know exactly how they do it. I think they do it by photometry. But I will tell you this one that I found.
Say that word again. Hold on. What was that word?
Photometry.
What?
Photometry.
Photometry?
Yeah. But the one
Negative
that I
10.
found is pretty close, but it's very, very dim, which leads me to believe it's small. If it's 100 meters, I'd be surprised. You know, it's not real bright like Ceres or something. Ceres is 680 kilometers across,
You
and
smoking,
it's real
Bob?
bright.
He's smoking a little blunt or something. You got a little joint going there.
Not tonight.
Smoking cigarettes?
Yeah, it's my one bad habit.
I didn't know you smoked.
It's my one bad habit. I don't drink and I don't do other things. This is my one bad habit.
So I'm looking up this photometry thing.
Yeah. The main thing you use
And
photometry for is to help determine the rotational speed.
I mean, this doesn't look like you're getting a measurement of how big it is of the thing. The science of measuring visible light in units that are weighted according to the sensitivity of the human eye. It says it's
No.
quantitative. What's up?
No.
Photometry.
Yeah, photometry.
And no, I definitely
Photometry and
spoke of it.
astronomy. Photometry and astronomy is if you imagine an asteroid that's rotating. An asteroid is not like a cue ball where it's completely smooth and of uniform color. It's got little mountains and valleys on it. It's got light rubble and dark rubble. So as that light changes, you know, as it rotates, the reflected sunlight changes. And by looking at the cycle of those changes, you can get an idea of the rotational speed of the asteroid.
Yo, I'm actually reading. This looks exactly like this shit. This looks exactly, this photometry thing looks just like spectroscopy. Because it says it's done in a very carefully controlled condition. Just like spectroscopy that is. And you guys hijacked it to do your out of space bullshit.
No, we're using it's a different type of photometry. If you want to see photometry,
Yeah.
I'll show it to you.
No, I know it's a different type. It's the one that's done in not carefully controlled conditions.
No, it's the
Just
one
like
that's used in
spectroscopy.
astronomy.
Yeah. So they have one that's done on Earth under carefully controlled conditions. Then you got this thing that's not done in carefully controlled conditions. Pretty much the exact opposite. Unknown conditions. Weird, Bob. Very weird. You guys made it weird.
Works.
Yeah.
And it works exactly as we say it does. So,
Of course, because you said so.
well, it's because that's the way it's designed to work.
So
It's like how gyro compasses work. They work because that's the way we design them to work.
this photometry thing we designed to work in a carefully controlled condition. And they probably know that works.
I'll show you what photometry with astronomy is.
Why is it done in carefully controlled conditions on Earth, but then this thing you're doing is done in basically unknown conditions?
You're talking about two different things.
Well, this thing I'm talking about is called photometry. What's your thing called?
It's called photometry in astronomy, yes.
Photometry, yeah. Same shit.
Yeah,
Dude, you
it's a
got some
different
Star
thing.
Wars shit going. You're living some science fiction prediction fantasy land over there.
No, not really.
Yeah, you had I heard the Star Wars shit. You're a nerd.
That was my
Was that your ringtone for your phone?
no, it has to do with it's a it's a channel welcome.
No doubt.
Superstar Astronomers is a members-only broadcast which features talks from the world's leading astronomers.
All right, here you go. I'll put it in chat for you if you're really interested in it. If you're not, that's on you. There you go.
No, it looks exactly like spectroscopy, because spectroscopy was done in a very controlled condition, almost an isolated system. And you guys took it, and now you fucking looking at shit and total opposite of that isolated system, the most open system you could possibly fucking get.
Well,
And
if
then
that's
did
what you want to believe,
spectroscopy.
you can believe it.
Well, that's what happened, Bob. I didn't make that up.
Yeah, actually, you just did. I sent you the link. I put the link up for actual star photometry, is what we were talking about.
I hear you, Bob. But the thing I said about spectroscopy, that's what happened. We did spectroscopy on Earth, very controlled, isolated conditions. You guys took it and started doing it on stars in the most
Yeah, you can do
uncontrolled
it on
condition
stars too.
imaginable.
Yeah, you can do it on stars too.
And I'm just saying this photometry thing looks like the same exact shit we did in a carefully controlled condition here on Earth. And then you
You're
guys
stuck
hijacked
on that
it for your
carefully
astronomy.
controlled condition on Earth thing, aren't you?
No, I'm just saying it's very similar to the spectroscopy thing, because spectroscopy is also done in a carefully controlled environment.
Is it a carefully controlled environment? You sure about that?
Spectroscopy?
Yeah. Are you sure? How carefully is it controlled?
It's almost an isolated. It's the closest thing humans can get to an isolated system. No?
And where did you see that in the definition?
I don't know if that's in the definition, but is that
Well,
not
it's
how they do
not,
it?
because you made it up.
Spectroscopy?
No, you just made up that. You made up that definition of carefully controlled
Photometry?
condition.
In
No, you made up
photometry?
the definition of carefully controlled condition. It's not in. It's not in.
Carefully
That,
controlled
it's not in
environment.
your reference.
Well, I didn't post any reference. What are you talking about?
What you're referring to is a definition, is something, and then you made up a definition of one of the words or one of the phrases.
Okay, what did I make up exactly? Because I'm not sure.
Oh, the most isolated condition that it can be, as opposed to the most unisolated condition that it could be. That's all you, man. You added
Yeah,
all that.
spectroscopy. Well, I'd like to bring up some spectroscopy shit. Hold on. I got you.
Spectroscopy of stars. I'm not going to look at any other spectroscopy that you put up.
Well, no, I
It
was
has
saying
to
the one
be.
we
It
do
has
on
to be
Earth.
in relationship to astronomy, because that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, I was talking about the one we do on Earth, spectroscopy. They do
I'm
it
not
in a
talking
near
about that. I'm
isolated.
talking about the one for astronomy. That's all I'll talk about. I'm not talking about one in a lab.
I know. I was comparing the photometry thing to the spectroscopy thing, because
Not
just
going
like
to talk about
spectroscopy,
photometry in a lab on Earth either. Only as it relates to astronomy. So if you have one that relates to astronomy and you want to talk about it, we can talk about that.
spectroscopy, I haven't looked into the photometry thing yet. Because honestly, I might have heard that word a few times before, but not much. So that's how they get the size of it though, photometry. They get the size of an asteroid or whatever.
I am not sure how they get the size of the asteroid. I think it may have something to do with the photometry of it. I'm not sure. I've never done it.
Do you know how big your asteroid is?
No.
You mean
I suspect that it's very dim, so I suspect that it's small, but it could just be very dark too. So I don't know.
That shit could be like the dinosaur killer asteroid, or it could be just some little pebble. You have no idea.
Well, it's very unlikely that it's a dinosaur killer asteroid, because we've pretty much found all of the ones over a kilometer. We've found the vast majority of them. The ones we're looking for right now are in the 140 meter range.
If something's coming, you think we found all the big ones?
The vast majority of them, yeah. The goal was to find the goal was to find in excess of 90% of all asteroids over 1 kilometer, and that's what they set up all of the sky surveys for and everything. We've done a pretty good job with that because we're finding fewer and fewer of them. You know, we found a lot of them at first, and then it really has just trickled off because even though we're looking even harder, we're running out of big asteroids to find, although they did find a 680-meter one, you know, within the year. Most of the asteroids that
last year
are
they just
unknown right now are 140 meters or less.
found a 640 meter, what, that passes through our orbital path, or
No, they
oh,
just found one that was 680 meters. It's a main belt asteroid. It's not a near Earth object, I don't think. But you know, they're few and far between we find any new ones that big.
I'm just curious. Shouldn't the goal right away have been to get to Mars? Like as soon as we went to the moon, shouldn't we have been like, let's go to Mars and set up shop just in case another dinosaur killer asteroid comes and wipes us all off the face? We'll at least have a colonization on Mars that can keep humans going. Wouldn't that be a good idea?
Just took money and political will. They didn't have it.
Just try to like have basically a life raft for humanity. Wasn't worth it.
Well, it wasn't apparently because they didn't fund it.
If we all die, right? And if you guys missed one of these asteroids and we get wiped out, the shit is basically like it's their fault that they didn't push for this.
Well, that's on them.
They could have scared us into this easily.
They decided to go in a different direction. They wanted
Which
to
was do circles around Earth.
No, they wanted to use they wanted to commercialize low Earth orbit and exploit low Earth orbit rather than go on missions of exploration.
Yeah, instead of going somewhere, they just circled the block nonstop for the past however many years ISS has been going. Yeah, it was a good, smart move.
No, what they did was they commercialized and normalized low Earth orbit. And that's why you're seeing all these companies coming up now and they're using their own resources to launch things. They're basically becoming contractors to launch payloads to orbit. And that was the goal that they set up in the Nixon administration.
They thought it was a better idea to do circles around Earth nonstop and send up a few people to float for 90 seconds instead of possibly saving humanity. Well, I don't know, how long do they go up there for? A few minutes?
6 months.
Oh, dude, commercial?
Yeah.
Who's going up there commercially for 6 months?
The commercial launch vehicles launch astronauts that change out the crews on the ISS, and they do that about every 6 months.
Yeah, ISS, yeah.
Yeah, they're up there for 6 months at a time.
I thought you were talking about like William Shatner or something who goes up there for like 2 minutes and floats around and comes back down.
No, I'm not. That's basically a carnival ride. I'm talking about the actual work of what they do.
Yeah, the
like
ISS.
SpaceX, they resupply the ISS. They change the crews out. They launch
satellites. Circling
satellites.
the block thing I told you. We're just circling the block nonstop for the past fucking 20
That's
years.
what you think. If that's what you consider it, I guess you're welcome.
They're not going anywhere. They're like a little kid on a bicycle who just got to go out, leave the house on his own, and he's not allowed to cross the street yet. And you just circling the block.
You can minimize it all you want. I mean, that's on you, though. I don't really care.
Well, I mean, do you like that analogy, or?
I think it's childish.
It was, yeah. But it was a good analogy nonetheless.
No,
it's not analogous to what's going on.
No, we're going to orbit to work and do science.
Yeah, but we're just like the little kid on the bicycle who's just doing circles around his house around the block. We're just doing circles around our house around the block, basically.
No.
Yeah, that's what it's like.
Well, that's what you think.
I mean, it's a pretty good comparison.
In your mind, it is.
I got some Santa Claus shit if you want to hear that.
Not really. Not really all that interested in Santa Claus.
What are you interested in, Bob?
Nope.
Nope. What? That's not a answer. What do you mean? Nope. It's not a trap. Like everything's not a trap. We can just have a nice conversation. You think it's possible the moon's flat? Have you heard the idea of a shallow Earth? All right, how about this? Who do you think's crazier, the flat earthers or the concave earthers?
I think the concave earthers are just desperate for attention.
At least they got their gas contained.
I think my impression of concave earthers is they have this attitude like flat earthers have their theory, I can have mine.
At least they're open to other possibilities. Like, would it really shock them if Earth was flat? Like, Bob might have a fucking heart attack over here if he found out Earth was flat, whereas a concaver might be like, oh, okay, it's flat. Like, if I found out it was concave, I'd be like, oh, okay, it's concave, you know? Like, I could adjust to that paradigm.
I think it's more like they just want to have their own toys.
You know, I'm just curious about something, Jeremy. What happened to you to cause you to despise knowledge and accomplishment so much? Did smart people make fun of you when you were in school, or were you told that you were dumb?
I mean, I was telling my friend earlier, like, I wish I could show people everything I've seen. I don't know.
No, the question is why is it that you seem to despise accomplishment? You know, you have to minimize the accomplishments of the human race. Does it serve some meaning in your life or something? Does it meet some need that you have?
Or did they just not tell us the truth? You're under the assumption that they've told us the truth and it isn't accomplished.
Not under any assumptions at all. I'm just, you know, every time you get on this thing, you just try and poo-poo every bit of advancement of the human race. I'm just curious as to what need that meets in you.
Okay, that's not true, that statement you just said. I don't try to prove every accomplishment. It's ridiculous.
Like the moon landings, for example. That was the accumulation of a national effort of some 10 years. It was a very difficult task to do, and we overcame it using little more than slide rules and World War II technology. Isn't that just an amazing thing? I mean, why do you have to? Why do you feel the need to just shit on it? You know, I mean, that's something to be proud of, not deride.
Bob, the thing is, I don't think they even did that. How am I supposed to think it's this great accomplishment? I think they lied to us. Like I said, you're under the assumption that they actually did that.
So what happened to you that made you believe that way? And in the face of all of the evidence that we have to the contrary. So
I've seen a lot of stuff.
Why is it that you just feel the need that you have to say that that never happened?
We could go over it, all the reasons why, if you want.
No, I'm curious as to what happened to you that would cause you to have that belief.
The things that I've seen of the footage from the moon landings, the succession of events that happened, the timeline. Like I said, if you want to go over it, we can go over it in detail.
No, I've heard all of I've heard all of the derp on that. I'm just curious as to why you bought into it.
For starters, Nixon was the president for all the moon landings. So I mean, that's a trustworthy guy running the show right there. For starters, it's a good.
What's that have to do with anything that happened in the 10 years before he even came into office?
I don't know, but he was the guy running the show when it happened. So I mean,
and what's that have to do with anything?
What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, what does it have to do with anything? I mean, that was a 10-year effort that was long before Nixon.
I don't know, one of the most corrupt presidents America's ever had, running
What
the
does
show
that have
during
to
this
do with
event
anything?
because
For
he's
the
running
efforts that occurred 10 years before, in
what
the 10 years
effort?
before he was even on the scene.
I don't think there was much effort put forth because I don't think we really did it. Like I said, you're
And
under the
what
assumption that
happened to
we
you to
did it
make
and
you
they put
believe
all
that?
this effort.
Yeah,
We're
but I
gonna
mean,
go
what
through it
happened
right
to you
now.
to make you believe that?
We're gonna
Because
go through it right
that's a
now.
very strange belief to have.
It's
So
actually not.
how
A
does
lot
it
of people.
meet a need in your psyche?
All right, well, hold on. It's not a very strange belief to have because there's a large percentage
Yeah,
of
it is a very
Americans.
strange belief to have.
There's a
And
nice
it's in the
percent.
contrary of all the evidence that exists concerning the moon landings. I mean, we were there. We've seen the landing sites from lunar orbit. There's not a question
On the
as to whether or not
LRO.
we went to the moon.
Yeah.
It's a matter of public record. So why is it that you went down this rabbit hole and suddenly thought it was, you felt good about denying it even happened?
We're seeing it from the LRO. That's been debunked. They've loaded the photos in the Photoshop, and we've seen the fakery with that. Now,
No, there's no fakery.
as far as the belief of us not landing on the moon being a strange belief, I mean that would be true if it was very obscure. But there's a nice percentage of Americans, let alone people all around the world, that also think
Oh,
that
so
moon landings
bandwagon
are fake.
fallacy. You think that if there's enough people out there that follow these flat Earth discords and channels and stuff that say the moon landing didn't happen, suddenly that becomes a viable alternative? No, it
No,
doesn't.
okay. Well, I'm just using it. You said it was a strange belief, so
It
I'm
is a
telling you
very
it's not
strange
that
belief
strange.
held by a very
Not that
marginalized
strange.
minority of people. You're in that marginalized minority. I'm curious as to why you put yourself in that marginalization.
I mean, I could
Why
get
did
you
you
the numbers
marginalize
on.
yourself?
I could get you the numbers on the polls. It's really not that strange of a belief. It's actually a nice
The
percentage
bizarre belief.
of people.
No, it's a very
It's a
bizarre
nice percentage.
minority belief.
Well, I'll get the poll. I'll get the numbers for the polls. How about that? We'll see.
I don't
We'll
really
see how many
care
people.
what you think the numbers are. It's a bizarre minority belief.
What would you think minority is? How many percentage of Americans would you say would be a minority? Less than
For
50?
this, I would really be surprised if you had a full 1% that believe the moon landings didn't occur.
So who do you like?
And
Snope?
of anybody
Hold on.
that has, I'm sure that you can find subgroups
Well,
where
no,
the
we'll get some big.
percentages might be higher.
We'll get some big groups from like Snopes or something. Hold on. Gallups? You like Gallups?
Whether or not people agree with you does not change the fact that it is a bizarre belief in the face of available evidence.
Or did you ask me a question?
So I really don't care whether or not you find you cherry pick out some poll that say 90% of Americans don't believe we landed on the moon. The bottom line is the evidence says we did. So why are you turning your back on evidence?
I have evidence to the contrary.
You have, okay, can you tell me where Neil Armstrong was on July 20th, 1969, if not on the moon? Can you show me that he was in Newark?
He could have been in the little.
No, you show me where he was. Can you tell me where he was?
I cannot tell you where he was. No.
Okay, so you don't know that he wasn't on the moon.
He could have been.
He could have been. All right, very good. Yeah. We're making progress. So he could have been on the moon.
Yeah.
Was he filmed walking into the rocket that launched to the moon in July of 1969?
Probably.
Did he train for it?
Well, hold on.
Do you have film that shows that he got out of it before it launched?
No, they did film him in the rocket that they said went to the moon. Now we don't know where that rocket.
Do you have any evidence that he left that rocket?
We don't know where that rocket. Yeah, we don't know where that actual rocket actually went or not, or if he was in it the whole time
we
or
tracked
what.
it the whole way. We absolutely tracked it the entire way. And as a matter of fact, most recently with Artemis, we tracked that the whole way, and people like me filmed it. We took images of the Artemis spacecraft between the Earth and the Moon. You can see it. I couldn't because I had clouds, but there's a number of people that did video it. Astronomy Live got it. Where's Wally down in Brisbane got it.
Yeah,
I mean, we can
neat.
identify the Artemis spacecraft in flight. So we know that it went there.
Well, you know that something went up in the sky. So.
And we know that it went to the moon.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because we could see it.
You saw it do what?
I saw it flying between the Earth and the moon.
Yeah, you saw a light in the sky.
No, we saw the spacecraft.
You saw.
See, this is the other problem. You seem to think that simply calling it a light in the sky means it wasn't there.
You saw a spacecraft-sized light, a spacecraft-shaped light in the sky between us.
More importantly, we saw a spacecraft-sized light in the sky exactly where the spacecraft was supposed to be.
I know. That's probably what they would do if they were faking it. They would make it be in
anywhere in the world.
They would make it be in the spot they told you it was going to be in.
Okay, but you understand though that if it wasn't in that spot, okay, if it was in that spot, it was on the way to the moon. And are you telling me that they put a special object in the sky to appear as if it was on the moon from anybody on Earth with a telescope? So Astronomy Live got it over by Jacksonville, and Where's Wally got it down by Brisbane, and it all was exactly where it was. You've seen my stuff on the ISS demonstrating where it was.
Oh, dude, I don't watch. I don't watch your channel.
Well, that's on you.
I stopped watching science fiction like 10 years ago.
Well, that's what you can call it if you want, but it's still verifiable evidence that you can get yourself, but you don't.
Definitely not verifiable.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, but it's verifiable evidence that you could get yourself, but I bet you won't.
It's verifiable how, as far as you can see, a light-shaped spacecraft in the sky.
Nope.
A light.
You can do it. Well, you of course can see it exactly where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, they put something in the sky and then they said, "Yo, this thing's going to be here," and then it was there, and now you're on there now.
Yeah, it's in orbit. It's in orbit.
It's in the
sky.
sky.
No, it's in orbit because you
the
can't have a thing in the sky that will appear at a certain angle to anybody, no matter where they are, as long as it's within their line of sight. You can't do that unless it's physically in orbit. You can't fake that.
It just
witnesses
needs to be
on the ground.
No, listen, it just needs to be in the sky above us, and
no, it has to be in a very specific spot in the sky above us.
Okay, they put it in a very specific spot in the sky above
Orbit?
us. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's in orbit. That's where it is.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to call it an orbit.
You don't have it doesn't require your permission to be in orbit. That's the only position that it could be in order to be seen exactly where they say it is by anybody that looks.
In order to have an orbit, you'd have to have a spherical natured Earth, maybe an oblate spheroid or something.
And we do.
You're under all kinds of presuppositions.
No, I'm under measurements. I've measured the fact the Earth is a sphere. I've measured the fact it's in orbit, and I've verified it by several different means. I verified the altitude of the orbit. I verified the speed of the ISS. And I verified that it was exactly where they said it was supposed to be.
That doesn't mean anything. They put something in the sky, told you it was going to be there, and it was there. That's not a fucking...
It means everything, Jeremy.
It doesn't.
That's
Did you measure Earth curve?
Scientific reasoning.
Did you tell me a minute ago you measured Earth curve?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's break us off with the measurements.
Yeah, of course I've measured Earth curve.
I bet. Let's
probably 4 or 5 different ways.
Break us off with one. We can only do one at a time.
Nope, do them all.
I can't do them all at once.
Nope, we're going to do them all because they all support each other.
We can do them all. We can't do them all at once. We can only do one at a time.
Sure we can.
All at once?
Sure, why not?
I don't. It's going to be a clusterfuck. How about we do one at a time? We can do them all one at a time.
Nope. Nope. You got to disprove all of them at the same time. If you can't disprove them all at the same time, you haven't disproved them.
Can we just do one at a time?
Nope.
All at the same moment is going to be tough. Like I don't.
No, we're going to use Eratosthenes. We're going to use Al-Biruni. We're going to use Aristarchus. We're going to use Kepler. We're going to use great circles, and we're going to use my direct measurement of drop.
Tell me them all at once right now. Let's do them.
They all come back to exactly the same thing: a sphere of radius 3959.
All at once. Let's go. Let's get down to it. Tell me them all at once, though. We can't do it one at a time.
I just did.
No, the intricacies we need. I'm going to go through with each one with you, but you want to do them all at once, so let's go through each one all at once. Go ahead.
Okay. Eratosthenes, Aristarchus, Al-Biruni, Kepler, and great circles, and my direct measurements. All of which come back to the same radius of 3959, a sphere of
the measurements,
radius roughly 3959.
You just gave me a whole bunch of names, said you did a measurement, and said it came out to be a radius, but I'm trying to go through the measurements with you.
You should know those things by now. Two of them are very commonly talked about. Al-Biruni and Eratosthenes. Kepler, you don't talk about too much. Aristarchus, you don't talk about very much. Great circles, you avoid like the plague, because you can't come to can't connect the dots with great circles. If the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance, you fail to realize that means that the Earth is a sphere by definition.
Is that the short? How have you proved it's the shortest 2 points?
Yep.
Distance between 2 points?
Yep.
How?
By comparing the actual distance to the straight line distance across the surface of a flat Earth.
Okay, so we got
one
point
rules
A
out
and
the
point
other.
B.
One rules out the other.
I hear you. We got point A and point B.
Yep.
Right? You're saying it's a curve. So, all right. So there's point A and point B. What do you do next in your measurement of this?
Measure the distance between the 2 points, either by driving it or measuring it by some other means where you know the distance between those 2 points.
Awesome. What was the measurement?
Depends on what 2 points you're talking about.
When you did it, you did this, right? You said you did this, or?
Yeah, one point that I used was Mount Pleasant, Michigan, and Panama City Beach, Florida.
Okay, and that distance was?
I believe it's about 720 miles.
Cool, 720, cool.
Right off the top of my head.
That's fine. I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm writing it down right now, though. But how did you differentiate from a great circle route to a straight line route?
Well, I calculated the straight line route on a flat surface.
And it would have been 720 miles. Well, the flat surface one would have been 720 miles.
No, it wouldn't have been.
Why not?
It was longer, considerably.
Why would it have been? Well, longer? Are you sure? You're telling me this. You're telling me. Hold on. You're telling me from A to B, if it's a straight line.
On a flat plane.
Yep, on a flat plane.
Longer than the great circle distance was.
That doesn't really make sense. Maybe I'm not hearing.
Well, it doesn't matter if it makes sense to you or not. That's what it was.
Well, it's supposed to be longer on a great circle route because it's curving.
No.
No?
Nope.
You sure about that?
The shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is the great circle distance between those 2 points on a sphere of radius 3959.
Yeah. So if
you cannot present me with a single distance between any 2 points that is shorter than the great circle distance between those 2 points.
All right, I'm just trying to envision this in my head. Say we got a basket, right? And I put 2 points on the surface of the basketball, and then I measure that. That's going to be that's going to be X, let's say, distance. Let's say that's 100. Let's say that's 100 miles. Let's say it's 720
All
miles.
right. Do you know what spherical trigonometry means?
Hold on, real quick, Bob, real quick.
Do you know what spherical trigonometry and geometry is?
Sure, but we're on this example here real quick.
Okay, so you know what spherical
Bob.
spherical geometry is. What's the shortest distance between 2 points on a surface in spherical geometry?
It's the great circle, but I'm trying to go through that with you right now. Just let me go through this basketball thing. We got a giant basketball. I made point A to point B. The distance on the surface of that going around the curve is 720 miles. You're telling me if I was to poke a hole and put a pin through the basketball for both the points,
can't do that. Got to be on the surface.
I know, but you're telling me on the flat plane it should be longer.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you on the
surface. You just told me on the flat plane it should be longer.
On a flat plane, not going through the interior of the basketball.
Oh, you're saying if we flatten the basketball out?
Hold on, are you saying if we flatten the basketball on the surface?
Bob, just relax, bro. Just relax. I understand.
Well, stop asking stupid questions.
And then you're saying if we, what do you mean asking stupid questions? I'm trying to figure out how you figured out the actual straight line distance would be longer than a distance that's not a straight line. That's weird.
It's very simple.
I'm not getting. Maybe Essie, you get it? Bob's saying the curve line. If we got A to B and we take
on the surface of a sphere.
Hold on, Bob. Relax, please. You're saying
I am relaxed. Stop. You tell me to relax one more time. Do it.
You're over talking me. Please just
tell me to relax one more time.
Well, I don't want to, but just let me finish my thought. You're over talking me a lot. All right. Well, then don't over talk me. Okay. So you're saying we're on the surface of a sphere. We got points A to B.
Yep.
You're telling me that distance is shorter by going in a curved path than it would be to go in the straight line path that's not curving at all.
On a great circle, yes, that is the shortest path between any 2 points on the surface of a sphere.
Did you hear what I just said, or?
Yes, you did. You misrepresented the problem. On the surface of a sphere, the shortest distance between any 2 points is a great circle. Is the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth a great circle distance?
Oh, that's what your thing was supposed to be showing us.
You're saying no.
I just asked you how you differentiated it, and you told me that it would be longer on flat Earth, which I'm trying to grasp right now because if we have 2 points and one of them is a straight line where it doesn't curve at all.
Yep.
And the other one is curving
on a flat surface.
And you're telling me the other one is curving, that the straight one is going to be longer.
Correct.
Than the curving one. That doesn't make sense, Bob.
Well, that's because on the surface of a sphere, the shortest distance between any 2 points is a great circle.
I understand that. I got you on
that.
On
a flat surface, the shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line.
I understand, yeah.
And you understand that on a flat surface, you can draw a triangle between 2 points and a third point, right?
3 points with a triangle, yeah.
And if you know the length of 2 of those legs and the angle in between them, you can determine the third leg using the law of cosines, right?
Okay.
No, you have to, not okay, right. Acknowledge that is correct.
That sounds good.
Say it is correct.
I mean, we're good to go, bro. That sounded great.
Great. So now on the Earth, we know those 2 legs because we know the distance between both points and the North Pole. We know the distance from point A to the North Pole, and we know the distance from point B to the North Pole. Correct?
Hold on, Ro. You lost me. We got the North Pole, and what's the other point?
Okay, you have 2 points on the Earth, point A and point B, and they're separated. Okay. We know the distance from point A to the North Pole.
Okay,
we know the distance from point B to the North Pole, right?
How did you get the distance from point A to the North Pole?
Well, you know what the latitude is of point A, correct?
Has it been measured? I mean, when we get a distance,
Do
we
you
usually
know what the
measure it.
latitude of a point on the Earth is? Can you determine the latitude and longitude of a point? Yes or no?
I'm not sure, Bob. Have we ever measured the
Okay,
distance?
then
from this
we're not
point
going
A
to continue this discussion then. If you aren't going to acknowledge latitude and longitude, we're not going to continue the discussion.
Sure, there's latitude and longitude lines, but you said we have a distance from point A to the North Pole. I'm asking you, how did we measure it?
Okay, so you acknowledge latitude and longitude, and you know.
Sure. Now my question is, how did we
And
measure
you
it?
know that every degree of latitude is 60 nautical miles, correct?
I have a question after this. I'm going to answer your question, and then I have my question, please.
Okay,
So can you
along
just
the line
repeat?
of longitude, every degree of latitude that you change is 60 miles, 60 nautical miles. That is a given fact. It's not subject to debate.
That's not a. Have we ever measured that distance?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Cool. How do we measure it?
You measure a line of longitude between two lines of latitude. It's only 60 miles. You survey it, and that survey has been done.
No, on Earth. How did we measure it on
Yes,
Earth?
that's how you do it.
1 degree per 69 miles.
You measure 1 degree of latitude along a line of longitude by survey, and that has been done.
Let's see it.
It's been done in Norway, and it has been done near the equator.
Okay, let's see it.
Go look it up.
I don't.
Look up how they measure latitude and longitude.
Bro, this is your thing. You're saying we got a distance from point A to the North Pole. I'm asking you how we measured it. This is your thing, bro. Yes, this is your thing.
All we have to do is we take the number of degrees of latitude at point A and we multiply that by 60. That gives us the distance to the North Pole.
Bob, we're not there yet. You never showed me where they measured this 60 nautical miles per degree.
I don't need to. I don't need to any further than I have.
Your claim.
I told you that it was surveyed. And yes, it has been measured, and you are more than happy to say that for every degree on a sextant, that's 60 nautical miles to the GP. You've already acknowledged all of this stuff. I'm not going to go over it with you again simply because you want me to go over it with you again.
Never agreed that
every
there
degree,
was 60 miles per degree.
Every degree of latitude between the North Pole and point A is 60 nautical miles. Same thing.
I don't believe you. Have we ever measured it?
I don't care. Okay, well then we're done.
Have we ever measured it?
I already told you we have.
Okay, let's see it.
No.
Why?
I'm not going to run around and get basic information for you that you can look up yourself if you want to. If you really want to see where they measured it, go ahead and look it up yourself. Google it right now.
I'm willing to go over it with you right now if you want to.
Then look it up. Then pull it up and we'll go over it.
Let's go over it. How did they do it?
I just told you. Google it. And pull it up, and then we'll go over it. But you're going to Google it and pull it up, and we'll go over it together if you want.
I don't know. I'm not into researching your
Then I'm not. Then I'm not willing to continue with this conversation. Then
that's fair. That's fair that I won't look up your claims. So you're not willing to go over it. That's fine. That's totally reasonable. We went over this other day about the distances. We thought the plane proved it. You know, the measurements were a little wonky because you're going up, down, left, right, and shit. So I'm just not sure about how we're getting
measurements aren't wonky at all. The measurements on the plane aren't wonky at all. It's about 1 mile per 1,000.
Well, maybe
and that's well within the margin of error.
It might be. I mean, it might not be. I'm just not sure how great these measurements are for getting distance.
You're welcome to do it yourself. Every 6 miles, you can deviate 50 feet to the left or the right. Go ahead and see how much that adds to a trip of 1,000 miles.
How do you know that's how much they're deviating?
Because that's what a flight path does. Your flight path is within the wingspan of your plane. So you can.
What about up and down?
You can deviate 1 wingspan, left or right, your choice, and you can only do it once a minute.
What about up or down?
Yeah, 200 feet maximum.
200 feet.
And you should be within about 10 feet.
What happens within 200 feet?
Then you're out of your lane.
Does the plane automatically do it?
No, the plane won't let you go more than 200 feet out because that's your lane.
So the plane automatically does it, puts you back in your lane?
Or the pilot does, either way. You don't deviate that much altitude.
There's upwinds, downwinds, downdrafts, and shit.
You
right?
compensate for them as they occur, and you stay at your altitude.
Yeah, so as a downdraft pushing you, whatever, you adjust to get back in your lane. Yeah, so you're going up and down like pretty much, constantly.
No, you stay at your altitude. Now, most commercial pilots can stay within about 20 feet of their altitude. I'm not a commercial pilot, so I stay within about 50 of mine. You have to stay within 200 feet.
Yeah, I would agree on one thing, that when you travel from A to B, right, there is a distance, a straight line distance, given if it's a great circle or an actual straight line, there's a straight line distance from A to B. Now, somebody's going to travel from A to B, they're never going to have that distance. They're going to have a different distance. Now, I will give it to you that the distance that you get when you travel will always be longer than the actual A to B distance. By how much? I don't know.
How much would you allow?
I don't know. It's not about allowing. I don't know
10%?
how much. I don't know.
Okay, but if the distance that you travel is less
Always more.
than the
always
distance, than the distance you think that you would have to travel on a flat
It's
Earth,
always more
you
about
agree that rules out a flat Earth.
No, this doesn't. I still don't see how you differentiated from the Great Circle route to the flat Earth. Where did
Well,
you
we're
get
not
the flat Earth
discussing
from?
that because you won't acknowledge reality. So
More than acknowledge
you want to
reality.
play little games like, oh, well, show me a source. Show me a source. You go look at the source.
We got
I'm
0.8 to
making
the
a
North
statement.
Pole.
It's a given that each degree of latitude on a line of longitude is 60 nautical miles, period. That's a given. It's not subject to debate.
On your model, on a globe with latitude and
Yeah,
longitude lines,
in
sure,
reality,
but
it's
we
not
need to
subject
actually
to debate.
measure that. That's something that we would actually need to measure in reality before I'm just going to be like, oh yeah.
Okay, well, then we're not going to, like I said, we're not going to discuss it because that is a given. It's not subject to debate.
I mean, Bob, I'm not doing anything too unreasonable. You're saying Earth's a globe. That's a pretty bold claim. I'm just asking for measurements in reality. You're acting like that's lunacy.
I'm not going to play your games and try and look stuff up that you won't look at.
Not a game, Bob. It's not a game. You're playing games. Look at your name, Research Flat Moon. I'm the one playing games, though. My name's Jeremy. I'm the one playing games.
Each degree of latitude along a line of longitude is given as 60 nautical miles. Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
I'm not playing games with you. You're just clearly here to play games. Look at your name. You're just here to play games.
Okay.
Interestingly, Jeremy doesn't believe that, but there are other flat earthers that do. So that's there's some conflict there.
Listen, bro, you're telling me you got a distance from point A to point B. Show me the measurement of that distance. I don't care about no other goofy bullshit. Sorry.
How would you say it's a straight circle, straight circle from a straight line? I mean, without assuming anything, you would say point A to point B is a straight line. It sounds to me like you're assuming it's a great circle and calling a straight line a curved line. I mean, you get what I'm saying?
Jerry.
What's going on,
up, man? Where you been?
Oh, I've been living the life.
We just been playing games with these guys that come here to play games. I mean, look at their names.
Yeah, Research Flat Moon.
Yeah, just here to play games with that name, right?
Little suspect.
It's only you and me, Jeremy, with the real name then, is it? And
Yeah.
No, Jerry is my real name.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Where you been, man?
I needed a little break. It
I
was
hear that, bro. I hear
it
that.
was rough.
I don't blame you.
But you know, in the time that I was off, I actually landed on the moon, and I could prove it because all I have to say is that the Russians would have told on me if I lied, right?
So they would have blew your spot. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And also, nobody could give me a good enough reason why I would lie. You know, why would I lie?
Well, good to have you back. We got shit under control, running nice now, bro. It's running nice and smooth. Today we had an awesome day up in here today. Shit was perfect.
Good to hear your voice too.
Yeah, see, that shit was dope earlier. Had a line going. We had a nice line going for people waiting to talk. It was beautiful. It was almost about to turn into a shit show, and I grabbed the reins.
That was good, bro. You did good today.
Yeah, that shit was dope, right? Right, it was about to
That
turn into
was
a
awesome,
shit
yeah.
show. How many times did I save it
Who's
from a shit
next?
show?
Who's next? I got a paper. I'm writing it down. Who's next?
I had the fucking
That's it,
whiteboard
brother.
out. I had the whiteboard out.
That's it. That's it. That's the answer right there. You do that, bro. We got the best server.
Got that shit down real quick. I saved this from so many shit shows today with the line.
Hall of Fame Flat Earth mod.
Top 10, top 5. Bob's in the top 10 Globers over there. He's sitting pretty. Them guys look up to you, Bob. You better tell him to bow down and kiss the Chuck.
Well, Bob actually talks. Got to give him credit
Start
for
calling
that.
you Bob Leroy, like Bruce Lee. Remember that movie, Go Enter the Dragon?
Bruce Leroy.
Remember with the glow, and he would fight showing up. Some shit from the 80s. Never mind. The 80s, the 80s was good times, man. Bob remembers the 80s. He was about 40 back then. How old were you?
I have to go, but did we ever resolve the lion and the gazelle thing, or?
Yeah, that's some weird stuff. I don't know. I don't know. The creator could have done anything he wanted to. Why would you have the animals eating other animals while they're still alive? It's gruesome. We get eaten while we're still alive sometimes by cannibals and other animals and shit.
I put that on the ground measurement for you in there, Jeremy, so you can read it at your leisure.
For part of your triangle from A to B? From A to the North Pole? I just want the measurement of your triangle that you were making. Is it from A to the North Pole?
That wasn't what you asked. You wanted to know if a degree of longitude or between 2 degrees of latitude, how long was that and how was it measured? There it is.
And they're all the same? Or are we just presupposing that they're all the same?
They were measured in different spots on the Earth.
So there was a couple spots that were the same. Maybe not every spot's the same.
Changing your request now, I see. Very nice.
I'm not changing my request. I was trying to get to the bottom of this earlier.
Read the article first, then ask me questions.
Yeah, I read it. Because they measured it in these few places, does it mean that every spot's the same and it's
What
always follows
places do
that
they
pattern?
measure it?
A couple places.
Go back and read the
Not
article so
really-
you can
not
tell me
really
exactly
important.
where they measured it.
It's not really relevant for my line of questioning.
It is right, and it is to me because my first question is, did you read the article? And I don't think you did.
Yeah, no, I read it. I can't really recall.
What were the two
places they
spots
actually-
specifically?
I can't really remember the exact places, but
Who did the measurements?
just because
What
those
country?
spots were.
What
I don't know.
country
I think
did
it
the
was
measurements?
something over in Europe or something.
Which
Maybe
ones?
I can't recall. The
Okay,
point
well,
is,
go back and read it again so you can learn it.
bro, these are minor details that are not necessary or relevant to my line of questioning. So it's going to be okay.
I'm not going to answer any questions on it until you actually read it.
It's going to be okay. If they measured it in these two spots and it was the same in these two spots, does that mean it's the same everywhere? Because that sounds like a fallacy of division. Did I get that right? Or is it the other one, Gio? I think it's the division one. It might be the other one that I can never remember. We got to figure out what fallacy Bob's doing. We're going to start this game now. Fallacy. We start calling you out. He left.
Hey,
Bob
Jeremy,
left?
did you hear Chemo's back in gyms? Did you hear that this morning? It was great.
Shouts out to Chemo. He's been keeping it live on TikTok. Chemo ain't been fucking around. He's been grinding on TikTok hard for the past few months. I see him on there all the time. Chemo's dope, bro. We gotta get Chemo up in here. He's fucking awesome. Big Chemo fan. Big fan of Chemo. You be getting wild with them dudes.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
With your sweet, sultry voice. Who was that?
Charlie.
You sound like a radio talk show host.
You think I have a good voice? I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's like a radio voice. What we doing? What's up? What's good?
Nothing much. Just here to fight somebody.
Are you that can be arranged? Are you a Glober or flat earther, or did you have a topic?
I'm a Glover, Jeremy. Don't you remember me?
I've never heard of you.
What?
I thought you were brand new or something.
No. I've
Never heard
spoken
of
to you. I've spoken to you many times.
Where?
Many times.
When?
On several servers, right? I think most notably in 24/7.
Really, I didn't really hang out there a lot, but no doubt. Mm-hmm.
Well, it was a long time ago.
Been a long time here. Would you say you're a Glober?
Yeah.
24/7. All right, in the lanes, then. Look at you go. All right, what do you got? What's the topic? What's the topic? I'll fucking debate anyone right now. So.
How about I let you pick?
It doesn't matter. I'm about it.
My power level is so high that I don't think it matters.
It doesn't even matter, bro. I'm top 10 flat earther at least, so you know I'm good to go, bro. However you want it.
Really? You're level 99 flat earther?
99, yeah.
Hey, Charlie, I got a question.
There you
Why
go.
do they?
There we go.
No, it's nothing. But I mean, like, why do they have to call them great circles? Why can't they call them arcs? Right, because that's what it is.
What do they call them? What?
Why do they call them great circles? Why can't they call them arc?
Great circles? What do they call great circles?
Well, it's like a straight line, but they call it a circle, but it's not really a circle, so they call it a great circle, and that means it's straight.
What is it that they are calling a great circle?
A straight line.
Who calls a straight line a great circle?
Everyone that knows spherical geometry.
Yeah, Dr. Bob, the Bob guy, was in here.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, well, do you know what a great circle is?
I know what a circle is, and I know what big word great does to words.
Well, good. We're in the same boat then. No further questions.
Great.
Oh boy, you're lucky Bob's not here. Oh, that would have been something.
Should I DM him to get him back in?
Bob, if you're listening, you're needed. You got to come back in. Got to defend the great circle.
Dr. Bob, we're going to need you in Earth Awakening stat. So listen, a great circle route is what they say the shortest distance is. They say basically that's a straight line on a globe, even though
Oh,
it's curving.
okay. You're talking
The
about
shortest
geodesics.
distance.
Yeah,
Shortest
I
distance
can
on a
talk about
globe.
geodesics. On the surface of a sphere, right? Then the shortest distance between 2 points is a geodesic.
Is
And
a
the two
geodesic a
distance.
straight line? Is it a straight line, a geodesic?
It's as straight as possible, while
Well, that's when
it
you're-
being constrained on the surface.
Hear that?
Yeah. Well, I know. They think it's a straight line. I know. But in their 2D world, in their 2D world that doesn't comport with reality, yes, that is true. But we live in the 3D, not 2D.
So, but the problem is that you could have geodesics that curve intrinsically. They don't have to curve into another dimension, right? It's actually a fallacy to think that if stuff isn't straight, then it must curve into another dimension. That's not how it works. It might be how it works, but there's no reason to think that is the way.
Talking about the 3 spatial dimensions.
Well, I'm talking about like in general relativity, right? You have space-time, right?
Wow.
And the way that stuff moves is that it actually moves. It always moves in a straight line in 4D space-time, except we perceive that as falling motion, for example, under gravity, because that straight line motion in 4D space-time is a geodesic, right? So in our perception is that it's sort of, objects just fall down in non-straight line fashions. But this curvature, this geodesic curvature, doesn't mean that there's a fifth dimension necessarily.
Fifth dimension?
You're all over the place, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about general relativity.
Fifth dimension?
Yeah, geodesics is a topic that is extremely relevant to general relativity.
Yeah, but geodesics don't talk about there being a fifth dimension. I mean, general relativity works in 4 dimensions.
Correct.
This is your boy Nate.
Right, but like my point is that it's a common misconception when students are learning general relativity that because these things curve, right, then they must curve into a fifth dimension. But that's not true.
But I don't know anyone that makes that misconception.
Like, okay, so let me give you
that within Minkowski space time, you're working with 4 dimensions, 3 of space, and 1 at time.
Yeah,
I don't know who makes more.
Where'd you get the fifth
Can I give you an
from?
analogy?
That's what I'm wondering too, Nate. That's a good question.
So let's if you could imagine that we live in a 2-dimensional world, right? Like imagine we're like ants, right? It's possible that our world were curved like a sphere without the existence of a 3rd dimension, even though spheres live in 3 dimensions. It just curves like it. Like there's no actual intrinsic necessity for a 3rd dimension for it to curve like a sphere. That's my entire point.
I mean, the point is, if you're on the surface of a sphere, you have to have the 3rd dimension because it has constant positive Gaussian curvature.
No, you can detect curvature without being in a 3rd dimension.
If you're on a sphere and you have constant Gaussian curvature,
if you are on a sphere, yes. But listen to my point. My point is that if you're on a 2-dimensional surface, you can measure curvature that is consistent with you being in a sphere, even though you're actually not in a sphere. Right? Like, so you could draw 2 straight lines, and the 2 lines would converge towards each other like they do in a sphere, even though you're not actually in a sphere, because your space-time itself is curved.
Hold on.
But would those 2 lines converge on an XY axis?
I don't know what that question even means.
Because you were saying they converge. On what axis are they converging?
They don't converge on any axis. That question makes no sense, right? Like,
then how are they converging? Like, what conversion means they're coming closer together?
If you take a sphere and you draw 2 parallel lines in any orientation wherever you want on the ball,
they converge on one of the axes, X, Y, or Z, on a sphere.
No, I don't know what you mean by one of the axes. I don't know what you mean by that.
Because you are drawing these. If you have a sphere,
I'm not drawing any axes. I'm not drawing any axes on the sphere. Right?
You are drawing lines, bro. Right?
Those aren't axes. They're just lines.
Yeah, but these lines are being drawn on axes. You could.
No, they're not. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, they are, bro. If you have a sphere, right, and you draw lines on it, right, I could say one of these lines are bending on, they're straight on the XY axis and then they bend on the Z axis.
No,
For
dude,
example.
I don't have my salad
Yeah.
dressing out. Okay, so let's not do the word salad right now.
It's not word salad, bro. This
Listen,
is
this guy's a
simple
flat Earth
geometry.
liability, Charlie. This guy's a flat Earth liability right here. So, I mean,
I'm not
if
a
he's
flat earth.
frustrated,
Oh, I'm glad even the flat earth is recognizing that this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
I'm unfortunately not a flat earth. Thank God. But yeah,
He doesn't know who
it's
he's talking
curving
with.
on the Z-axis, or on like what line are they converging? Or could you give me an
I don't know.
example of this
I'm not
convergence?
defining
Could you
any
post something?
axes whatsoever. Okay, do you know what an
Okay,
axis even is?
I
Can you
do
hear
know
me?
what
Okay,
an
tell me
axis.
what an axis is.
Could you post an image as to what it is you were talking about?
No. I want you to tell me
Because
what an
maybe I
axis is.
don't understand you.
He might not know, to be fair.
Tell me what an axis is.
Jeremy,
It-
don't
it's
give
just a
up the
plane.
game.
It's a coordinate system defining a specific plane.
It's the No, that's not what you're thinking
Yeah,
of. A
that is
Cartesian.
what it is.
No, you're thinking of a Cartesian coordinate system, but even that is
Which
not
is
an axis,
defined by
right?
axes.
It can
Yeah,
be.
your axis is your line of orientation in a Cartesian,
Right, but I didn't pick a
which
coordinate. I didn't
defines
pick a.
a coordinate
Listen to
system.
me. I didn't pick any coordinate system. I don't need a coordinate system to demonstrate to you that if
Cool.
you
If
draw
you
two
aren't working
straight
with the
lines.
coordinate system, can you show me what it is you are trying to explain? Then, do you have a diagram?
You actually lost
I
me.
mean, I'm in the middle of playing a video game right now. But if you listen very closely to what I'm about to describe to you, then you can
Okay.
see what I'm talking about. Like, imagine you're holding a basketball. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And draw a line from an imaginary South Pole to an imaginary North Pole. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then move to the right a little bit, and then draw another line from the South Pole to the North Pole again. Yeah.
Is this like it's going straight through the center of this globe, right?
It's going. Both
Am I
lines.
drawing this line on the surface or?
Both lines are parallel at the equator of the basketball, right? And both lines are moving as straight as possible, but they still converge to each other when you're going up and down.
I just want clarity. Are these lines being drawn on the surface of this basketball or straight
Yeah,
through its?
on the surface of the basketball.
You got lines going from the North Pole to the South Pole, but they're parallel with the equator. You said.
No. That's not what I said. I said at the equator, they are parallel with each other. They're perpendicular to the equator, actually.
Okay.
So only at the equator are they parallel. Are they parallel anywhere else?
No, they're not, because they converge to each other, even though they're as straight as possible, right? So in a
I see what you mean. Okay.
In a spherical
parallel
geometry,
at a point. Hold on, are you
in
saying
a spherical geometry, what?
Are you saying they're parallel at a point?
No, they're not parallel at a point. Parallelism isn't something that's defined at a point. That point makes no sense.
You need 2 points at least.
I know, but I don't know what he's describing here. Nate, do you get it?
What I'm describing is
I get it. So at the South Pole, they both start off from the South Pole, move away from each other. They parallel at the equator, and they come back to meet at the North Pole.
Right, but even though they're both straight lines, right?
Yeah.
Okay, they're actually as straight as possible, but they're constrained to the surface of the sphere, right?
Are you saying 2 straight lines can enclose a space?
Where are they parallel at? I'm still lost.
They are
on
parallel
that part.
at the equator. At the equator, the direction that the lines move towards is perfectly parallel with each other.
At the one point of the equator.
There's not at the one point of the equator. At the latitude of the equator. That's not a point. That's an entire line.
So at the line, there's a perpendicular line going through 2 other lines, and where that line crosses those 2 lines, that's where they're parallel at.
I mean,
you lost me.
They're not.
Go ahead. If everyone else knows what you're talking about, go ahead.
I want to draw this for you guys.
I think he's just talking about like the normal.
Talking about longitude lines.
Yeah, it's a normal line of longitude, which are all great circles, fine. But I mean, I want to get back to the original claim you made. You said something along the lines of. Could you?
Hold on. I found the image online. Can you give me a second and I'll put it up?
All right, take your time.
Yeah,
Well,
I
still
I
trying to
see
figure
the
out how
image,
we got
but
this.
if you could just repeat the claim you made with regards to this image.
Okay, did that go through? Did you guys see that?
Yeah,
It's a
yeah, I
sphere,
see it.
and there's two lines, right? And they're parallel at the equator, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
See, that's
lines
not
of
a
long
point.
lines
Where,
of
where
longitude.
are they parallel at the equator? Where? Which two lines?
Okay, do you see the line that's
At
labeled
one
equator?
point,
All lines
they're
of longitude.
they're parallel at a point.
Do you see the line that's labeled equator?
Yeah.
Yes.
Follow that
And
line
that-
all the way to the right. It crosses
It's a
two
great
curvy
circle.
lines,
Yeah.
right?
And they're both parallel at that one line.
Lines are parallel?
They are both parallel at that
Point.
longitude.
Say point.
Yeah, but what
It's
was
not
the
a point.
initial claim, Charlie?
I'm not gonna share your mathematical illiteracy here. It's not a point.
Yeah, but Charlie, what was the initial claim you made?
What?
What was the initial claim you made?
The
That got
initial claim.
everybody in a twist.
Hold on. Are you guys
My
not
initial
seeing
claim.
this? We have two Can you guys hear me?
All right, you guys don't want me to
Parallel
answer
at
the
a
question,
point.
right? You're
Hold on,
incapable.
Charlie.
Am I
of
coming
manipulating-
through here?
Hold on one
Bro, I'm
second,
talking.
Charlie. Just okay, SE, you're next. Go ahead, Charlie. SE, you're next.
Okay, so there wasn't an original point. Like what I'm trying to say is that these two lines can be thought to be geodesics. If you constrain your space to be on the surface of a sphere, then the thing that looks to you like straight lines are actually curved in 3 dimensions.
So there are.
SE, they're parallel at a point, but go ahead.
So, man, this is
That checks
unbelievable.
out.
So you're saying
that
those
checks
two lines that are parallel, right?
At
Are
the
you
equator,
saying
they're
that they
parallel.
meet?
Yes, they do.
So we got parallel lines that meet.
Yes.
I mean, seriously.
Yes.
Wow.
Have you ever heard of
Yeah, this
non-Euclidean
is some
geometry?
new kind of geometry. I never heard of that kind of geometry
Well,
before.
then you need to do more reading, bro, because people have known about this for thousands of years now. It's called
Bro,
non-Euclidean
you're
geometry.
delusional. If you say parallel lines meet, I mean, you got a serious problem, bro.
I've heard them
What's
say.
the
I've heard them
definition?
say. Go ahead.
Yeah, but let him define what's the definition of parallel?
Uh,
Parallel lines. What's the definition?
I can't give you an exact definition. I can tell you what what I think they are, right? Like two parallel lines are lines that have an adjacency angle of 180 degrees, I would say. I think that's a pretty good definition.
Adjacency. Hold on. Say that again.
Oh, that's just too good.
An adjacency angle of 180 degrees.
I never heard that one before.
And
I
that's
swear.
what you think?
Sorry for laughing.
Or
bro, but
equivalently zero, right?
Hold on. And that's what you think you showed us in that picture?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's
Okay,
pretty clear that those two lines are parallel at the equator.
Yeah, but Charlie, I want to go back to the original claim you made about this
Sure.
misconception with regards to fifth dimensions. That's the point I'm trying to get at. How does
Okay.
what you are saying now relate to that? If you could just connect the dots there.
How does the USA?
How does what you were saying now relate to what you said earlier about this misconception of fifth dimensions when it comes to space time? Could you connect the
I
dots?
said, yeah. So people think, so if you look at this diagram, right?
Mhm.
Oh, you would think, okay, so if two parallel lines meet, then there must be a higher dimension in such that the lines curve into that dimension, right?
you
Does that make
gotta
sense?
be kidding, bro.
I can repeat what I just
wouldn't
said and
think that.
elaborate on it, but
Yeah, I wouldn't think that.
Yeah.
I don't know who would
Please
think that.
elaborate.
so, but the reality
About the
is
fifth,
that the reality is that there doesn't actually need to be a higher dimension. It could just be that space-time intrinsically curves with no higher dimension. It's
Yeah,
just
but
that
I
in this
don't know
example,
who.
it's easier to see, imagining as it's called an embedding into a higher dimension.
A what?
It's called an embedding.
Embedding?
Like this
I don't know
this
who.
this
embedding.
two-dimensional surface on a sphere is embedded into a third dimension.
But kind sir, are you aware that parallel lines, by definition, do not meet, cannot meet, will
Who's
never
talking right
meet?
now?
Or they can be parallel at a
Okay,
point.
who's talking right now?
That was
SC
SC.
Montreal.
See, Montreal, let me ask you a question. Is it possible to draw parallel lines on a sphere?
No,
Yeah, they're called
it's not possible.
latitude lines.
It's
Latitude
not possible.
lines. I'll say yes in latitude lines. Even that's a stretch, but I'll give you latitude lines.
Even
but
that's a
definitely
stretch.
not. Definitely
Okay.
not longitude lines.
Okay, so you don't think longitude lines are parallel?
Longitude lines are not parallel. No.
I agree they're not parallel
Parallel
everywhere,
lines
right? Are they? Let me ask you a question. Are they
They're
parallel
parallel
anywhere?
at a point. At a point, yes.
At a point? At which point?
The point of the equator.
You think the equator is
how
a point?
stupid that sounds?
No, that's what you said, Charlie.
What does the point of the equator mean?
At each spot the equator crosses those lines happens at a point, right?
At each spot, right? But that's more than
Yeah.
one point, I guess.
Yeah,
That's
the
not
lines
a
meet
point.
2 points in
Yeah,
reference to
they just
themselves.
mean points along the equator.
Yeah, but in order to have something parallel, you need two spots in the other axis, not just going straight across them.
Okay, so
You
you
gotta
just
be
told me
parallel.
you just said something. You just said something. In order for two things to be parallel, they need to be parallel at two spots.
Yeah. Two
Okay.
spots.
So what is the problem with two curved lines being parallel at two spots?
Saying 2 points for a straight line. Then you could say that some other line is parallel. You know,
two
to
spots in
them.
relation to each other, not two spots.
Right.
So
going
here's the
straight
thing.
across
If you mean by straight lines, right? You mean straight lines in all dimensions. Then I agree. You can't draw that on a sphere. Right? But the straight most thing that you can draw on a sphere is called a geodesic.
You mean an arc?
Charlie.
No, a
Charlie,
geodesic.
that's your name, right?
Yeah.
Charlie, can you please read what I just posted, or would you like me to read it for you?
Parallel lines are lines in a plane. They're always the same distance apart. Okay. Yeah. What about
Now,
that?
when do those two lines meet?
According to what you posted, parallel lines never intersect.
That's reality,
That's
bro.
what your image
That's reality.
posted.
No, that's reality. That's the definition of parallel lines, bro. Parallel lines never meet.
Okay. I mean, if you want to define it that way, sure. Whatever. I don't care.
Am I working?
I don't want to argue over definitions, right? If you want me to play your game with your dumbass definitions, I can do that.
Charlie's making a great point, guys. It's real simple. I know you can hear me now. I had a hell of a time trying to get this to work. Thank you for letting me join in. No,
Give me a minute with this guy.
No, but I know. But SE, really quick though. He's talking about the Euclidean geometry. He's talking about Euclidean geometry. You keep on trying to box him into non-Euclidean. I mean, excuse me. He's talking about non-Euclidean geometry. You're trying to box him into Euclidean geometry. He's right. Yes, latitude lines are all parallel. They're circular, but they're parallel. That's what he's talking about. And there's a dimension here that you're just not considering. Hello?
Can we please get back to the two lines? Do you not agree with that definition, Charlie?
I will take whatever definition you want.
You gotta think about it.
If I told you, would you like some water? If I told you, Charlie, would you like some water? Would you like some vodka? Would you tell me I'll take whatever definition you give me?
No, but it doesn't matter, SE. Talking about a whole other dimension you're not thinking about.
Sure. So you are thinking about lines in Euclidean geometry, right? But I've been very explicit from the beginning that I'm not talking about Euclidean geometry.
Zanuck, would you say two longitude lines are parallel at the equator?
Well, how could they be?
Why are
They're
you asking
parallel
Zan
lines.
a question?
They're parallel
Stop.
because they're geodesics.
Are
Geodesics
two
different.
longitude lines parallel at the equator? Yes or no?
Yeah, they're parallel. I mean, they're not. They don't look like it's parallel from the globe, but they're parallel in non-Euclidean geometry.
So two longitude. Do you have a definition in non-Euclidean geometry for parallel? Or are you guys making shit up?
Straight lines, shortest path, straight path.
Yeah. Do you have a definition for parallel lines in this non-Euclidean geometry you speak of?
Oh, I do.
All right, break me off with it. Post it in the chat.
I need to look it up, but I know where to look it up from. Just give me one second.
Okay.
I'm dying in COD right now. Hold on.
You didn't like my answer?
Zanuck, please.
Are longitudinal lines straight, Jeremy? Jeremy?
In your fantasy 2D world, sure.
Okay. Okay.
When
Yeah.
you
So
bring it to the
I'm
real,
gonna walk you, dude. You
and the
have the
real
best. You have the
3D.
best. You have the best objection, but I'm just gonna walk you through it real quick. So you know a longitudinal. I'm not gonna ask you stupid questions. You know longitudinal lines are straight. They're straight lines, straight from the North Pole to the South Pole. And there's multiple longitudinal lines on a sphere. All of them are straight. So
No,
two
the
straight lines
question.
together. Hold on. But two straight lines together are parallel, even though they don't look parallel on the globe because it's non-Euclidean geometry, and that's what Charlie's trying to say.
Actually, no.
Listen, the question
So
isn't.
so,
Yeah, you're
so
speaking for Charlie again. Why
sorry,
don't you be
sorry.
quiet,
I got
Zanuck?
distracted. What was the question again?
Do you have a definition of parallel lines for this non-Euclidean geometry thing?
No, I actually don't. I don't even know if there is one. There's a definition for parallel transport, but it's not.
So how do we fucking supposed to believe you? You don't even have a definition for what you're talking about.
Well, how are two
Believe me
straight
for
lines
what?
not parallel?
In Euclidean geometry, two straight lines are parallel if they make an incidence angle of 180 degrees.
Right. And so
No, what?
are two
No, that's
longitudinal
not.
lines are two longitudinal lines straight?
What do you mean
They're
two
all
lines?
straight.
Hold on, Zanuck. What do you mean two lines are parallel in Euclidean geometry if they have an incident angle of 180 degrees?
Okay, so do you agree that two lines are perpendicular if they have an incidence angle of 90 degrees?
Sure.
Okay, take that to 180. Now they're parallel. Does that make sense?
Okay, I'm glad you said that. How far can you extend those perpendicular lines?
Okay, do you agree with what I just said though? Before we move on, is that clear?
Say it again.
Yeah, you said it funny. It sounds funny when you say it like that. An
Like-
incident angle of 180 degrees. I've never heard it phrased like that, but whatever.
Even though they don't, even though they don't intersect, like if you have two intersecting lines and they make like an angle of 179 degrees, right? Just rotate one by 1 degree over, right? And now they're parallel.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah.
Charlie, you're gonna break. You're gonna break them. Charlie, you're gonna break. You're gonna break them.
Twilight Zone, man.
Okay. So I'll make it
Yeah,
super
sure,
easy
sure,
for
sure.
you. Okay.
I would like to have SE define a parallel line so people
Yes.
actually know what we're talking about.
I'll make it really easy for you. Okay. Two lines
Post
that are
it.
perpendicular.
I'll define it. Hello, dude. Why do you always talk over me, man?
I
What the
I
fuck's
literally
wrong
never
with you?
talk over you.
Hold
I
on,
literally
you're
never
like
talk over
SE,
you.
you're roboting a little bit. Go ahead, it's okay. Go ahead, SE.
If I'm roboting, I'll go out and just tell me, man. I'll
You're
go out and
good.
come
No,
back
you're
in.
good now. You're good now. You were roboting
Okay,
a little bit.
parallel lines. Parallel lines are lines in a plane that are always the same distance apart. Parallel lines never intersect.
Very good.
Perpendicular lines are lines that intersect
What if
at a
they're
right.
not? What if they're not on a plane though? That's the question. What if they're not on a plane,
No.
SE?
Yeah, he's implicitly using Euclidean geometry by saying they're on a
You
plane.
keep on.
It
You keep
doesn't
on saying it.
matter where they are.
It does.
Parallel lines never
If it doesn't matter, then
intersect.
why use it in
Only
your definition?
Can two parallel lines be circular? Are two
Look at the
concentric circles?
definition I put in
Hold
chat.
on, real quick. SE, can two concentric circles be parallel? By your definition.
Well,
2D.
they're there's another name for them. I don't care about circles, bro. We're talking about lines now.
Well,
Lines,
Wow, there's the
parallel
code.
lines.
There's the
point of
code.
this discussion
What a
is
hard
about
code.
circles.
There is nothing that you can say, gentlemen, that are gonna make parallel lines touch. Do you understand that?
The definition's
Not
right
in
in chat.
reality.
I
Not
have something
while
called
I'm
a
here.
projection
It's
for you.
not gonna happen.
Because you're really caught up in this whole 2D Euclidean restriction. That's the problem.
So I have a question for you guys.
No,
What
reality. It's reality.
I have a question for you. Are railroad tracks parallel?
Okay. Here we go.
Oh my God,
Can
man.
you guys hear me?
Oh my God.
Can
Yeah,
you guys hear
Jeremy.
me? Bob
Charlie,
just
they're
posted
parallel.
the
Go ahead.
definition. Hold on. Bob just posted the definition for parallel lines in spherical geometry. I'll just read the first sentence. I mean,
What is it? Concentric? I
Can you read it?
can't
Can
see
you read
it.
it for me? I'm super
Hold
busy.
on. I'm going to read it for you. Yeah. In spherical geometry, parallel lines do not exist. It's from Bob.
In the
Bob,
I mean,
Euclidean
if Wikipedia
geometry,
says
Well,
it.
obviously.
well, it says
Spherical
in Euclidean geometry,
No, it says in spherical geometry.
It says right here. It says a postulate exists, stating that through a point there exists only one parallel to a given line in Euclidean geometry. However, it is important that we remember. See, this is what happens when you read just the cliff notes or the sentence, the top sentence.
Bro, stop trying to save this guy, dude.
However, it is important that we remember that the definition of a line in spherical geometry. Wait, we have to remember the definition of a line in spherical geometry. Because a line is defined as a great circle, we can understand that each line goes through two antipodal points, slicing the sphere in half, shown in that picture. If two lines, great circles, were to be drawn, they will always cross paths as they cross over to the opposite hemisphere, shown through lines A, B, and C, or A, B.
There's no straight lines on a sphere. You can dance, you can sing.
I'm next.
It ain't gonna help you, bro.
There's a
Forget
line
about
there.
it.
Let him take it. It doesn't.
There
doesn't
is a
distract anyone.
line, and I'm
Work with his
next. I know
definitions.
you guys can hear me. Okay, we have a citation. Now, you were making up definitions for parallel lines in spherical geometry, but now we have a definition.
Bro.
Actually, we don't have a definition because it doesn't exist.
There's no such thing
The
as
shit
a
you were talking
straight
about
line
earlier.
Definitions
on a
don't make you
sphere.
correct, dude.
The shit
They
you were
you're
talking
just
about
putting
earlier.
labels on words.
Parallel lines in spherical geometry. That shit don't exist, homie. You made that whole shit up earlier.
All in your brain. All in fantasy. It doesn't exist. Get over
Parallel
it. Get
at a
used to
point.
it.
Bro, you tried to tell us they were parallel at a point, dude. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, that
Unbelievable,
was the
man.
point I was trying
At
to
the
make. I don't
equators.
know how people make that misconception.
Even
Nice work, Bob. Nice work, Bob.
chirality is like going, what?
Bob.
Yeah, but
came
I
in there.
mean, Jeremy was agreeing with this guy earlier. I don't know.
Bob, good work on
Well, I
the
wasn't.
citation.
I
Yeah,
wasn't.
yeah, you wasn't SC, but Jeremy
Bro,
was.
like
Jeremy's a
changing
flat earth
definitions
liar.
for words so that you're
Jeremy's
correct doesn't mean that you win. It just means you're changing definitions, right? And like,
I mean,
in
that
fact,
was-
that makes it really difficult for you to have like a really solid understanding of the real world because every time you feel uncomfortable, you just redefine your vocabulary such that it fits your preconceptions of the world.
Is the real
Wait,
we start
who
making up-
changed
Oh, why?
definition?
Why?
You did.
You're in La La Land, bro.
Who
You have
changed
no clue what you're saying.
All right, guys. All right, a lot
Yeah,
of people
who
want to
changed
talk.
definitions of things?
Hold on, man. We didn't start changing
When
definitions. Hold
when
on,
you
man.
relabel stuff, like all you do is give a
So
different
guys-
label to
Doesn't
something
stop.
that already
Every
exists.
time I talk, that's what he does. He doesn't stop.
I don't see it that way.
You weren't-
I think you weren't saying it.
You
the way
weren't
you said it.
talking just now. I was trying to get in though. We weren't the ones that were making shit up or changing definitions. You made some shit up about parallel lines on a sphere. That doesn't exist.
What do you think that I said?
You said there's parallel lines on a sphere.
No, I said the closest thing to a straight line on a sphere is a geodesic, right?
You
And they
said
can be
longitude
parallel.
lines were.
Hold on.
All right.
And I said that they could be parallel at the equator. That's what I said.
Okay, they can't be parallel because there are no parallel lines on a sphere. So they definitely aren't going to be
Zero.
parallel. Zero parallelity.
Can't happen.
Okay, so you're saying you think that lines of longitude are not parallel at the equator. Did I get that right?
Parallel lines on a sphere do not exist.
I didn't say that there were parallel lines. I said there were parallel at the equator.
There is no part of a line that's going to be parallel on the surface of a sphere because they don't exist.
All right, that's just factually incorrect.
Well, I mean, we got the citation from Bob.
No,
Research flat moon.
Okay, so let
think
me
about-
ask you then. What is the incidence angle of two geodesics at the equator?
You see,
180.
Jeremy,
No
what he's
such
doing?
thing.
Jeremy, well, hold
No
on, Jeremy.
such
You
thing.
see what he's doing? Jeremy, I speak Charlie real quick. He's got you at the equator. He's got lines going north and south, and both of those are 90 degrees in opposition to the equator. Would you agree? Those lines, every longitude line is 90 degrees to the equator, and that's what he's saying, right, Charlie?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. If you want to
Yeah.
say that means they're not parallel, I'm fine with taking that definition, right? I don't want to fight over definitions. That's retarded, okay? I want to talk about what reality is. If that offends you for me to call them parallel right there, then I won't call them parallel. I don't care. As long as you recognize,
Are you
okay,
seriously talking?
those two lines make a 180-degree angle at the equator. Right?
Did you just say reality and then commence to say parallel
All right.
lines
Is he
on
going
a
to answer,
sphere?
Jeremy? You want to answer my question?
You're saying
Jeremy.
are those lines Is the equator and the longitude line 90 degrees?
No. Okay, clearly you didn't listen. I will say it again. I'm not going to use the word parallel, right? I'm just going to use numbers and ask you a very specific question. 2 lines of longitude. Are they do they make an incidence angle of 180 degrees at the equator?
He just asked
No.
At one point.
No.
At that one point.
They
What's
do
up?
not.
Charlie, he just
Okay,
asked you that.
ask
You kind of
Jeremy,
said
but
no,
thank you for
yeah.
answering for him. Jeremy, what's
Yeah,
your
let
answer?
Jeremy.
Hey, listen, you don't
Okay.
control the conversation, dude, okay? This is an
we
open
don't got to
platform.
push your weight around. Come
Understand
on.
that? Don't try to tell me who
Oh,
talks
perfect.
and who
Flat
says
cats.
and what.
Excellent. That's an even better point. Like the tangent lines at the equator. Perfect. Are the tangent lines of 2 lines of longitude at the equator parallel? That's
So we're
perfect.
not doing spherical
Tangent
geometry
line.
anymore.
And now we're back to straight lines.
We're not doing spherical geometry anymore because you used the tangent line.
Tangent lines are in the tangent bundle of a sphere.
There are no tangent
You're right. They're
lines
not on the
in
sphere.
spherical
but they are-
geometry. Or I don't think you know how spherical geometry works.
I don't
What's
think
a
you know.
tangent
Okay, now you're
bundle?
challenging my geometry knowledge. Let's go. Come on.
Yes. And spherical
Excellent.
geometry. Spherical geometry.
Jeremy,
Spherical geometry.
this is a very unambiguous question. Are the tangent lines of 2 lines of longitude at the equator parallel?
I just want to be clear. We're not doing.
I'm sorry, man. I got to say
My
this.
question is fully unambiguous.
Okay, but define a tangent line. If you define a straight line in
A tangent
spherical,
line.
hold up there, pal. If you define a straight line as a geodesic, what's a tangent line if not a straight line, which is not a geodesic?
That's why I wanted to point out we're definitely not using spherical geometry anymore. If you now have made a tangent line, because spherical geometry has no tangent line.
I think that just kind of confuses this thing. Jeremy, you said the answer. He agreed with you. I think you guys talked past each other for a second. He said, and you said this too, that every longitudinal line will have a 90-degree angle to the equator. You would agree, right? Every single one of them. They go up, they go down, they go north, they go south, and at that junction, there is a 90-degree angle between those 2 lines. Right? Would you agree? And every single longitudinal line also has a 90-degree angle with that equator, right? So all of them have 90-degree angles with regard to the equator. Now, does that define that these lines would be parallel? Well, not a sphere. No, I guess from what Bob said or Bob quoted, that means that they're not great. These great circles will not be parallel because they will meet at a point. But Charlie's already agreed to throw that out. So what's the argument?
What is
He's just
argument?
arguing for the sake of arguing. I think it's pretty clear that he agrees.
Parallel lines
Tangent
are.
lines at the
The
equator are
argument
parallel.
is, are you hearing me talking there, Charlie? Did you hear me talk, Charlie?
SE, then Charlie, go ahead. We got the line. We got the line going again.
This
SE, then
guy's really
Charlie.
getting on my nerves, this dude.
Oh, quit bitching, dude. Go ahead.
It's okay.
You're a schmuck, dude. You're
No,
acting
SE,
like
come
one.
on. I
Just
want to hear you.
act like
SE,
a
I want to hear you
gentleman.
talk.
Let people talk.
SE,
I am
want to
letting
hear
you
you
talk.
talk. Just settle
We're gonna
down.
do the
SE.
line.
I want to hear you talk.
Guys, I know you can hear me. We're going to do the line. It's going to go SE, then Charlie, please.
So, Zanuck, you came into White Knight for him. Can you please explain what parallel lines mean? The definition of parallel lines.
I think we were
Okay,
talking
I guess
about.
we're just ignoring me now.
Well, no,
I asked Jeremy a question.
I'm just gonna defend myself and not worry about Charlie or you, SE. I'm just gonna say, look, I heard him what he was saying. He was explaining something in pretty good detail. I think you guys were just
Charlie,
not
you're
listening. You're bringing it to a 2D plane. You're doing it to Euclidean geometry. You're bringing it in that realm, and he's talking it in a third dimension, and that's the
I'm not
spherical.
talking about him. I asked you a specific question, Zanuck.
Yeah, I would be inclined to follow what Bob had posted. I think even Charlie said that too later. Like, why not call it parallel? Not call it parallel. But we were talking about 2 lines that intersect the equator that have 90-degree angles to them. All of them do. All of them are longitudinal lines. All of them have 90-degree angles to the equator. That would make them parallel at that point. And that's what he said.
Negative. You
Parallel
can't
at a
have.
point. I told you.
You
I
can't
told
have.
you. SE.
Yeah.
I'm okay with you
This is
disagreeing with me, by the
unbelievable.
way. No,
This is
It's
unbelievable.
parallel at a
you
point.
can.
Parallel at a point.
Hold on. Let Charlie go. It's Charlie's up.
Okay. Jeremy, I want you to answer a question. I want you to erase all previous context in this conversation, okay? Imagine I just walked into the room and I'm asking you a question. Yeah?
All right, we're gonna take
The
a ball
question
again
is
on that one.
the question is I have a basketball, okay? I draw 2 parallel or excuse me, I draw 2 lines from the north and south pole of the basketball. Okay? Are the tangent lines at the equator parallel?
There's no such thing as parallel at a point. No, it's not a thing.
Okay, well, you're incorrect about that answer. You're just flat out wrong, right?
I mean, parallel at a point, bro. Did you think this through in your head before you came in here, or are you making this up
I
on the
don't think
fly?
I don't think you've done a lot of any thinking whatsoever on this. I asked you a very clear question.
Yeah, you asked me if I think they're parallel at a point. I don't think parallel at a point exists. No, that's not a thing.
I didn't. Did I ask you if they were parallel at a point? I didn't. I did not.
At the
I
point of
asked
the
you.
equator.
No. You clearly you're not listening, so I will repeat the question. I walk into the room. I give you a basketball. I draw two lines from the North Pole to the South Pole on the basketball as straight as possible, right?
Okay.
My question to you is: at the equator of the basketball, are the tangent lines made by those two lines of longitude parallel?
Where are you putting the tangent line?
It doesn't matter where I put them, but you can draw them from the equator outwards, right?
So we got two longitude lines, and then we're gonna have a tangent line going over the equator.
You have a tangent line at the equator for both of the lines.
Okay.
Right? Are those two tangent lines parallel?
No, they'd be intersecting.
You're wrong about that. You're just flat out wrong, but whatever.
The tangent lines.
I thought you knew about geometry, dude. Come on.
Yeah, you got two tangent lines at the equator going over two longitude lines. Those tangent lines would intersect.
Where would they intersect?
Somewhere in space.
Somewhere
in space. Can you draw them for me? Can you show me where
Yeah,
they would intersect?
That's dumb as hell, Jaron.
Please.
You got two tangent lines. You got two tangent lines at the equator. Parallel to the equator.
No, they're not parallel to the equator.
Where's the tangent lines?
The lines are tangent to the lines of longitude. There's two lines of longitude, right? You draw two tangent lines at the equator, but they're tangent to the lines of longitude.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. So they're following the longitude lines. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So those lines are those lines are parallel. Now what?
Thank you, Jesus Christ. That's all I've been trying to get you to agree this entire time.
Okay, now what? Where you realize we're not doing spherical geometry anymore, right?
I told you to erase all previous context, right?
Oh, okay,
I just walk into the room. I have a basketball.
Great.
I hand it to you.
Again, I forgot. That's fine. Okay, now they're parallel. Now what?
No, that's it. That's the only thing I've been trying to get you to agree.
Yeah, but that wasn't the.
How did you sort that fifth dimension thing out, Nate?
Yeah, the fifth dimension thing was what I was questioning. Like you just muddied the waters, Jared.
Okay, what can you be a little bit more precise about what it is that you wanted me to answer?
I don't know. You said there's this general misconception people have where they think things are moving into the fifth dimension.
No, the general misconception, the misconception was that if space is curved, then it must be curving into a higher dimension. But it doesn't have to be. That's the misconception. Right? Like if you're an ant, right, and you're on a basketball, you witness this effect where straight lines or lines that look straight to you actually converge towards each other, right? And that can be explained by the fact that the basketball is three-dimensional, right? But it could also be that space itself is just intrinsically curved and that it doesn't need to curve into a higher dimension. I mean, in the case of the basketball, obviously there is a third dimension, right? But if in our case, right, where we have four dimensions, we witness space and time being curved. It doesn't mean that it has to curve into like a fifth dimension, for example.
So are you saying the image you posted with the lines of longitude being parallel at the equator, that's an example of space just being intrinsically curved?
No, that's extrinsically curved because we see that the sphere is embedded into three dimensions, right?
All right, then can you give me an example where
you can't visualize it? It's just a mathematical statement. right? Like if you accept general relativity, right, which is a four-dimensional theory in which there is curved space-time, right? You could think of it as, okay, stuff must be curving into a fifth dimension, or you could just accept that it's curving and it's possible that there isn't a fifth dimension for it to curve into. It's just intrinsically curved. Does that make sense? Look, my entire point is that there doesn't need to be a higher dimension for stuff to curve into. It could just be intrinsically
but no one says there's a high dimension. No one in Minkowski space-time or general relativity do we say things are curving into high. I just don't understand why anyone would make that misconception.
I mean,
that's not what's
it's
taught.
It's one of the most common misconceptions in like
I've
physics
never heard
courses.
that misconception.
Well, I very highly doubt that you've taken GR, right? In
I
college.
have, and
Really?
no one
You've
made
taken
that
GR?
misconception. I have, and it's not what's taught. I don't know what
Hold on.
lead
You've
someone
taken
to make
GR.
that misconception.
Because my bullshit meter is going off. Okay, so you've taken GR. Let's
It can
talk about
go
it.
off. Cool. But I
Tell
just
me.
want to know
Hold on.
what
Tell me what a
within
tensor is.
GR,
Tell me what a
what
tensor is.
within GR would have someone lead to making this misconception.
Tell me
That's
what
what
a
I'm
tell me what a tensor is.
Everyone knows what a
tensor
tensor is.
is a mathematical object. It's similar to a scalar, but it takes a lot more into consideration. So for example,
That's actually a pretty good answer.
a metric tensor in GR is something that tries to describe through time the formulation of a geometric system taking into account momentum, energy, and mass. I mean, I know what it is. What I'm trying to
Excellent.
understand
Okay,
is
I take that back. You actually gave me a pretty good answer.
where in all of this literature would I find something that leads me to think things are bending into a fifth dimension?
The very fact that the only thing that we can visualize geometry curving is by it being embedded into a higher dimension would lead students to think that there must be a fifth dimension. I mean, if you think, I mean, you say where in the literature would make you think this. I can point you to various GR textbooks where they specifically think it's a very common misconception to think that there must be a fifth dimension for stuff to curve into, right?
Okay.
All
right.
I mean, I can pull that out if you want.
Yeah, I understand you're busy playing a video game, so you ain't got to do it now. But please, when you do find the time, post it and tag. All right, do it right now, please.
Sure. I mean, I'll have to look for a bit. If you give me a few minutes, I can probably find it. But I know that I've seen it for sure.
Is he gonna find it, Nate?
I don't know. He might be right, Jeremy. I'm just saying I've never seen it. So
I've never even heard of this. Yeah, I've never even heard of this. So we go over GR pretty heavy.
I think a good search term would be GR intrinsic versus intrinsic curvature.
GR intrinsic. All right, I'm gonna Google that.
Right, like for example, there's a Wolfram Math, from Wolfram Alpha article on this. There's some slides here from University of Pittsburgh about it. There's a physics forum thread about it. There is a lecture here on YouTube about Riemann curvature on it.
All right, I think I found the Wolfram Math World when you were talking about.
Yeah.
But this is like paid. There's a paywall.
Let me find something better. I'm sure I can find a YouTube lecture from like MIT, for example, talking about this.
Yeah. I mean, if you find anything, just tag me.
Yeah.
So you're looking for something in the fifth dimension? Do I understand correctly?
No.
Yeah, somewhere where general relativity.
Where they confuse it, where they try to counteract that misconception.
Yeah.
Of something falling into the fifth dimension, but it really isn't.
Or just somewhere where this fifth conception has been made by people, because I've never seen this.
Well,
this
remember when I talk about the ground accelerating up to the objects that are falling?
Dude, that shit's dumb.
That's kind of the same kind of misconception. Well, then why isn't the Earth expanding on antipodally? Because
the ground's not accelerating up.
It is accelerating.
We're not moving. Yeah.
You're moving through time and space, and this object called the Earth gets in your way. It makes you stop. So that force, a proper force, makes you stop, but is a fictitious force that was actually making you accelerate. What you weren't accelerating, you were free falling.
Zanik, are you on a pay per voice? Like every time you hear my voice, you talk, you get like a bonus? How does it work?
Yes, you get it. They
Go
give me
ahead.
extra kicker. Every time you respond to FC, I get extra kicker, 25%.
This all checks out. Fifth dimensions, parallel lines on a sphere, ground raises
yeah.
up, the ground raises up to hit you, and you're free fall.
We're good,
Ground is
bro. We're
accelerating
good.
up to you, yeah.
Yeah, the
Raise
ground
up.
accelerates up.
Ground is accelerating upward, yeah.
It checks up. We know that's happening for sure in reality.
Mm-hmm. Because the only thing that can
What's her
explain
name? The
something,
German chick said it.
the only thing that could explain why something can be free fall with no forces acting on it whatsoever, yet it is accelerating, measurably accelerating to the ground. So what's the answer? The ground's accelerating up to the object. Simple. End of story. Slam dunk.
That literally cannot be happening in your paradigm on a globe because
Well, if
the
you
globe.
ignore the fourth dimension, you're right. It can't be happening, but with the fourth dimension, it can be happening.
No,
That's actually what
accelerating up.
happened.
Accelerating up.
Huh?
Yeah, boys off the hook.
Yeah,
Talk about
yeah.
a globe liability on this one right here.
I mean, I agreed with Xanax. We started talking about the fourth dimension.
Time.
Yeah.
That's the fourth dimension.
You agree the ground's accelerating up when you free fall?
Has to be, because the object's in free fall. Why would it be accelerating? Can't be. Things need a force to accelerate. You know that. But
Oh
yet
yeah,
when you-
no. Xanax right. Xanax right. If that's what he's saying, then I
Yeah, that's what
agree.
I'm saying.
So the ground's accelerating up when you free fall.
Mm-hmm. Remember,
That checks out, Nate. That's what's actually happening in reality.
Think of it.
Fall?
Yeah, when I free fall, I'm not accelerating down. The ground's actually accelerating up to meet me.
Correct.
You think that's what's happening in actuality, in reality, Nate?
From your reference frame, yeah, that is what would be happening.
Think of it
in
like
free
this.
fall, you would be considered to be at rest, Jeremy. There are no
You're
forces
inertial.
acting. Yeah, there's no forces acting on you to make you quote unquote move, right?
So we're on a sphere. We're on a sphere in the heliocentric model.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get antipodal from you. We're going to both free fall. The ground's going to accelerate up, which would be opposite. So that would be opposite. Xanax.
Do you remember what? I was just going to add a little color to it. Your question. It's a good question, and it's common, by the way. So all you have to think about is
why this doesn't work.
Well, no, it does. If you let me finish this one thought, maybe you might understand where we're coming from. When you talk about velocity, when we talk about acceleration, we know that's a change in velocity, right? And velocity has two components, right? You have a vector and you have a magnitude. We're only talking about the direction and the magnitude. We're only talking about the direction, and this directional change, not some movement of the Earth. The only the directional change, and this is the geodesics that are being created by the bending and warping of space-time, and that's why you hear what I'm saying? So the ground's accelerating upward, but it's not really moving. It's just changing direction it's getting in your way. Is what it's blocking. Just like the door in your car gets in your way when you're trying to get thrown out the car on a tight turn. It's the same thing. It's a fictitious force.
Okay. All right.
But think about whenever you're talking about acceleration, remember you got to take two things in consideration. It's change of velocity, right? Change of velocity is acceleration.
Bro.
I know, but change of velocity, but it's also it can be either change of direction or change of magnitude. And we're talking about just change of direction. That might be easier to think of it that way.
Okay. Please, just relax. So Nate, you got two.
I'm in bed. I'm relaxed.
You don't sound relaxed. Just calm down. Maybe have a cup of tea or something. So
he likes to say "calm down," so you try. He's trying to put you on the
I have a
defensive.
question. I have a question for the flat earthers. What is the leading theory as to what happened to Tiger Dan?
I don't even know who that is. Listen, you got two people antipode to each other. Nate.
You don't know who Tiger Dan is?
I don't know. We're right in the middle of this ground accelerating up thing. You think Tiger Dan's more boring?
Whatever.
Does anyone know who Tiger Dan is for this guy?
Who cares?
So Nate, we got two people. They're antipodal to each other, opposite sides of the Earth. They're both free falling. Now they're not actually falling. They're not actually accelerating down, right? And in reality, this is what you guys were saying. In reality, the ground is accelerating in the upward direction to hit them.
Did everything I say about directional
Is that
change
what-
only? Is that
Yeah, the
did that
directional
not-
change up.
Not directional change in your way. There's an object now in your way that wouldn't normally be in your way, because the space-time, the fourth dimension, is bent toward this massive object, and that's what we've determined happens because of time dilation that creates this bending arc of space-time, and then that's why the Earth suddenly becomes it's in your way. You're traveling through space and time, and you run into this friggin' Earth because it's got mass.
So
even though you're
Are you sure you run into the Earth, or does the Earth run into you? Because you were making it talk like the Earth comes up to
No,
hit us.
You are still moving, Jeremy. It's just you're not moving through space. So if you're not moving through space, you can't say a force is acting upon you. But over time, Earth gets closer to you. So you are moving through time, and that's what we call gravity.
So I have a question. So you guys probably don't accept GR, right? Do you accept Newtonian? Like,
If GR says that the ground's raising up to hit us when I jump out of a plane and I'm not actually falling towards the ground, then no, I don't believe it.
well, I know that you don't accept GR. I started with that premise, right? You don't have to repeat the premise. My question to you was, do you accept like Newtonian mechanics?
They don't accept that either because they don't believe rockets work in space.
I don't stereotype, straw man, fallacy, whatever the fuck you're doing. Just shut up, Xander.
I mean,
You're amazing. You're great.
So you don't, right? You don't accept Newtonian mechanics?
Well, I mean, let's go over something. What do you got?
Yeah, so like F equals ma. You don't accept that?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. What's the F stand for?
Force.
All right, and then the
I mean,
M
you don't have to be coy about it. Just say no, I don't accept it, right?
What's the M?
Mass.
Oh, what's that?
Could have predicted one of these objections.
Okay.
Here we go. QE semantics.
Hold on. You don't accept the
Didn't you
existence
say
of
a
mass?
force of what by what to
What
what?
is
Why
it?
didn't you say that too, Jeremy?
Well, define it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
what
mean,
is
Jeremy's
What is
gonna do this
mass?
thing where he questions everything. Trust
Hold
me.
on, hold on,
Whatever
hold on.
word you say, he's gonna ask for a definition.
Okay, why
So
can't you
be
just
ready.
say no, I don't accept it instead of playing this fucking
Accept what?
NPC like dialogue game?
Except what? What is it? I don't know what
Do
it
you
is.
accept Newtonian mechanics?
Mass. We're on mass. What is it?
Do you accept Newtonian mechanics?
If
Answer
we
the question.
figure out this mass,
Also witness.
What?
This is not going to end well for anybody.
Bro,
Who's
yeah,
Newton?
trust me. Jeremy's
Who's this guy
not gonna
Newton?
let the conversation proceed till you define what mass is.
That's
We're on
okay.
Like
F
he's
equals
Jeremy,
MA.
go ahead. Hold your ground there,
Mm.
Jeremy. You got the floor, buddy. You're in control.
We're on F
Just
equals
end the
MA.
conversation, then. Don't play his game.
We're on the
Yeah.
M.
I want to see.
the
Jeremy.
Rob Bob
Jeremy, what do you really
watch
want?
out,
Do you
Jeremy.
not, Jeremy? What do you really want here? Do you not believe in Fn equals ma? Is it like a religious
No, it's
equation?
just Jeremy's not gonna make any
Okay.
claim
I mean,
till you guys give him a
okay,
definition.
fine. I'll
and
give
then
him a
he's gonna
definition.
try
I'll give
and-
him. Fine, I'll
he's
give him
gonna
some
try-
definition.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering what's gonna happen, Charlie. He's gonna try and pick your definition apart, and you're never gonna get to the point you want to get to. I'm just warning you.
Look
That's
at all
fine. I
these white knights,
appreciate
man. Look
you.
at
I
all these.
appreciate you trying to like cover for me, but let me speak to him, please. So,
I'll
okay,
go
so
for it.
Jeremy, do you accept Newtonian mechanics?
We just did this. We're on mass. F equals MA. Remember?
No, you didn't answer my question. Jeremy, do you accept Newtonian mechanics? You can say
I
no.
said-
I don't
said
care if
I
you say
don't-
no.
I said I don't know. Let's go over something, and then you picked this F equals
Okay,
MA.
you said you
thing,
don't
which
know.
is-
Okay, so you don't
He
know if
doesn't
you
know.
accept it.
There we go. We had an answer. Good. He doesn't know.
I said,
You
let's
don't know.
go
That's
over it.
perfect. Excellent. That's an answer. Okay, so
Yeah,
you
and
said
then
you don't
said,
know.
Let's go over it.
Yeah,
Bro,
sure.
are you recapping this thing or what? We're on M.
Okay. What do you want? You want a definition for M?
Yeah, you said it was mass. I said, what's mass? Remember? Yeah, short-term
Let's
memory.
see. Let me think of a good definition for you.
Any
Yeah,
amount
think
of
of a good
matter.
one.
Charlie, you
So
can say
about
it
this.
is
How about
it is objects resistance to acceleration.
All right, that's the physics definition.
I mean, I don't think it's extremely
any amount-
precise, but I think it's a good
What-
one.
Any amount of
Resistance.
matter, which is a
Dude,
property of
stop,
inertia.
bro. Yo, Xanic. So resistance to acceleration is M. Cool. That is, and that's
No,
the
no,
physics
it's not.
definition.
It's not just the resistance to acceleration. It is an object's tendency towards resistance to acceleration. Some objects resist acceleration more. Some objects resist acceleration less.
So an object's resistance to acceleration.
Sure.
That's the physics definition.
I don't think that's the physics definition. That's the definition which I think I can work with you right now.
Are we
What's
doing
up?
physics here? Is this physics?
This is a physics
Told
question.
you, bro.
What's the physics definition now?
Okay,
We're
I can
gonna
Google it for
definitely
you if you
want that one.
want.
Yeah.
Mass definition.
For physics.
Okay.
What's
You
up,
gotta
Nate?
Google it, huh?
What's up,
I
Nate?
don't know why you think that's
I
Yeah, but
love
legit.
I mean,
maths. I love it.
he gave a definition consistent with known physics. I mean, we can use that.
I was willing to
Uh,
roll with that one. I don't know.
Yeah,
Mass
it's a
in
physics
physics.
definition. There's nothing
Let's
wrong
see.
with it.
But wait
Mass
till you hear
is a
the other
measure
one.
of the amount of matter in an object.
Any amount of matter. I always like that. And then
Oh,
I say it has
now
a property
matter.
of energy.
Oh boy.
Yes.
No,
Now
I
they're
always
gonna ask you what's
my
matter.
standard
Like,
standard
don't use
response
that
is,
definition.
well, my standard
Stick with
response
the
is
one you
always
had,
any amount
Tom.
any
It's a
amount
pretty
of
good one.
matter that has a property of inertia. Inertia is a resistance to acceleration. That
Oh,
kind of
that's
covers
the
all
third
bases.
definition. We're on a roll.
Well, that's the main. I remember I am the citation. So
Okay.
we go with that one.
So did you want a definition for matter?
We have three so far. The
Things that
resistance to
No.
acceleration, the
No.
amount
I
of
gave you a
matter.
definition for mass.
Here you are talking over me again.
Wait, do you think that mass and matter are the
Always.
same thing?
You can't help
No,
yourself,
I'm not.
dude.
Yeah, let SE finish. Go ahead, SE.
Forget it, bro. Forget. I just want to whack this guy, like slap him, give him like a bitch slap. Go ahead,
I
dude.
know you do.
Go
You're
ahead,
dying.
talk.
You're dying to do that. Just do it then. Yes, you don't just joke around.
Yo,
It's
yo,
business.
let's
Hold
not.
on, guys.
Every time I talk, bro. Every time.
You
What?
got some weird staticky thing going on when you first
Yeah, I don't
started
think
talking.
I don't think anyone's being very rude here at all. I think everyone's being pretty cool.
So
Actually,
I want to ask you something. So when you weigh something, and then you weigh something else, and the scale says it weighs more, what do you think that thing is measuring?
How much mass you put on the scale?
Okay, so you accept that mass is a thing.
So if I put more mass on the scale, it should weigh more, right?
Under the same gravitational field, yeah.
Yes.
Jeremy, force.
So if I'm standing on a scale, and then if I hold something that has 50 kilograms, let's say 5 kilograms, I should weigh more.
Sure.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna fill up a balloon with 5 kilograms of helium. I'm gonna weigh more.
No.
Oh.
Because you're
So
not
what are
taking
you
into
talking
account
about?
like buoyancy, right? Because you're always measuring, I guess, a weight in a medium,
this
right?
weight mass
If
thing
you
doesn't
pick
really
a
work for
medium
you
that's
then.
significantly, if you pick a medium that is significantly heavier, or excuse me, if you pick a medium that's significantly lighter than what it is that you're measuring, then you don't need to concern yourself with things like buoyancy, right? But when you pick something like helium, you do, because helium is a lot lighter than air, or less
So this
dense. I
adding
should
more
say.
mass and weighing more thing, that doesn't really work for you then.
I mean, I feel like you're being disingenuous here. Like, I think you know about buoyancy, right? And I think you
You think so?
understand that buoyancy
Think I
exists.
heard of that before?
Yeah.
Well, you don't accept buoyancy?
Well, then go back to Ethical's MA. I mean,
Oh
why don't
my
you
God.
say,
I warned you, Charlie. I warned you.
what,
Jeremy's
what,
gonna
No,
question
I know.
every
Please don't
every word.
protect me on this. I'm
What is
having fun,
math?
okay? Don't protect me.
Yeah.
This is fun for me, all right? All right, so you don't
So
accept buoyancy. Okay.
I accept buoyancy.
Do you
What
want
do
to
you
get
mean?
into buoyancy?
I accept buoyancy, relative density.
We have gone over this for 5 years
Okay,
straight.
so you accept buoyancy. So then you understand why it's difficult to measure helium, in the air by
Yes, I
holding
understand
helium.
that adding more mass to a scale is not going to make it way more. I understand. Yes, go ahead. F
Okay,
equals MA.
sure. I will give you, with some exceptions, generally speaking, putting more mass in a scale registers more weight.
What was your definition for mass? And I missed it. These guys went into
My definition for mass, I don't think I gave you one.
I gave one.
Did I? I think I said
You're letting him
it
skate
is
around
that,
in circles, Jeremy.
What I said is it is that what that goes up when it is the thing that you are measuring when you step on a scale, right?
So it's weight?
Not directly, I guess.
Weight?
Under the
Weight,
same
that's
gravitational field, it's pretty much equivalent to weight, but it's not quite the same.
That's
right? Because
the fourth definition right now.
under different
Just letting
different
everybody know.
definitions.
That's the
Come
fourth
on, Charlie, you can do better
definition
than
of mass.
this. You're letting him win. You're giving him too much.
No. This is fun for me.
Mass
Please
is
stop
weight.
fucking white knighting.
I know it is. I know it. But let's get How about
So now
my
mass is
definition?
weight.
Don't you like
Yep.
my definition better? Because this
Yeah.
covers all bases,
Xanax,
Charlie.
Xanax, please.
Any amount of matter, and it has a property called inertia, which is a resistance acceleration. Done. Then you have to worry about getting this mass.
No,
weight,
no, because that's not the. There's actually
Can
different
you just
types
look
of
up
matter.
the physics definition for mass, please?
That
And
is a
we'll roll with that one.
that is a physics definition, actually. There's
Just let
no one
Charlie
denies
give
that.
physics
There's no one that denies that
definition.
inertia is not a property of matter or mass.
Just stop, bro. Stop. Let Charlie give us his definition so we can continue this. I gotta go to sleep. So.
He's in trouble, man. He's against the wall. You're crushing
He's
him.
got this, bro. He's fine.
Bro, you gotta stop white knighting for me. I'm fine.
I'm just kidding. I'm not white. You don't need white knighting. I'm just playing along with.
All right. So, what did you want me to answer?
I'm not white knighting, and I'm not. He's got it covered.
let's let Jeremy and Charlie have like a 5-minute one-on-one, guys.
Physics definition. Yeah, good call, Nate. Physics definition for mass. Let's go.
Okay. Well, if you want to fix this definition, I'm just gonna Google it. Right? What definition for what? For mass or matter?
Mass.
Mass. Okay. Mass definition. Physics.
Get the physics one. Yeah.
Sure. Mass, symbolized M, is a dimensionless quantity representing the amount of matter in a particle or object.
A dimensionless quantity?
Yep.
In other words, any amount of matter, as I've
That's
always
6
been saying.
definitions now. I'm counting. That's 6.
6?
Remember,
Yep.
SC, mine's the best. I'm the citation. Remember that.
So, can you just read that again real quick, Charlie? You had me off guard with this dimensionless thing. And I'm wondering why it's dimensionless.
Because it's any amount. Doesn't matter.
It has no dimensions?
There's no dimensions.
Wait,
like
why doesn't it have
zero.
dimensions, actually?
I don't know.
Curious
That's
to me. I would have thought that it would have a dimension.
Yeah.
I mean, it has a unit. Why wouldn't it have a dimension?
Definition again?
Can you read the
Mass
definition
or
again?
matter? Is that mass or matter? Mass or matter? Mass, right?
Mass.
It's saying
Yeah,
no
yeah.
dimensions because, but it has
Did you
it has
read
to have
that?
some dimension.
Well, yeah, but just let him read.
Oh
like,
no, I
read
guess
it.
no. It doesn't have a dimension. It's like moles. It's a quantity. I see.
Right.
I see. It's a
So mass
quantity
is a
of
mole.
matter. I see.
Number
Mass is a
7.
mole,
Number
you're saying.
7. Mole.
Mass
Number
is
7.
a mole. Zanuck, you like that one?
That's a specific
That's
quantity.
a unit.
Of matter.
That's not a dimension, right?
That's
Yeah,
mass
but
is
could you
any
read
amount of
the
matter.
definition again, Charlie? So sorry, man. Oh, could you post it?
What's up?
Yeah, just post
Could
it
you
for us,
post
'cause they're
that
like
definition?
jackals. Post it for us.
The definition of mass
Yes.
Yeah, that
that
you
I
just
found.
The
read.
dimensionless thing.
It was just I just found it on Google, which I guess is not a very authoritative answer.
I kind of like
Yeah,
it.
just read it again.
Like
Fuck
it
it.
too.
I'll
I
just
like
go by
that
Wikipedia. That's
dimensionless.
fine.
Right.
So which one of the 7s are you going with again, Charlie?
He's gonna get it. He's gonna
Just
get an
curious.
ace one. Hold on, he's gonna get us an ace one from
Just
Wiki. Wiki right here. Hold on.
Hold on, I'm fucking playing COD.
Pull
Just give
up
me a
the
second.
Wiki one. Pull up the Wiki one. Let's go for an eighth one.
What's the other ones? Khan Academy? Check out Khan Academy too. You'll probably find a few more there.
We ready to try to hit 10? We'll see if we can hit 10. I don't know.
Let's go
What
for
happens
10.
if we
Yeah,
get
yeah.
to 10? I mean, do we win an award?
This is gonna be a fucking. We're going for the
Is there a
record.
Yeah,
medal?
you get the Stockholm medal. Stockholm medal. Yep.
We're gonna go for a fucking record on this.
What
one.
are we
Let's go.
learning here? What are we learning? by
All
these
right,
many
so
definitions?
Jeremy,
Valuable.
yeah, Jeremy.
So
he's
it is the
giving-
amount. It is the amount of matter, right?
All right.
You said that one already. You said that one
specific
already.
amount.
All right.
Yeah.
So now you have all of these definitions for mass, Jeremy. Can we move on?
Okay,
You
so
know
we
what
got
mass.
amount.
You better pick
There you go,
one.
Nate. With a good closer.
All right, we'll go with
Yeah.
amount of matter. We'll go with an
Yeah.
amount of matter, like a mole
Okay.
or something. So we got a
And
mole.
now?
We got our force.
Yeah.
our
So let's
mole, our
move on with
acceleration.
F equals ma. Where were you and Charlie
Sure.
going with that?
Well,
A mole
he
is
just
an amount
he
of
just.
matter. I mean,
So
it's-
hold on. I give you that. I already told you that mass is just amount of matter, right?
Yeah, a mole.
No,
So
no,
what-
mole.
Jeremy's
A mole of oxygen
yeah.
is different than a
Jeremy's
mole of.
happy.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What
doesn't
do
matter.
you want to know now?
Yeah.
Right.
That's good. No, that works. Let's go.
What
How
else do
many
you want
was
to know?
it? That's the 8 or 9. Oh, 8 because he did
9.
a double.
I don't think.
Okay. So
I don't
let's.
think I gave you 8 different definitions. That's bullshit.
He gave us a double, so
Yeah.
we're just
Yeah.
saying 8.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
gave you
Yeah,
one
that's
definition.
Jeremy.
I
Yeah,
gave
but
you one
guys, come on.
definition.
Well, that's 8.
Let's
Yeah,
try
yeah,
and get back on track. You know, we were talking about F equals ma. Jeremy sidetracked because he wanted to know what mass is. He's been given 8 definitions. Let's move on now.
That's right.
Mhm.
Which
So we
should
got
be
a
plenty,
force.
right?
We got a force. We got our mole and our acceleration, and then that's it. Yeah,
So
that's good.
Charlie,
That
do
checks
you
out.
remember why you brought up F equals ma?
Yeah, I asked him, do you accept Newtonian mechanics, right? And he says, I don't
Uh-huh.
know. I got
Yeah,
my
no,
answer, I guess.
that checks
He
out.
doesn't know.
F equals ma. That's good. We'll go with that. Now what?
Nothing. You said you
Remember,
don't
But
know.
was there a reason you asked him that question, Charlie?
Yeah, bro,
'Cause we
you're
were talking about
completely nowhere, bro.
Because I find it sort of silly to talk about GR when he doesn't even accept Newtonian mechanics, right? You have to work your way
I
up.
accepted it.
You
Bro, I
accept Newtonian
accepted it.
mechanics?
I accept F equals ma. You want to go over another one?
Oh, really? Okay, so you accept F equals
Do
ma.
another
You
one.
know,
Let's do
you
another
could have
one.
saved us
Wait,
30
wait,
minutes,
wait,
John.
wait,
You
wait,
could have saved
okay.
us 30 minutes.
He should
Great.
have started with the.
So you accept the concept of inertial mass. Excellent. You probably don't accept the concept of gravitational mass, though, which is fine.
Oh, crap.
Oh boy. Don't talk about weight. Oh boy.
Dude, what's the point of all this?
I'm just curious, bro.
Relativistic mass, inertial mass, gravitational mass,
rest mass.
Oh my God, we're in deep now.
So mass is the amount of matter, and that's physics. Is if I was playing with electrons, would that be physics?
No.
Yes. No.
Oh,
Electrons
you
are
mean
physics?
yes, no, Zanuck? Was that a yes, no?
No, I think electrons are parts of physics. Talk about electrons
I mean,
in physics.
in that case, everything is physics, right?
Everything is physics.
I don't think it's a very good point.
I don't know if there's a point.
Electrons is not. I don't know. I got a yes, no from Zanuck. What is it? Is electrons physics or no?
What do you mean? Is electron physics? Electrons
I'm
is
dealing-
obviously not literally physics.
If I'm playing with electrons and doing science or whatever, figuring out how electrons work, is that physics?
Oh, if you're figuring out how electrons work, then yeah, you're doing physics.
Yeah, speak Jeremy.
But it's not literally
Charlie.
the same as physics, right? Doing something doesn't mean that it literally is
Charlie,
the same thing.
If you have a question what Jeremy asked you, just ask me. I'll tell you what he said. Really, what it means.
So electrons, that would be under the all-encompassing world of physics, right?
Sure.
So do electrons have mass?
Sure.
And mass is, say what the thing of mass was again.
Amount of matter.
How much matter is in an electron?
I have to look up the exact number.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one.
10
It's
to
going to
the
be a big
minus
number.
27th.
Mass of electron. 9.109 times 10 to the minus 31 kilograms.
How much matter? How much matter is in an electron?
He says that with a straight face.
Oh, how much matter?
Matter? Yeah, you said electrons have mass. And you said matter. The mass is the amount of matter. So now we know that an electron has mass. I'm trying to figure out how much matter it has.
It has 9.10938 times 10 to the minus 31 kilograms of it.
Do you even know what that means? Do
That's
you
a
even know
perfectly
what that
consistent
number
answer.
means?
The kilogram is a unit measure of mass.
What does
20
that
unit
number mean that he just gave? What is that? Can you weigh
that's
that?
the
Can you
ma-
put
that's
that
the
on the
mass.
scale?
That's the mass. Well, you can do other tests to see if that works out, but that's the mass of an electron. 9 times
Where do I weigh
9.
that? How do I verify that?
We don't always have to weigh things to measure.
You determine it by figuring out the energy content through the charge of an electron.
I actually don't know how the mass of the electron was first
then you
measured.
look.
So
I'm
energy.
answering.
So it's
and then
energy.
you look at the mass to charge ratio.
Yeah, generally speaking, electrons are measured in electron volts and not in kilograms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Right,
measure
because of energy content,
Too small
sure.
to put on a scale. Yeah.
Yeah, I was told electrons didn't have matter before by a guy who supposedly knows all this electron bullshit.
Yeah,
I
because
guess he was
matter
wrong.
is something we consider from the atomic scale onward. Subatomic, we just look at mass. An atom is a piece of matter, but an atom is made of constituent particles like a nucleus and then orbiting electron. Those have mass. Together they make matter, but an electron on its own, you wouldn't call that matter. You would just say
Why not?
it has mass through its energy.
Hold on. Why would you not say an individual electron has matter?
Because it's mass.
So the
matter
amount of
is
Right, but mass is a
an
quantity
atom.
of mass
Matter.
is how much matter something has, right? So if If an electron has mass, then by necessity it has matter.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
No,
Now
you
you're getting
measure
the problem with mass.
the amount of matter something has through its mass.
Mass is. That's why I like to go back. That's why
mass
I
is a
go back to
measurement
any.
of matter.
But Charlie, that's why I always like to go back to any amount. Mass is any amount of matter. And what is matter? Matters are just something that takes up space. Then it keeps it really simple. And then
Oh, Nate, does an electron have matter or not?
I don't think so. I don't
An
think it's something that
electron
takes
is made
space.
of
I don't know what you
mass.
mean by
Atoms have matter.
It has
Is an
it takes up
electron?
space.
Is there matter?
that. Are you
in an
talking about
electron?
fermions?
No.
Like fermions are
Nate.
matter?
No.
I guess that was consistent, right? Because fermions sort
Yeah.
of take up space like quite literally. They bounce each other off
We're
out
not
of the
using
same point in
Bannock's
space.
case
But
definition
photons
made
or
up.
any boson really doesn't do that.
Okay,
No.
hold on, real quick. Nate, does an electron have matter? Yes or no?
That is a malformed question. An
It
electron isn't considered matter; it's considered
So
mass.
no matter, no matter.
From the atomic scale onwards, you have matter, but subatomic, we don't talk about matter. We talk about
Matter
mass.
in an electron. All right, no matter in an electron.
Can you have a mole? Can you have a mole of electrons? I don't think
Yes.
it works like that.
I disagree with you saying that electrons don't have matter or aren't matter. I think they absolutely are.
They don't have a size, but they have they have a mass given in electron volts. How do you have something that is zero size have a mass? That's very confusing for flat earthers.
Not confusing for me.
that's what you have to imagine in your
anyone would
brain.
agree they have. I think
You
all
can
would
have
agree
a
they have
mole
mass.
of
I think
electrons.
electrons
Electrons
have
mass, but they aren't
Yeah,
matter.
They are matter. Why do you keep saying that?
Yeah, I think
'Cause
they
they're
made up of
not.
matter.
Caroline, instead of declaring that you're
Electron-
correct, tell me why you are.
Electron. Yeah, so I'll say this: fermions, when put together, create
Sure.
matter. Definitely. When you put them together and you have an atom, you have a piece of matter.
A
But when
boson
you
and a
when
Okay,
when
again,
you
you're giving me a
when you
declarative
dis-
answer. I need you to give me an imperative.
I'm trying
Okay.
to. Man.
All right, I'll shut up.
So when you take fermions and you put them together to create a particle or an atom, you have matter. When you separate them, all you have are pieces of mass. Individual fermions do not make matter.
Okay,
But I don't
again,
think electron is a
you were
fermion,
just
right?
declarative. You didn't tell me why
Yes,
you're correct. You're just
because-
saying you're right again.
Because that's how we define them. These are just definitions, you know.
No, that I understand. I understand that, but I disagree that that's the definition, right? Obviously, from the definition of mass, if you're measuring there to be mass from the definition of mass, then you necessarily need to conclude that there is also matter because
You would
mass is
think
a
so,
measure
wouldn't
of
you,
matter.
Charlie, you would think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think what Nate's talking about is how they got mass or matter out of certain fields, certain
No,
high energy fields,
mass.
right? No.
Mass is a measurement of inertia. Mass is also a unit we use to measure matter.
No, mass is not a unit.
Inertia is
Mass is not a
it is.
unit. Kilograms
It is.
is a unit.
Mass,
No, it's
mass,
not.
mass.
No,
Yes.
it's not.
Yes, he is. Charlie's
Mass
right.
is a unit.
Mass.
No,
Mass,
Carelli, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You're
Mass
right.
has a
SI
unit measure called the kilogram.
Yeah.
Mass.
Okay.
Mass is made up
Cool.
of
Mass
matter.
has
The
has
SI
an SI
unit. That's number
called
9, Jeremy.
Mass
Number
has
9.
inertia.
an SI. Come on, I'm trying to correct myself. Mass is
We're
an
gonna
SI
get 10,
unit
don't worry.
called the gram. Fine, cool. But what I'm trying to say is we say that mass is a measure of inertia. Inertia being a property of matter. Matter on itself has inertia.
No.
because
Wait.
It has mass.
No. Inertia is a property of mass.
Inertia is a property of matter.
Mass.
Matter.
Oh, and of course,
Mass
logically,
tells
mass
us.
is
Mass tells us how much inertia is present in a piece of matter.
mass is any amount of matter, and it's got a property, possesses a property called inertia.
Wait,
All mass has inertia.
I got lost in this whole thing. Where are we at on the conversation? We went back to F equals MA.
Yeah, we were trying to see if Jeremy accepts.
Jeremy
Newtonian
accepts Newtonian mechanics.
Oh, we're done. Then. That's it. We can all go home now.
Hold on,
The
no,
rockets-
we're
rockets
only
work
on
in
our
space?
ninth. We're only
Do
on our
rockets work
ninth
in space?
definition for math. Vanek, I'm very close to muting you, just so you know. Very close.
I'm really sorry about that.
Very close. We're only on our ninth definition of mass. We're not going anywhere. Okay.
We're not on the ninth definition. You quit bullshitting, okay?
SC's been counting.
Really? Then
SC
list
was
them out.
count.
List them out.
This
Right
is all
now,
being
list them out in
recorded.
chat.
We're on number 9. We're
List
on
them out in
number
chat.
9.
Dude, this is all being recorded. You know that,
List
right?
them out.
So just
List
play
them
it
out.
back.
This is all being recorded. Okay, so we have an electron that has mass.
Run from the
Clearly,
question. Run from the claim.
dude, I
Run,
can't
Jeremy,
remember
run.
them all. Bro, you just
Well, then
freestyled
stop
one.
saying it's the fucking nice definition if you don't fucking remember, because it's not fucking
SC's
true.
been counting.
It's 9.
Okay, listen.
Learn to
just
live
wait.
with it.
It's
We're gonna try to
1.
get to 10. Just relax.
It's 1.
It's-
I've also
which
been
is
counting. Apparently,
okay,
one of us
your
doesn't know how to
definition-
count.
And your one definition is mass is an amount of matter, yet we have an electron that has mass, but there's no matter.
No, I don't agree with that. I told you already. Electrons clearly have
This
both
guy
mass
is an
and matter.
expert. This guy is an expert in GR. Jace Hood also backs what Nate Up is saying, that an electron.
I don't
does
think he's
not
an
have
expert in GR. He definitely knows some things about GR, but
Jace. No, I'm talking about Jace Hood. You know who Jace
Trust
is?
me, I'm an expert, bro, and I'm telling you, nowhere would anyone ever define an electron or any fermion as being matter. Atoms and elements are defined as matter. If you have a definition at hand,
Okay.
ready, where an electron is defined as matter, please do share it. I've never seen that before.
let me
Make that
find.
weird. We're going for
Yeah,
Okay,
find
so I
something.
mean, so let me ask you something. Okay, do you accept the definition of mass that I gave? Amount of matter?
Which one? Mass is.
No.
Could you go to me again?
Mass is amount of matter. Do you accept that definition?
Isn't there more you want to add to that?
Okay, I got it
No.
for you. If you want to here's the answer.
No, please. Chirality. Do you accept my definition of mass, which is amount of matter?
Not phrased like that. I mean, if you want to say mass is the measurement of matter in an object, yeah. But to just say mass is the amount of matter, don't you want to add something to that?
No, I don't.
An
Mass is
electron
the
has
amount of
rest
matter.
mass.
I don't agree with that. No, if just those words. I
Okay,
don't
what
agree.
definition
what's
do you want me to
your
use of
definition?
mass?
Yeah,
What
what's your
definition do you want me
If you said mass is the measurement of the amount of matter in an object, I would be fine with that.
Okay, so if mass is the measurement of the amount of matter, then if I measure some mass in an object, then that object by necessity needs to have matter, does it not?
Hold on, is that the 10th
If you
definition
measure,
for mass? Was that the 10th definition for mass, SC?
There you go, Chirality. Read the
What?
text chat.
I missed that one. What was it?
Hold on, I want him to answer my question, right? Because he said, what
Well,
was
this
your
is
definition for
important,
mass?
bro. I want to hear that last definition, please. What was it?
Crowley, what was it? I think I just asked you a very fair question. I think I asked you a very fair question, right?
Yes. I'm sorry, man. I just got distracted because someone posted something in text chat that
Sure.
says electrons have mass and
Have mass.
volume, hence electrons are matter. Interesting.
Yeah. All the definitions say this, Nate. All the
Electrons do
definitions
not
say
have
that.
volume. Electrons absolutely do not have volume.
Yeah,
Under quantum field theory, electrons are point particles.
Volume. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. That they're point particles. Now I'm seeing for the
They
first
are.
time electrons apparently have volume.
I
So I
don't
wanna know
see.
where
I don't
did
see why
Bob
the
get
taking
that?
up of space is necessary here from my point, right? Like,
But someone did post a definition, which is what I asked. for.
Can you ignore
But
everybody
this
else
definition-
and refer to me while I get this question answered?
All right, go ahead, man.
Again, can you go over your definition of mass? The measurement of matter, right?
This
Did I
is
get that
number
right?
10. Is this number 10?
Yeah. In
Okay.
an object.
Okay.
The measurement of
So if
matter in an
I'm measuring some matter in an electron, does that not by necessity mean it has some matter?
No, you're just measuring the mass of that electron
No, you just said that mass was
matterless.
measurement of matter.
in an object. Yeah,
What do you mean? Why not in an electron?
and an electron wouldn't meet this definition of an object, and this
Okay, then
object would
are
need
you
to
saying
have
it's
volume.
impossible to measure the mass of an electron by that definition?
No, I'm saying it's impossible to measure whether or not an electron has matter because it has no volume. Objects have volume
Why are you introducing
Atom.
the concept of volume here? Hold on.
because that's what's meant by object.
You can't have matter
No, it's
with no
not.
volume.
Yeah, objects
have
have volume.
matter
Show me
with
an
no-
object that doesn't have volume.
Absolutely not.
All right, show me an
You
object
can't
without
have
volume.
matter with no volume.
Hold on. Again, I'm going by your definition of mass, right? Which is a measurement of matter, right?
In an object.
Okay, now
That was
you're
my
adding Now you're adding the
No,
in
that
an
was
object
the
part. Okay,
definition.
Let me ask
No,
you.
I
So,
had that
okay,
definition all
fine,
the
fine,
time.
fine. So by
Your definition.
hold on,
Hang on. No,
hold
let me
on, hold on,
clarify.
hold on, hold on,
Because
hold
now
on.
you were
So you're
straw
saying
manning.
by an
I got
object.
you.
So I want you to
No, I
clarify
just
exactly
want to
what you mean by an
clarify
object, right?
because you were straw manning now.
All right, guys,
Your
one at a
definition
time.
was matter is the uh, uh is the amount of mass or the measurement of mass, and I told you I'm not happy with that definition because you need to add more to it. You wanted me to give you an example, and the example I gave you is matter is the measurement.
No,
Sorry,
mass is the measurement.
mass is the measurement of matter in an object.
Okay.
An object, as we all know, have volumes. I mean, it's just
Okay. So that definition of mass only applies to objects with volume, right? Right?
if you we're kind of more defining matter there, but I'm just saying that is what mass would be.
Hold on. Can you please answer my question?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You got
Your definition of mass only applies to objects which, by your definition, have volume. Yeah?
Yes. You have matter
okay.
with no volume.
Can you give me a definition?
My definition applies to objects with volume.
Can you give me a definition of mass that applies to electrons?
Matter is a substance that made up of various types of particles that occupy
go for the 11.
space.
Hold on, Jesus. Chirality, can you give me a definition of mass that you can apply to electrons? Because clearly the definition you gave me cannot be applied to electrons.
See, this is number 11.
When it comes to electrons, I would say mass is the amount of energy content within that electron.
Okay.
I see you guys.
And
I mean,
and that definition I just gave doesn't go against the definition of mass with relation to matter and objects.
It doesn't go against it. I agree. It doesn't go against it. They just happen to be equivalent, I guess. But
they are talking about mass with relation to different things. One talks about mass.
Okay. So can I ask you something? Can I ask you something? If I have an electron and a proton,
yes,
right? Is that an object now?
That is an object with volume, and we call that object a helium atom, and
that's a hydrogen atom.
Okay,
you know what you're talking about.
Hydrogen.
So
I made a mistake, bro. It's
hold on.
It's like what, 2 in the morning?
Hold on. So
yes, it's a hydrogen atom.
Okay.
Atoms
how
are
can
made of atoms are considered matter because they do have volume.
Chirality. How can the system with two particles have volume? How are you calculating the volume here?
Because they take up space. Atoms take up space, bro.
Hold on. Listen to my question. Listen to my question. How can two objects which individually take up zero space take up some space when they're together?
A good point. That is a good fucking
because
point.
we can measure the space they take up when put together.
So
when
we measure at what point forces balance out such that the objects, quote unquote, cannot be brought closer together.
What?
Or it's more difficult to bring them closer together, right?
But
two objects or 2 point particles that take up no volume together also need to take up no volume. By your logic.
No, that's not my logic. That's just something you are deciding,
okay.
bro.
Excellent. Okay, so you consider repelling forces to be volume, right? To count as volume.
I never said that. These are things you were saying. Those words never left my mouth.
I'm inferring them from what you're saying, and I'm asking you such that you can correct me. Okay, so don't be offended when I say something that you don't disagree. Just tell me that's not what I said.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, so can you explain to me one more time how 2 particles that take up no volume together take up some volume?
You saying a proton doesn't take up volume?
That's what he's saying.
No,
which I guess that isn't even true because protons are made up of quarks, right?
I never said protons don't take up volume. I've been talking about electrons. Yeah,
I know you didn't say
that. You guys are lying and straw manning now.
I'm not lying.
Half of the things you guys are saying, I never said. You and Jeremy together.
I'm correcting myself when I said something that you didn't say.
Well,
dude, relax.
If it didn't have mass, it'd be a photon, right? So the mass of a proton is what, 1/2000th of a. Let me assume the electron is 1/2000th of a proton, but they both have mass.
Okay,
Does
so
a
let me
proton
ask
have
you:
volume?
does a proton have matter,
Yes.
but not an electron?
Electron does too.
Wait, who said
Has
that?
rest mass. It has rest
I'm
mass.
asking.
I
I'm
did.
asking chirality. I'm asking chirality.
Oh,
That's
what is that?
Zanuck. He's all over the place.
I'm not all over the
Chirality.
place.
He's all over the place. You just said an electron had matter.
It has mass. Yes.
Yeah, no matter though, right?
It has matter. It is made of matter.
An electron has matter.
You're all over the place. It's chirality that says that an electron does not have matter.
Yeah, protons. I would say, yeah, protons. You could say they are made of mass. They have matter because they're made of constituent particles being gluons and
Okay,
quarks.
can you tell me where it is that you get this idea that electrons are typically not considered matter?
From everyone everywhere, chemists,
From
physicists.
everyone everywhere.
I've never been in a physics class where someone said an electron is matter. An electron is always defined as mass, and we get its mass through its energy content from its charge using its charge to mass ratio. We never define an electron as matter. I see now this definition Bob has posted. I want to know where he got it from, because in this definition of his, it's saying that electrons have volume, and that is
I posted the link.
Okay,
Yo,
so
real quick,
so
I
so let me ask you
Hold on,
now.
Charlie,
What do
hold
you
on 1
mean by
second, real quick.
volume?
I know you can hear me. Can you hear me? Just relax, Charlie. Relax, bro.
There it is
I'm
again.
Thank you, Bob.
This is from physicsforums.com. The electron is a point particle, it has zero volume.
Yeah, but Bob posted something from, it looks like a physics forum as well. Oh, physics stack exchange. All right.
So first of all, what do you mean by volume then?
All right,
Because
you just want to slow down because I do want to read what Bob posted. If you
Okay.
can just give me 2 minutes, I will be back with you, Charles.
Sure.
Just let me read what Bob posted. But I mean, you can talk to someone else.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not on chirality's train. Electrons have matter by my definition.
Could you explain why?
Well, I thought
I'll
you
tell
were
you
reading.
right now. I'll tell you right now, Jace goes along with this. Electrons have no matter either. So I mean these are the
Let's hear Charlie out though. Like why
I
do
already
you think
gave you my reasoning, right? I gave you one definition for mass, and it applies to electrons. You say that definition only applies for objects. Right?
No, I said that's how I would define it. What I said was I
Sure.
don't agree with your definition, but if you want to run with your definition, make it make sense to me.
Well, it's
Like,
perfectly applicable to electrons, right?
Mhm.
Right? Like my definition is, mass is the amount of matter. If you accept that definition, you clearly measure some mass in an electron. Therefore, you measure matter. Like that's just a definition, right? Like definitions are not. They're not objective. They're just definitions. They're just labels. If you run with that definition, you have to agree with me that electrons have matter.
Well, they have to have mass.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
mass
no.
made of matter.
If I agreed with your definition, then I would be on the side of the argument that says electrons have matter. I don't agree with it though, which I've made clear. But
Is mass?
I mean,
That's fine. That's fine. Your
sounds
definition of mass implies that, or sorry, that your definition of matter implies that they have to have volume, right? Which
I think that's the debate right now. I think we all agree that it has rest mass. But I think he's saying that it doesn't take up any volume. That's the point in question right now. And I don't really know. I don't really have a.
I mean, there's no objectively correct answer on this. It's just a convention.
Right. But
There's no
electron has mass.
experiment that we're going to disagree on, right?
Yeah, they all know it has that 10 to the 9 times 10 to the 9 minus 31 kilogram. So electrons do have mass, but does it take up volume? That's where there's probably different things written in physics journals and discussions about it. If it didn't have mass, it would be a photon, right? It'd be a photon. It's not a photon.
Yeah. Well, it would be a boson.
A boson, yeah, a boson or a gluon or a
I think we got 11 definitions. At least 10, though.
Jeremy, you're funny.
Yo, we got at least 10. We counting SB? We'll run the tape back and check it later.
Keeping track.
We're gonna run it back later because I
So,
think I
so
just
you're
hit a
saying
record.
we're an order of magnitude off the number of definitions. That's
I, mean,
pretty
I, think,
bad.
I think we just hit a I think we hit a record, bro.
My God, yeah, for sure. I never heard that many.
Look at SE.
Write it down then.
Great. The particle zoo. SE, good job with that one. Look at the
You like that one,
graviton,
huh,
dark
Emmett?
matter, tachyons, the Higgs. Remember Higgs fields. That's important to talk about too. They take up space. Protons, neutrons.
Dark matter is a pillow. It's a pillow.
Where's our? I think we got a few missing out of here. Oh, there's the boson.
Yeah,
If you're looking at his
I
chart,
don't think electrons have volume. I see what Bob's posted, but I don't agree with that. But I would
have
say
muon.
that a proton or a neutron, any hadron or baryon would be considered matter because they do have volume. They do take up
Okay,
space.
so can I ask a question again? How can constituent particles that take up no volume take up volume suddenly when put together?
Because some of those parts do have volume. If you take a proton, which has volume, and you put it together with an electron, which doesn't have volume, you still have matter because there's a proton present. There's a nucleus present.
Okay, but
if you have two electrons
okay,
together,
hold on. You're not
there's no
answering
volume present.
You're not answering the meat of my question, right? Quarks, I'm sure you would agree, take up no volume, right? So how is it possible that quarks together make up a proton?
Because there are billions of quarks and gluons together within a proton or a neutron.
I mean, it's
But
mostly
they all
it's
have
mostly
no
3 to
volume.
5, right? And then there's virtual quarks.
No. We model them as 3 to 5, but it's been shown that it's a huge soupy mess. It's a huge
Right, that's
gluon
exactly what I
quark
said.
plasma.
I said the most significant terms come from 3 to 5 quarks, and then the
That's
rest
what
is a sea of virtual quarks. That's exactly what I said. So again, I'm going to ask you.
Ask
Clearly,
him
you
again.
agree that quarks have no volume, right? So how is it possible that a bunch of particles with no volume can suddenly give rise to a particle with volume?
Because they are bound together. So these units of mass are bound together by bosons. And in their binding, they take up space. They take up volume.
So if you add enough zeros together, you'll get a number bigger than 0. You're saying,
Jeremy, you don't even know what it is we're talking about, bro. Like,
talking
just
about
take
quarks.
Jeremy, why don't
You
you
don't
step
even know what a
by for a
quark
minute and listen to these guys? They're actually
Talking
having a
about
good
quarks.
conversation.
Take a back seat, Jeremy. You sound high, bro, and sleepy.
Calm down, Jeremy. Calm down. You're all over the place, Jeremy.
We all agree quarks have no volume. But if you put a bunch of quarks together,
What is a
you
quark,
suddenly
Jeremy?
have volume.
What's a quark, Jeremy?
Something that has no volume. But if you put enough of them together, if you put enough quarks together, you suddenly get volume.
You're quirky, Jeremy. You're a quirky
Charlie,
guy.
this is a good point, Charlie. Don't let him slide on this. And I'm taking a back seat. Let's go, Charlie. Don't let him slide on this. We're adding zeros. We're adding zeros together, and they're getting a number bigger than 0.
Just wait till we start dividing by 0. That'll really throw your mind.
That's when shit gets weird. I know this is weird, but it's gonna get weirder.
But then we'll take the square root of negative numbers. Oh man, that's dangerous.
That's just crazy talk right there.
The problem here, Corelli, is that you're not really giving me a good mechanism or definition, like a good mechanism by which things can have volume emerge, or what even it is that you mean by volume, right? Because clearly, for example, a 2-particle system makes a line, and lines don't have volume, right? 3-particle systems make a plane, and planes don't have volume, right? Obviously, empirically they do. Empirically, they do take up space. But I need a good definition by what it is that you mean when they take up space, and I don't think you've given me a satisfactory one, right? I hope that you feel like my concern about your answer is fair.
I see where you get this question, but I mean, do you know what a volume operator is, for example, in quantum mechanics?
Do I know what a volume operator is? I know what a linear operator is on observables. I've never used it. I've never used a volume operator. I've used an energy operator. I've used a position operator. I've used a momentum operator. I've never heard of a volume operator.
In general relativity or quantum field theory?
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I've never used it.
Okay, well, a volume operator is basically the region that defines the expected value of a volume measurement, given either a quantum state or given a region of general relativity. And that's what we use to define volume when looking at quantum objects such as protons.
Mm-hmm.
So we got all these quarks,
basically, if you have quarks from the combining energy created by the gluons between the quarks, we get the volume operator. We use that to determine what the volume of this proton is going to be that we are measuring. That's how. So you can't say protons have physical volume the way you and I have volume, because you can't hold a proton due to, its quantum nature and the fact that we consider it an excitation in the field. But using specific type of operators, such as a volume operator, we can define what the volume of that proton is. This can't be applied to electrons, though.
Sure, I'm aware that it can't be applied to fundamental particles, right? There's no disagreement there from my part.
Okay, real quick. So when they do the LIGO measurement, they claim that their error bar is 1/10,000th the width of a proton. So it must have volume, right?
Have width. Yeah,
they have volume.
The proton has width. Yeah, it has width. It has a measurable radius. It has all of these things. Not
okay, hold on, real quick.
Comes from.
Okay, what's a proton made of? Just quarks, or is it something else too?
Quarks and gluons.
Okay, just gluons. Do gluons have volume?
No, gluons are bosons. They are a force mediator for the strong nuclear force.
Gluons have no volume, and do quarks have a volume?
No, quarks are mass. They are fundamental elementary particles. They just mass.
No volume. So is there anything else? Quarks and gluons, is there anything else that this proton's made up of?
As far as we know, no.
So Charlie's got a very valid question. You've got these things that have no volume.
But I've answered the question.
You put them together.
I literally answered it. Volume operator. Google volume operator.
No. I mean, I think I got a better answer, right? The fact is, if you have, I'll take it back down to like two particles, right? Imagine a two-particle system, right? Obviously, the two-particle system has no volume, right? But if one particle revolves around the other one at an average radius, then you can define that to be, this is the radius of the system. You can draw a sphere around it and call it, this is the volume of the two-particle system, right?
Yeah, if you want to simplify it, you could. I wouldn't disagree with that.
Right. Like, and that's, for example, the Bohr radius of a hydrogen atom, right? That's the average distance from the nucleus that the electron is occupying.
Mm-hmm.
And that is more or less the volume that it occupies in space.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, Jeremy, does that answer your concern?
No chance it does.
Jeremy doesn't understand what we are talking about.
I do understand what you're talking about. Say it again, Charlie.
You falling asleep.
So it's very simple. Like, imagine I'm holding two balls that are connected by a string.
Again, they have no volume.
Well, the balls have volume, but they're so small that you can consider them to be.
They do have volume. Okay, so this isn't the stuff we were just talking about with the quarks and gluons.
No, I'm giving you an analogy in the real world as to how something with very little or no volume can create something that does have much larger volume.
So give me something that has no volume that can create volume.
Sure, quarks and gluons.
Zero. So you have a thing that has zero volume, and then another thing that has zero volume.
Mm-hmm.
And then you add that together, and you now have more than zero volume.
Well, what makes you think you're adding them as in you're adding like mathematical adding? You're not adding the volumes arithmetically.
This thing has zero volume, and then you put it together with another thing that has zero volume, and now you got volume.
The radius
Yeah,
of the
okay.
system that like one orbits the other, right? In more or less a sphere. So when it interacts with stuff, it has an average radius.
Something with no volume orbits another thing with no volume, and that's how you get volume.
Sure.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that checks out.
You know, Jeremy, it's real, but it's not real, but it's real. Sometimes it has mass, but it doesn't. But when it's a gluon and a lepton and a quarkon, you know what I mean?
Quarkon? What the fuck's a quarkon?
It's your nerd shit.
But you haven't heard of a quarkon?
No.
You gotta Google it, bro.
Listen,
sounds like a porno
They
thing.
just discovered it in Switzerland.
You can't add zero and get more than zero. All right, never gonna happen.
Nobody's saying that you're adding here. You're the one who's doing the adding.
We're taking one thing with zero volume, then we're going to combine it with another thing with zero volume, right?
You're combining it in some way. Yep.
Yes, you're combining it. So we have zero volume plus this other thing that has zero volume, and then we're gonna walk away with more than zero volume.
We now have zero volume squared.
I already explained to you how to do it, but it seems like you don't want to hear how it's
Hey, you
possible.
orbit it. You orbited it. Sure, you got an orbit going.
Yeah,
on.
you orbit it as a sphere very quickly. So whenever it interacts with stuff, it interacts with an effective volume. You know, I forgot the formula for a volume for a sphere is.
Figure out the formula for volume when you put two things that have no volume together.
So again, if I have like a string that has two balls attached and I swing it in random directions, it's going to have an effective volume of 4/3 pi times the radius cubed.
So 0 plus 0 equals 1.
Yes, that's literally what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Wow.
Well,
Jeremy,
if you want,
I think
you can also say 0 squared equals 1.
0 plus 0 squared equals 1?
Well, 0, just
Did I hear
0
you correctly?
squared. Just 0 squared equals 1.
0 squared equals 1. Okay. We're cutting some new ground here tonight.
Yeah, if you take something with no volume and you have it orbit another thing with no volume, you now get volume. I hear what you're saying, bro. Zero volume plus another thing with zero volume, and now you get volume. That checks out.
Yeah, all the way. Yeah. What did we go to mass? 11? I think that's a record.
Yeah, we're gonna have to run a tape back and write them all down.
Please do.
Yeah, for real.
I bet you
That was
$100
a
you won't
record.
actually do it.
That was a record, bro.
So back to this whole F equals
you
MA
guys.
thing.
Thank
Did
you
we make
for
any
this.
progress yet?
Yeah, no,
he
that
accepts it. He
that checks out.
he accepted F equals MA.
I actually disagree when they do make a good argument, the flat earthers with the rockets in space, because we know that Newton's laws don't hold up in outer space. That's actually where they start falling apart. So oh no, that's not the rocket. The rockets in space one is this third law. Reaction is an opposite reaction. That's what the rocket in space thing covers, right?
So now you're claiming rockets don't work in space. Interesting.
I literally just did not say that.
Something to do with mass times mass to the 11th power times acceleration. I don't know. It's confusing.
I said Newton's laws don't always work in outer space, right?
Wait, so you accept all three laws?
And the first one, we could go over the first one if you want.
A body remains at rest or in motion at constant speed in a straight line unless acted upon by a force.
Yeah, we could go over that. You want to go over
Oh,
that one,
man.
or you want to?
Sure, let's go over that.
Straight lines. Oh, we're in trouble now.
Do you have to go?
Giddy up.
So,
Jeremy,
you
bro,
ready?
your kids understand these things. Come on, man. Do
We
we
might
have to
should
go over
invite
I
it?
Bev to this
understand it
conversation.
too.
Bev
I
might want to be
understand
here
it
for
too.
this. You're going to discuss straight lines. Bev should be here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can get into the thing where Einstein debunked that with all things moving geodesic, so
But you don't accept Einstein.
not a straight line. Yeah, but I don't have to accept Einstein. You do.
But a
And you-
geodesic is a
No,
straight
no, no, no,
line.
no, no, no. Hold on. I'm asking you, do you accept Newton's laws of motion, right? And you said let's go over them one by one.
Yeah.
So I'm going over them one by one with you.
The second and
asking
third
you.
one's cool. We're going over this first one. So
I'm over the first one, right?
read it again. Read it again.
A body remains at rest or in motion at a constant speed in a straight line unless acted upon by a force.
Okay, have we ever tried that?
Do that a little bit better.
Do
Let's
what?
say
Reading
a body at rest will remain at rest, and a body in uniform motion will remain in uniform motion unless acted upon by an unbalanced force.
I would agree with the first one. Yeah.
That's better because there's no straight lines in that.
Okay, so you agree with a body at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by a force?
The first part, yeah, that checks out.
Okay, now let's move on to the second part. A body in motion at a constant velocity will remain in motion at a constant velocity unless acted upon by an external force.
Have we ever checked that to make sure that's true?
Have we ever checked that to make sure that's true?
Yeah. Well, this is a law, right?
What the fuck,
this is a law, right? And laws are
Yeah, it's a law.
Okay, I'm asking
Laws
you,
are
do
derived
you
from
accept it? Yes, no, I don't know. What is it?
He won't give you an answer till you can confirm that this has been
We're gonna go
checked.
over it, guys. Relax.
Yeah, we're going over right now.
I
Do you
can't because
accept
no
it?
one will let me
Yes,
talk
no,
to
or
you
I
guys
don't know.
hear me. Can you guys hear me? All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so we're going over it right now. I'll let you know at the end if I can accept this or not. So laws are derived from observations that we've made, and we've put mathematical equations to them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we observed this thing. That's what I'm asking.
Can you answer the question?
I have a question. Can you answer
Can you
mine?
answer the question, please?
What was your question?
My question is, do you accept the second part of the first law of motion, which is
The first
an
part,
object
yes,
in
we already
motion?
went through that.
An object in motion at a constant speed will remain at a constant speed unless acted upon by a force.
That is the part we're going over right now.
Right. I'm asking you, do you accept that? Yes,
I don't
no,
know.
I don't know.
I don't
Excellent.
know.
I
We're
don't
going
know.
over
Thank
it
you. You
right
answered the
now.
question.
We're going over it right now, guy. That's what we're trying to get to the bottom of.
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm asking you if you accept it or not, or if you don't
Yeah,
know.
we're going over it, dude.
Yeah, you
wanna
said
go
you
over it?
answered me. You said you don't know.
Okay, do you want to go over it or not?
We already went over it. You answered me.
No, we didn't. We were in the middle of going over it, and you asked that dumb question.
You said you don't know. You've given me an answer.
Yeah, because we haven't gone over it yet.
You give me an answer. You don't accept it. You don't know.
I didn't say I didn't accept it. I said I don't know because we haven't gone over it yet. I'm trying to go over it
If
with
you
you. but
don't know, then
you're
you don't
being
accept it, obviously.
I could accept it.
I'm glad, and you can
let's
do that.
go over it.
I'm not here to convince you about it.
I'm trying to get convinced, but do you want to go over it or
What is there to go over?
the second part of the first law?
I've already read it to you. You said you don't know.
Trying to go over it with you. You're being very
Do you know? I wonder, do you know?
Agree with
The second law, do
part
you
of it?
know it? It's true?
It's not true.
The first law.
I accept GR, which sort of disproves it. I mean, it's consistent in the limit of like flat space-time.
What did GR disprove?
You disagree with the second? Oh, that's interesting.
This was the first law
Why?
we were
Because
talking
of the
about.
curved space-time?
Hold on. What second law do you disagree with that Einstein debunked?
What do you mean? What's second law? I didn't say anything about second law.
What did Einstein debunk?
A a body remains at rest or in motion at a constant speed in a straight line unless acted upon by a force.
Einstein debunked that. You think?
Yeah, that's what GR does.
Debunks GR debunks Newton. That's what it
Yeah.
does. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. No, I'll go with that. Sure. Everyone's cool with that.
It debunks it in a strict sense, right? It's not strictly
Let's make
speaking.
sure everyone's cool with that. Relax. Is everyone cool with that? Einstein debunked Newton.
Absolutely.
We
I'll
ready to
take that.
roll? Nate, you good? Everyone's good. Bob,
I want to hear him explain himself. If you would give him that chance, Joe. Go ahead, Charlie.
That's what I want.
Do you want me to elaborate on what I mean when I say that Einstein debunked Newton?
Yeah.
It means that strictly speaking, what Newton says isn't true. Although it still applies in the vast majority of cases, it's not strictly speaking true anymore.
not true. False. That means false, right? And when you say not true, that means false.
It's the problem is that that's very sensitive to how brainless the people who are talking are, right? Like if you don't understand the nuance in language, like when people what people mean when they say it's not strictly speaking true, and you equate that to just being false, and you're like a brainlet, you might think that it's just false in all cases, which is not true.
When you say something's
that's
not
why
true,
you gotta elaborate, Charlie. So
yeah,
can
I'm
you give me
elaborating now. I'm
example?
telling you, it's not strictly speaking true. Like there are some situations where objects at rest start moving, and there are some situations where objects that are in motion don't move in a straight line, or don't continue moving in a straight line.
So you
Even
don't
though
agree with
force
Newton's.
on acting upon them?
Excuse me, what?
In the absence of forces acting upon them?
Correct.
All right, and now give like the
one.
room an example, of these
What's up?
situations. Give an example of these situations so that people are clear.
Sure. So a geodesic, as we've talked about, isn't strictly speaking a like a straight line, right? Objects. Einstein taught us that objects move in geodesics, right?
That's what I said earlier.
Now, some people might think, oh, well, that means that the shape of the geodesic is the force, right? But it's traditionally said that that's just a pseudo force now. It's a fictitious
I have a
force.
quote. I think I have a quote from Feynman or Schenker, who says that Einstein instantly debunked Newton when he said things move in geodesics. Yes, you're correct on this, Charlie. You agree with the mainstream science.
Okay, so let me ask you about the second law. Do you want to do that?
Well, hold on. Let's not move on from this. We all agree Einstein. Hold on. We all agree Einstein debunked Newton's first law.
Correct.
You see how you gave him an opening when you said straight line instead of uniform motion? And he'll waste your time for another hour.
It's too late. It's too late. We already debunked Newton.
I said that like 20 minutes ago.
I don't know if I agree, man, but y'all continue.
What do you mean you don't know if you agree? What is there to disagree on with what I said?
Because as far as I understand, in Minkowski space-time, or in 4D space-time, a geodesic is a straight line.
Sure, but we're not. But locally, we're not in flat space-time, right?
Yeah,
we're never in flat space-time because we're surrounded by matter.
I agree, but general relativity and the geodesics relate to Minkowski spacetime. This 3D coordinate, this 4D coordinate system created.
Hold on.
To help explain
Minkowski spacetime is always flat. Okay, real life isn't Minkowski spacetime, right? We have curved spacetime.
Exactly. Okay? Real life isn't Minkowski spacetime. I 100% agree. So when we say geodesics in Minkowski spacetime being straight and flat, we aren't talking necessarily strictly about real movements in real life.
But I'm talking about reality, right? In reality, because of curved spacetime, objects that are at rest could start moving, and objects that are at constant velocity could change velocity. Excuse me, not. Well, I guess I've introduced a nuance there, but
objects in motion could change velocity because if they travel along a geodesic, their directions change. I agree.
Correct. Then we're in agreement. There's no disagreement here. So what is it that you disagreed on?
Newton's first law has been
All right,
debunked.
give me time to think about it, but you can continue it, Jeremy. I don't know. It doesn't sit well with me.
Okay, sure.
They don't like the fact that Einstein debunked Newton, but they'll get over it, Charlie.
Okay,
Now,
so excellent. So you agree with me that it's debunked, right? So I will ask this question then. In flat space-time, Newton's first law is always true.
No such thing. What's flat space-time?
you just said it wasn't flat. So what do you mean? It wasn't. You just said flat space-time wasn't reality.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's saying it is.
So in the scenario where there is like flat space-time, which can be exceedingly approximated if you zoom out in the universe,
but not in reality.
There is.
Zoom out in the universe?
Yeah.
Or you mean outside?
I feel like I've
of the
already
universe?
answered that question, and you keep asking it because you're being facetious.
Dude, you said zoom out of the universe. How do you do that? How do you do that?
Jeremy, facetious?
It doesn't sound right.
Doesn't sound like Jeremy, not at all.
So zoom out of the universe. Please clarify that one.
Okay, so you know how if you look really closely at a basketball, it sort of looks flat?
If you put your eyeball right to it, maybe. But
sure. And
still.
then if you zoom out, meaning you conceptually look at it from further away, you see that it has curvature.
No, I get the zooming out, but how do you zoom out of the universe? Is what
it's a conceptual zoom out. It's a conceptual zoom out, right?
Conceptual.
If you zoom out conceptually, then the universe looks more and more flat. And so
how can you say that? I mean, how can you even attempt to say that?
But we know it's not
because
flat
we've
you already told us that wasn't reality.
It's locally not flat, right?
Oh,
globally, it's incredibly flat.
Okay, how far does the locally not flat thing last?
What?
You said
2
it's
miles.
You said it.
I mean, I don't know what number off the top of my
we
head.
got a number.
Yeah,
I'm telling you that at sufficiently large distances, right? The universe
Which is what?
Very flat.
2 miles.
Approximate for us.
When does the flat
I don't know.
start to curve?
Take a guess.
When does the what?
When does the curve? You said locally it's not flat, so locally it's curving. But
right.
Then when you start to go farther, that curve starts to straighten out
as d approaches infinity.
So it's like if you zoom into a circle, into the edge of a circle, and you zoom in, it looks more and more like a straight line, right? It's the inverse of that effect. So, like, at what distance does it look flat is a meaningless question, right? Because it's strictly speaking never flat. It just looks more and more flat.
So this flat thing's not a thing. So what are you talking about?
I mean, I feel like you're being very disingenuous right now. I'm giving you like a very straight answer.
I'm just trying to stay in
which
reality,
I think is somebody who's not being an asshole would clearly.
You have not dealt with Jeremy before.
I'm not trying to be
dealt
an
with
asshole.
Jeremy
I'm just
before.
trying to keep it in reality.
Lucky's dealing with
the
Jeremy.
key is don't give him a crack to insert derp into.
No, I don't like. I see some of the Globers doing that shit, and I don't agree with that shit. That's fucked up because you're lying to them. You're lying to them for the sake of getting like a better linguistic edge on them, right? And it's
the problem.
You're not doing them any favor. You're not doing it any favor, right? By just assuming that they're fucking not going to understand more complicated concepts, right? And then because every once in a while, some asshole.
You think they understand complex?
Every once in a while, some asshole's going to come and catch you in a lie, and they're going to be able to point to that shit and be like, "See, these Globers, all they do is fucking lie to us, right?"
Well, the problem you run into with the rumpus effect is you try and be too precise with them, and then you confuse them, and they start taking that and they run with it.
That has never happened in my experience. The only thing that's happened when I use language that is advanced is that they try to catch you in a semantic trap, meaning, well, this definition of this word is this, and you're using a definition that's not quite what I thought, therefore, you're wrong.
Like the 10 definitions of mass, you mean?
11.
That's bullshit. and you know that's bullshit. And I challenge you to write them down, and I will give somebody $100 if they can list down the 10 definitions that so-called I gave on mass, which is bullshit because I know that I didn't. I gave one definition.
Not you, combined, the group, the combined. This is a
It was
combined
everybody.
effort.
It wasn't just you. It was the whole.
Okay,
everybody.
how many definitions did I give? What's your assessment? How many definitions of
Yeah,
mass did I give?
Charlie,
I think
you
you gave
gotta
at least
understand
3.
that
At least
in
4.
this VC,
You said
on your
resistance
own.
too.
What?
You said
Yeah,
resistance.
Charlie, in this VC, wait, Essie, I just want to clarify something for Charlie. In this VC, you're on your own. You are part of Team Globe. You are part of the team. So
No,
when
I'm
they
not.
say 10
I'm not
definitions,
part of
they
a
mean
fucking
all of us.
team. Okay.
You with us, bro. You on a flat earther, so you know.
We don't want him on Team Globe anymore.
You might think that I'm on a team. I don't give a fuck. Listen.
I like
You know
that he
what?
says he's not on a team. I like that spirit.
I gave.
me too.
This is the definition of mass that I gave. I initially gave the inertial definition, and then they didn't like that because they wanted a physics definition. So then I gave the physics definition of like amount of matter, and then I just stuck by that. And
No,
I
and
repeated
then
it
you
over
went
and
to
over and
Google.
over and over
No,
again.
Hold on. Then you went to Google and you found another one. No.
No, I did not. You're bullshitting.
No, that was us, Essie. We gave other definitions. He just gave 2. But
Okay,
because
2. Okay,
he's
all right.
on our side, it's 10 from the globe. Yeah.
It's a combined. Yeah, it's a globe
it's a combined
combination
effort.
of 11.
It's
I
a
think.
fucking record, Essie. Write that shit
We're
down.
a team, Charlie. We're a team, bro. We're on the same side, man.
I am asking you. Look,
Guy who doesn't want to change definitions.
Listen.
On the
I won't
fly
associate. I won't
is being
associate.
disingenuous.
I won't associate what the other retards in your team say to you, and I'm going to ask you to do the same thing for me. Yeah.
We got you, bro. We got you.
Excellent.
I like you, Charlie. I like you.
Excellent.
I like that too. Yeah, I like that about you,
No,
Charlie.
Charlie's cool, man. Charlie's different.
Excellent. So let me ask you again. Did I give 10 definitions of the word mass?
Not you, no.
Excellent.
No.
So please shut the fuck up with that shit.
But it was a record collectively.
It was a combined effort, bro. You can't get away from
Borrow
it.
Jeremy.
Okay, so I guess
Calm
you're
down.
not agreeing to not associate the things the retard in my side say, right? To me.
Essie.
So you know what?
Retard,
So I'm
I
gonna
like that.
associate.
Hold on,
So I'm gonna
hold
start
on,
associating the retarded things
Hold on.
that your side says to you, right? Because you're not
Essie.
extending that courtesy to me.
Charlie,
Essie was
Bro, I
Essie.
said it's a combined
No,
effort. Why are you getting triggered? It's a combined
You know when you're
effort.
standing, you know when you're standing on the ground and you look up at the sky and it's curving down at the horizon all around you. The sky looks curved, but when you fly up in the airplane, you find out that it's as the cloud bank, the cloud cover is as flat as fuck.
Essie, was one of the definitions of mass a group of people at church?
No, oh shit, that's 12. Thank you.
No
Thank
problem,
you, bro. We got 12.
Pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
That was a good one. That was good.
Nice
All right,
one. Nice one, bro.
Let's get
Did
back
you
to
include
Charlie.
mass movement as well?
Nah, that's lame. Come on, you can do better than that.
So you think?
Yeah, so Charlie, Jeremy, you guys were having a one-on-one there, man.
Yeah, so this flat space time, you said it doesn't exist. Okay, go ahead. What were you saying?
You guys were agreeing that Newton's first law was debunked.
Yeah, Newton's first law got
right.
debunked.
We're talking about
Did
Newton's
Einstein
first law, right?
debunk any of Newton's other laws, Charlie?
I actually don't know.
Really debunks all of his laws, right? If
I
you
don't think so. I don't think he debunked.
He didn't debunk any of them, Charlie.
I don't
wouldn't
think
use
he.
the word debunk, man.
Okay.
Come on, man.
I would.
You know that
Okay,
he
you
didn't.
said you were going to go out and think about that question.
And
so now
I thought
clearly,
about it.
okay, excellent. So go ahead, explain yourself.
I would say it's more to say Einstein gave a more accurate description.
Okay, that's just
of-
semantics.
of-
That
of-
means that in some scenarios, Newton's
Newton
laws
is
are
wrong, definitely. Yeah, there are scenarios where Newton's laws don't apply. When you are looking at things moving at relativistic velocities,
Right,
or things,
and Newton didn't know that, did he?
He didn't know it, but I wouldn't say Einstein debunked them, because when you simplify Einstein's equations, they for things moving at normal speeds that we see on Earth, like motion of a car, they agree with Newton.
Okay,
you know,
okay.
so I would say,
Did you say he expanded Newton's law?
if I would say
Corrality.
debunked.
Carelli, if you are my computer science professor, okay, and you ask me write a function that calculates the square root of a number, Okay.
Mhm.
And I say, okay, I'm gonna calculate the square root. I'm gonna write a function that calculates the square root of a number, and I turn it in, right? And it works for all numbers until you put in a number that's greater than 1,000,000.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So let me ask you: is my code correct?
No.
There's a limit to how correct it is. It can be used as an approximation. But if I was looking at numbers under 1,000,000, I would say it's correct. If I was looking at numbers over 1,000,000, I would say your code doesn't give us
No.
approximate.
I'm asking you. I'm giving you a binary button. Yes or no. Is this implementation of the square root function correct?
It's hard to answer
To
that as yes or
me,
no.
that implies for all numbers.
For
Okay,
all numbers. But if it works for numbers under 1,000,000, like I don't know. How do you answer yes or no to that?
It's very simple. Does it work
Uh-huh.
for all numbers?
For all numbers, no, not for all numbers.
Right.
No.
But my point is that it's clearly implied for all numbers.
Yeah, but even general relativity doesn't work for all quote unquote numbers or all situations. Even that breaks down. Even that has a limit.
Correct.
The
Even
same
GR
way
is wrong.
mechanics
Correct.
has a limit. Yeah.
Correct. It's an approximation.
So can something wrong debunk something that's wrong? It's just degrees of
Yes.
accuracy.
Correct. There are degrees of wrongness. I agree with you.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's a debunking.
Okay. So if you want to say it is more accurate, GR is
Yes.
more accurate than Newtonian mechanics.
Yes.
If the label wrong offends you, then don't disagree,
It does.
right? Right? Like GR is more accurate, right? But
Wrong
to
doesn't offend me.
me,
Debunk
that's
offends me.
synonymous to wrong or even debunking.
Okay. At least we understand each other now. We don't agree,
Yeah.
but I see
There
what
is
it
no
is.
experiment that you and I could formulate in which we would predict different outcomes.
Yeah.
And if we have a semantic disagreement, who the fuck cares? We just have different dictionaries, right?
But see, that's important though, because if you have a semantic disagreement, the flat earthers will jump all over that.
No, there's nothing wrong with having different definitions.
Well, tell that to the flat earth, who are going to pounce all over your Newton or Einstein debunked.
Charlie.
Listen, if they don't understand what I mean when I say debunked, I'm not gonna care. It's not my job to make sure that they're not being retarded.
Yeah, but Charlie, this is what's going to happen from here on in, because they have you recorded on YouTube. Anytime they engage with the Glober, they're going to say, "There's this Glober Charlie that says Einstein debunked Newton. Here's the proof," and they're going to use you.
I don't care.
That's not the only. I'm sorry.
I don't
have a
care.
quote.
And
Hold
a
on,
smart
Tyler.
Glober would say
Okay,
he
I'm
has a
going next.
different definition for what he means by debunked.
Yeah,
It's
but they
not
won't
only
show
Charlie.
that part. They will only
I told
show
you I
the
was going
part.
next.
Right. And then at that point
Can
you
you
go,
guys hear me?
okay, this flat earther is
Hello?
an idiot.
Hello.
They're in the middle of
You
something.
guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Okay, thanks. So it's not only Charlie. I have quotes from Shankar or Feynman who say Einstein proved Newton wrong when he said things move in geodesics, just like Charlie said. Okay, so we know Newton was wrong. It's not only Charlie
Post
saying
these
this.
quotes, Jeremy,
Dude,
because I would like to look them up myself and see what context they were saying this.
Yeah. There's an important point.
Einstein did not debunk all of Newton. No.
Yes, that's an important point. That's an important distinction that should be made.
Right? Like, I mean, what do you mean by all of Newton? Are you saying Einstein debunked calculus, for example? Obviously not.
No, I just told you the thing you exactly said, Charlie. The quote from Shankar or Feynman when they said Einstein proved Newton wrong when Einstein said things move in geodesics. The same exact thing you said, Charlie. Is you have Feynman or Shankar backing you up. It's not just Charlie saying this shit. Some nutcase Glover. You got your top guys saying the same thing
Jeremy,
Charlie
you're not
said.
understanding this is a difference in definitions, right? It's not a substantive disagreement. I honestly don't think you understand what a semantic disagreement is. I honestly don't think you do.
I'm just letting you know that Shankar or Feynman is backing you up, and you're fighting me on that.
Yeah, but this is what's going to happen.
Because you're saying I'm telling you, you don't understand what the disagreement is even about.
I do understand what the disagreement is about.
No, you don't.
I'm telling you that Shankar or Feynman is on your side.
There is no side in a semantic disagreement.
There is a side, and Shanker and Feynman's on yours.
See what you did? This is your
Charlie, this
fault.
is what you've looped yourself into, man.
Yep. You open this can of worms. You
I don't
deal
give a
with it.
fuck. Okay, like I
can of
get
worms?
enjoyment over pointing
every
out
time you come
how
on, you're
fucking
gonna remind you of
idiotic flat earthers are because like
Here's what's happening.
they're
Charlie.
outing themselves by showing the world
Okay.
they don't understand what a semantic disagreement is.
Okay, here's what's happening, Charlie. Mainstream
This is hilarious.
science. Just relax, bro. Here's what's happening here. Mainstream science agrees with you. Okay, these guys are fighting you and the mainstream science guys for some reason. I don't know why.
Jeremy, what you're not understanding is that you're saying, "Oh, I have these guys agreeing over me, over
With you.
them
With you. They agree
saying
with
the
you.
color red is the better color over blue." Right? It's a
Oh.
meaningless statement. There's no
It's not meaningless.
there's no objectiveness going on here over a semantic disagreement.
You think if
A
somebody's
law. You
wrong,
call a law meaningless?
Jeremy, can you explain
Yeah.
to me what a semantic disagreement is?
that means you're having a definition of argument over definitions and words.
Okay, and what's good or bad about that?
The good thing is we have to know what we're talking about before we can even start the argument.
What?
Dude, this isn't a definition of this isn't a definition of words. The argument is
Not a definition of words.
Einstein.
What do you think definitions are of?
Einstein, just relax. Einstein said that it was Feynman or Shankar. They said that Einstein proved Newton wrong
Mhm.
when he said things move in geodesics.
Right.
Okay.
So
you agree with that?
if Richard Feynman means something different when he says wrong than what, for example, chirality says when he says wrong, right? Then if they do that translation step of what they mean when they say that they're wrong, I'm sure they wouldn't disagree. Right? The problem is that they have different definitions for the word wrong when they were using it at that moment. Now, you're going to go ahead and say, well, one of them is objectively wrong about their definition, right? But there is no such thing about being objectively wrong about the definition of a word. It's just a label.
I think Jeremy fell asleep, man.
I didn't fall asleep. I'm dealing with kids. Hold on, I'll be right back.
So how do you think he tested out his the first, something in motion?
Hold on, flat cats. Are you making fun of like there are different levels of wrongness? Do you disagree with that?
Again, he cuts me off mid-sentence. Incredible.
What were you going to say, Essie? We'll cover that in a minute. Go ahead, Essie.
Yeah, Essie, I talked with Charlie the other night, and I think he interrupted me every single sentence, and I was just kind of dealing with it. But he's quick, constant interruptions. I asked him many times to not do it, and he just kept doing it.
Okay, so it's not me. All right, I thought I overdid it before. Okay.
And I'm back. Okay, listen, I'm telling you that the mainstream guys agree with you, Charlie, and now you're arguing with me because I said the mainstream guys agree with you. I don't know why.
You just don't know what a semantic disagreement is.
Good luck, Charlie.
It's not an argument of definitions. They're telling you Newton was wrong when Einstein said things in geodesics.
Okay. I will repeat what I said to you. I will repeat what I said to you while you were gone, apparently. Okay. If Richard Feynman means something else when he says wrong than what chirality means when he says wrong, then of course they're going to say contradictory statements, right? But if they get together, hold on. But if they get together and they say, when I use the word wrong, this is what I mean, right? Then I'm sure they wouldn't come up with a conflicting statement, right? The problem is you think they both are using the same definition for wrong, right? And that therefore their contradictory statements implies that they just disagree with each other.
Yeah, I was under the impression that everyone knew what the word wrong meant. Maybe I was wrong.
Do we need 10 definitions for wrong?
How many definitions can we get for wrong?
Well,
that is what a semantic disagreement means, dude. That's the whole thing I'm trying to explain to you.
Take it down. He's going to say he didn't say it before. We got 2 so far.
You got two definitions wrong. So.
Extremists,
wrong means,
keep account.
I think
Okay,
wrong
we'll let a Glover do this.
I think wrong means incorrect.
That's 3.
The opposite of right.
Does wrong mean
right?
correct or
Okay,
incorrect?
why do you think that words have objective definitions or objective?
I'll put in a fifth
meanings?
vote right here. Big boy Con for the 5th vote.
Well, at the end of the day, a word is just something that points to something else. So that's what needs to be gotten to the root of. The word part of it, what people use is just the usage of it is to point at the actual thing they're trying to get to.
Right, but my point is that two people could be using the same word to point to slightly different things.
Yeah, so then just clarify that and that's it. It's easy.
Exactly, right? That's exactly what I'm trying to say. And that when you fail to do that, that is the definition of a semantic disagreement. And I'm trying to get Jeremy to understand that, but he just doesn't.
I don't think there's any
but once you
disagreement
define
when we
term-
say the word wrong. Go ahead, Essie.
Yeah, I didn't hear
No,
anything.
go. He addressed you. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
I didn't hear anything Jeremy was saying that was semantically problematic, and I didn't think that wasn't his argument. That from what I heard.
I thought you just joined though. Did you miss the whole Feynman bit?
I've been listening on
Shanker.
Yeah,
it might have been Shanker. I'm not sure.
Okay, so can you repeat to me what the Feynman bit was?
It said Einstein proved Newton was
No.
wrong.
I'm asking Gio.
No, just let Jeremy clarify. That was my whole point, so you guys could just clarify it.
Yeah, Einstein said Newton was. Charlie also said this 5 minutes ago, and Shanker or Feynman agree with him because they said that when Einstein said that things move in geodesics, they showed that Einstein was or that Newton was wrong. So now we're arguing over what they thought the word wrong meant.
Yes.
Well, I'm guessing they meant incorrect.
I'm telling you that if Richard Feynman, God bless his soul, was still around today and he was able to be here and have a conversation with chirality, that they would agree that they mean different things when they say wrong.
Okay, does the word wrong mean incorrect?
Words don't have single definitions.
What do you think the word wrong they meant when they
listen to me, Jeremy.
when they said
You asked me a
wrong?
question. I'm trying to answer the question. Okay. Words, even individual people, use different definitions for the same words depending on the context. Okay, depending on what sort of conversation they're having. Okay.
All right. Then
when
what
somebody
context
says,
do you think they were using wrong in?
What?
Yeah.
What context do you think they were using?
Why are you interrupting me when you just came in here and started bitching about me interrupting you?
That is a good question, though. What context do you think they used the word wrong in?
Yeah, that's what you'd have to say. Like, what is your definition? Because if it's not what Jeremy thinks wrong is,
Again, there is no objective definition for words, right? Depending on the context, you need to infer which definition for word they're using. Okay, Richard Feynman was obviously using a strict version of the word wrong, right? In his statement, I've read it before. I've read his lectures. Chirality, who's not here anymore, so he can't clarify for us, obviously doesn't mean the same when he says the word wrong, right? What he means when he says the word wrong, he means wrong in the limit of non-relativity.
Well, you use the word debunked, and Feynman or Shanker use the word wrong.
I share the definition with Feynman. He doesn't, but that doesn't make him wrong. That doesn't make him incorrect.
So you think wrong means correct?
Again, I feel like I've been very clear about my stance
If I tell you got the answer wrong, would you think you got the answer correct or incorrect?
Incorrect. I told you I agree
so
with
wrong
Feynman's
would definitely
definition.
mean incorrect.
I told you already. I agree with Feynman's definition.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean listen. That doesn't mean that other people that have a different definition for the same word are objectively wrong. That's just like meaning for words are just conventions.
You're being weird, bro. You said something, and then I jumped in to tell you the mainstream science guys agree with you, and now you're fighting with me for some reason. because I told you they agree with you. I don't know. It's weird.
I'm making right now. What I'm doing, dude, is that I'm making fun of you for literally not understanding what a semantic disagreement is. This is fucking hilarious that you're doing this.
There's no disagreement. Feynman, me, and you all agree. Newton was wrong.
So you're wrong about the disagreement?
I'm not disagreeing. There's no semantic argument. I'm agreeing with you and Feynman when they say Einstein debunked.
Like, tell me you don't understand what a semantic disagreement is without telling me you don't understand.
There's no disagreement. I'm in agreement with you completely. Me, you, and Feynman all completely agree.
How wrong can you be?
Which definition of agree are you using, Jeremy?
Here we
I
go.
mean, Charlie, it kind of seems like you're taking it semantic because you don't want to agree with what Jeremy's saying, perhaps, because like you need to disagree with everything. And even though it's been pointed out that you guys actually agree on that, you just still need to disagree. So you're just going into a semantic claim?
No, I'm not. Like, I'm pointing out that when two people use different definitions for the same word, then their disagreement could be a one in semantic, which is what I'm saying is happening here. But he just doesn't compute. His brain just can't handle like that level of simplicity.
Okay, so he's describing wrong. Hold on, he's describing wrong as incorrect, which you already agreed that wrong would be incorrect versus being correct.
No. I'm saying I'm saying that is the definition which I use, right? But that doesn't mean that somebody else using a different definition for it is objectively wrong. It's just a different convention.
Okay, what proof or validation or verification do you have for the fact that these guys, when they use wrong, they use it in the other definition of the way you're saying it, which is then what? That's a two
because he was here to say so. He's not here anymore, but he clarified for us very clearly that when he says wrong, he means in the non-relativistic limit, it doesn't apply. But it does apply in the non-relativistic limit. So for him, it's not wrong, it's just less accurate.
What is relativistic limit?
Oh, God.
Hey, Charlie, let me ask you.
No.
I'm sorry.
Respond to it. Don't let anyone distract you. You made that's the crux of the whole thing. You're trying to say he's using wrong as.
Here's the thing. There's theory A and then there's theory B. Theory B is more accurate than theory A, right? I say theory B debunk theory A. That's what I say. Okay. He says, and by he I mean the other guy that was here. He says, well, it didn't really debunk it, right? And then he clarified in the lower limit in most scenarios, theory A applies, therefore it's not debunked, right? And I said, okay, if that's what you mean by that, sure, I agree. But I use the word debunked to mean in all cases.
Okay, let me throw this in an example for you.
The wrong being used as a limitation and relativistic?
I didn't understand what just came out of your mouth.
That was your explanation of that? You just said that the way he meant wrong was, what did you say, relativistic limit?
No, I'm saying that the way that Feynman used wrong, right, it was meant in all cases. The way that chirality used the word wrong was in the lower non-relativistic limit, meaning in the realm where theory A is accurate enough.
Yeah, it's context.
So when they said the sun was 3 million miles away, they weren't wrong. They were just less accurate than we are now.
I don't know where you're going.
Charlie, let me ask you a quick question, would you?
I mean, wrong is a duality with right. So if it's wrong, it's not right. It's kind of the whole point.
Well, that's a definition that you were accepting, right? That's
Charlie,
just a definition.
let me ask you a quick
it's not
question.
objectively true. There are some things
You have
that are
a
less wrong
definition
than
that
others.
wrong is not wrong, but it's actually this thing that you haven't really even fully explained.
No. I share your definition, right? But what I'm telling you is that definitions are not absolute. Different people can have different definitions for words, and they can be just as correct as your definition.
Okay, when can wrong be right? Show me one example. Give us a sentence when wrong can be right. Please go on.
I can do that, Charlie. Can I ask you a quick question?
No, you can't, because I just asked him one.
No, he asked me way before you. You cut in line. He already said you wanted to ask me a question.
My bad then. I apologize. Go ahead.
Back in line. Back in line.
So, Charlie.
I'm back in.
So, Charlie, let's just say Newton said that when you had motion in a straight line,
Sure.
that meant that it was going to continue in uniform motion, right?
Uh-huh.
If it turns out that that straight line is actually following a geodesic,
Uh-huh.
and it's still uniform motion,
Sure.
is the statement wrong or is the concept still correct?
I mean, if you modify the statement for it to apply to geodesics instead of straight lines, then the concept is correct, right? But clearly Newton did not know.
They both refer
Hold on.
to uniform motion, though, don't they?
Hold on. Newton clearly did not know about geodesics, or not in the context of space and time, right?
So when he talked about a straight line, he was talking about uniform motion.
He was talking about literal straight lines, as far as
Literal
I'm aware.
straight lines, but it
I
was
could be
still
wrong
in
about this.
uniform motion, though.
What's up?
He was talking literally about straight lines because that was what his words allowed him to use.
Correct.
Because he didn't know this other concept. But
Sure.
what he was indeed referring to was uniform motion.
I mean, one
Would
does
you
not
agree
exclude
with
the
that?
other, right? He was also referring to straight lines, which
Yeah,
is
but would you
literally
agree
the
that
words
when
that
he
he
talked
used.
about straight lines, he was talking about uniform motion?
No, I'm saying he was talking about straight lines.
Okay.
He very clearly, with the first law, thought that objects moving in a straight line would continue moving in a straight line.
Okay. At the same speed?
Yeah.
Is that the definition of uniform motion?
I don't know.
Continuing on in uniform motion, would that meet the definition of a straight line?
I don't know.
Well,
I
what
don't
do
know
you
I don't know where you're going with this, right?
Well, simply by using the term straight line as an analog for uniform motion, it would still be correct in both cases. If you're not dealing with a geodesic, it would be a straight line. If you were
Yeah,
dealing with
what you're
a
saying,
geodesic, it
if
would
I
be along
change
the
the
geodesic.
you're saying, if I change the first law, then it's correct. Then yeah, sure. If you change the first law from its original wording, then yeah, it'd be correct.
But I'm not changing the meaning of it, though, am I?
You're changing the words.
I'm changing the word, but not the meaning.
I mean, if what you're trying to say, what Newton was trying to convey, is uniform motion and not motion and constant velocity, then sure, you'd be correct. I'm not convinced that that's what was Newton's intention.
Yeah, but you see, Newton couldn't have had the intention about a geodesic because he had no idea of the concept. He
Right.
couldn't
So
even
you agree with me
comprehend it.
that wasn't his intention. That wasn't his meaning.
So, in other words, Newton was wrong, even though if you change it simply to uniform motion, which is what he was talking about when he said straight line, it would still be correct. So
Hold on, what do you
technically,
mean?
he was wrong.
Hold
with
on.
his
I don't
choice
even
of word.
know what you mean by uniform motion, though. By uniform motion, do you mean like moving in a geodesic is uniform motion?
That's a uniform motion, is it not?
I don't know. Is it?
Are you deviating from the geodesic under the influence of a force?
No, you're not. I'm
Okay.
asking you, are you defining uniform motion as, motion, constant motion in a geodesic? Because if so, then
Yes.
Because if so, then sure, I agree with you.
Okay. So that's my point. He was using the word straight line, but the meaning that he associated with it was what we would now consider uniform motion along a geodesic.
Sure.
So technically he used the wrong word, but he got the idea right.
I wouldn't say he got the idea right, because he clearly referred to constant velocity, which is not true. The constant velocity is not conserved.
Well, that would be an interesting argument to make, and I could see that there would be a refinement to what Newton said. But I don't think that necessarily meant Newton was completely wrong.
So here's the first law of motion directly translated from Latin, okay? Everybody preserves in its state of rest or of uniform motion in a straight line unless it is compelled to change that state by forces impressed thereon.
That's pretty clear.
Yeah, uniform motion in a straight line. I would tend to, I agree with that, obviously. I can see where there would be a disagreement as to now that the existence of geodesics is understood. But I don't think that necessarily means Newton's entire concept is wrong, and it certainly doesn't mean you can throw Newton out it no longer works somehow.
No, I never said you can throw it out and no longer works, right?
But I can see where they would say that was wrong, but I don't really consider it all that wrong.
It is
Right.
wrong. Well, what do you
but
mean
like,
you don't
but like
consider
you,
it
but
wrong?
you understand that like that's just your definition of wrongness. I
Is
have
that
a
the
different
fourth
definition of
definition?
wrongness. Like your definition
you
isn't
brought up.
objectively true, and neither is mine. It's just a convention.
Yep, and I agree, and that is the definition of a semantic argument.
Excellent. So
Or a
we're not
semantic
having one.
disagreement.
We're not having one because we understand each other's definitions and what we mean when we say wrong.
Correct.
Yeah. Excellent.
Okay, my turn now, I believe.
You're
Can
wrong,
you please? Can you please, Charles, give us a sentence or an example where wrong could be right and right could be wrong?
Can I give you an example where right is wrong and wrong is right? Why are you asking me this?
Because you were saying before that wrong has different definitions, right?
I'm
Depending
saying
on
any word has different definitions depending on the context, right?
Okay,
It's all relative. It's all relative, SE.
Like
Yeah,
some
yeah,
asshole, like
yeah,
some
yeah.
asshole can say it's opposite day. Whenever I say wrong, I mean right, and whenever I say right, I mean wrong.
It's all twisted up.
He's not objectively wrong. It's just a weird convention to have. And if you understand what he's doing, then you can derive what he means whenever he speaks.
Yeah, but can you think of an instance where wrong could be right?
I just gave you one. Are you not listening?
No, you said to change it. I listened very carefully to what you said.
I don't think you did. I just told you. I just
so
told
blue
you.
could be called red and red could be called blue one day. It doesn't change the color.
Up
I'm
can be
asking
down.
you-
They're just labels.
Up can be down as well, apparently.
Oh yeah.
I can give you an example, SE.
Listen.
Go ahead, bro.
Sam Montreal. Can I ask you? Let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Let's say
Did you not hear
tomorrow.
Highlander
Get in.
talk?
Let's let Highlander get in. But the other one I was gonna say is you could moving. It can be not moving. But yeah, go ahead,
But
Highlander.
yeah, of course. At the same time too.
I mean, like, I could be with the missus and I could stick it in her butt and she could say, that's so wrong, and keep going because it's so right.
You're on a roll today, Highlander. That's two for two. Nice. But it still, it still doesn't take Charles off the barbecue, as they say, off the hot seat.
I just try to enter a wee bit of humour into the night, that's all.
Oh, that was good. Charles, you give up on this one, or?
What do you mean I gave up on? I don't understand what you're trying to get me to do, or what you're asking for.
I'm trying to get you to either say no, it can't be done, or
I already
give me
told
an
you it can be done.
explanation of how wrong could be right, or give me different definitions of wrong.
Give you different definitions of wrong. Okay. If I decide that whenever I say wrong, I mean right, that's one definition of wrong. If I decide whenever I say wrong, I mean potatoes, that's another definition of wrong. If I decide that whenever I say wrong, I mean penis, that's another definition of wrong. If I decide when I say wrong, I mean a baseball, that's another definition of wrong. These are all just different definitions with different levels of utility, right?
Okay, so yeah, that's intense, dude. Hold on. So words do have some level of objectivity in order for us to be able to have them to communicate. There is objectivity.
They have levels of utility.
When I say the word objectivity, we even all know what that means. Now, of course, there can be some variations and different things, but something like the word wrong being something completely the opposite. You're just saying, oh, wrong could be a baseball, wrong could be anything, or not only opposite, but just something totally other than, like, just wrong could be a blade of grass. It's just not even. Now you're just doing something where you're just linking words together in a chaotic way that doesn't have any objectivity for any of us to even understand the words we're speaking. At that point, you're almost trying. It's like a relativistic way of communicating that's just fractured and unintelligible.
That is the most dangerous concept I've ever heard of somebody like defend.
I know it would like
that is the most corrupting concept.
I agree that different definitions.
Gio, this guy
Holy
actually
shit! Do you want me to respond?
No, I don't. I don't. If this is your point of view, that's actually like a really dangerous concept. Please do not share this with anyone. Do not tell anybody this. Words have meaning. That's how we communicate. I mean, yes, there's different context, but what you're saying is totally irrelevant.
Okay, so if you think,
this
words
guy
have objective,
programs for satellites. He fucking champions his satellite job, and then he's in here and he's smarter than all of us. He gets paid more than all of us, and he just kind of like he's just here to humor himself, give him, pat himself on the back. And he comes in here and tells us that words don't have a definition.
Okay, so if you accept the gospel that words have objective definitions, right? Then you cannot get out of semantic traps. Okay, it's just impossible to get out of them. So you better be damn sure that you understand what a semantic disagreement is. Otherwise, you're in big trouble.
Well, I'm absolutely certain of that. I think everyone here knows what context is. Okay, but you're just saying like totally unintelligible
words have objective meanings, right? So whenever two people use slightly different definitions for words, that therefore one of them is objectively wrong.
We're not inept, man. What we understand, there's nuance.
You're making a great case for you being very inept.
Yeah, but those would be minor differences. Like if you there can be minor differences, which, like I said, can be debated to some extent or questioned and so on. But that so someone saying like a semantic argument, it's like nitpicking into like trying to get into the fine-tooth comb into the word and avoiding the actual argument, which actually is what you've been doing for the last 45 minutes.
Right.
But even setting that aside, at the same time, it's very slight variations. What you just said is that it could just mean anything. Oh, I could define wrong.
No. Listen, if you guys would let me fucking talk,
you kind of did.
If you guys let me fucking talk, if you guys let me fucking talk, I will clarify. Different definitions have different levels of utility. Okay, not all definitions for words are equally good, right? Obviously, if I use the word chair to mean potato, that's not a very useful definition, but it is a definition. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, it's not.
Sure it is. Why not?
No.
That's not what a definition is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Definitions are just labels.
No, I think you need to seek help.
Okay, cool. Thank you. What is wrong? What is wrong with saying the definition? I'm gonna be honest right now.
I think you're kind of sick and you need to seek help.
Okay, thank you very much for that input. What is wrong with saying the definitions are just labels? That's what it means to define something. You're labeling it.
Right, but a definition in a word that we use in language has an objectivity, which is why it's even used in the first place.
No, it does not have an objectivity. It has a utility, depending on the definition that you give it, right?
Okay. Let me put it this way. When we started to design language and we created words, previous to that, we must have been making sounds. Okay, and there's something interesting about that, is when you have completely different societies that start making their own language, it all comes from the history of them having utterances. And like that's why the sound no is used in so many different languages, because it's actually pre-lingual. It is a systematic response that we have grown to use as humans. And it's universal regardless of someone's lineage or anything. It's genetic.
No, the word no doesn't come from genetics, dude.
It absolutely does. And that's why it's so similar in every different language. Like niet, no, nah. It's what I'm saying is that
wait, and I need you to back up that claim that the word no comes from genetics.
From somewhere. There's a complete study about this.
Hold on. Where
you're generalizing way too much beyond intelligible.
I'm the one generalizing.
Gio nailed it, actually. He fucking nailed it, and it's actually kind of weird that you're just so disconnected from reality.
Yeah, no does not
Bro,
come from
you
genetics.
just said that the word no comes from genetics. Holy fucking
that's not
shit.
right. No has been around a lot longer than genetics.
All right, extremists, you're fucking
rad. Come on. Give me. Explain to me how the word no comes from genetics. Where was this? When was this discovered?
No, I just did. Across many different cultures, the no response, the negative response to another human in a communication, is the sound of no. the
Okay,
thought of
why
no.
does that mean
And
that
it's
it
very
must be genetic?
And there's a reason for that. It's not because all these languages are related. It's because it came from us. The
Okay.
people associate that
Why
sound.
does that mean
If
to
I
you
go to
that it
another
needs to be
culture and
genetic?
I make those sounds, they know what I mean when I'm saying something. That doesn't mean keep going. That doesn't mean pour more coffee. Doesn't mean, like it's a universal language that was prelingual. You understand?
Well, that's a deep concept right there. Yeah, that's going deep.
Yeah.
into,
So like if you're just
sounds
assigning
and-
labels to words, you're taking out, you want to tell us about we're missing context, dude. You're not even connected to reality.
I'm okay with you thinking that. Bro, you're the one who fucking said the word no comes from genetics. Holy fucking shit.
There you go.
I'm wondering what chromosome contains the no gene.
Well, are we not a product of it?
Oh,
are we not a product of it? The
God.
biology had the intelligence to create this potential.
The extra chromosome?
Did it not?
I get a good one once in a while, man.
Oh god.
Well, the original thing we were talking about, Charlie, is that you were talking about the word wrong, and in order for you to avoid what Jeremy was actually saying originally about Feynman and about all that stuff, you just have been going into this whole thing that wrong could be just any other definition, that you can just define it as anything else. And back to that. So it's like, that's what I was saying about objectivity. Like even what I'm saying right now, the only reason you're even able to understand what I'm saying and you're going to respond is because every word I'm saying has a level of objectivity that you and I both understand.
It's not objectivity, dude. It's convention.
He also said, don't forget zero.
It has a
and
level
zero.
of convention, but
that's
conventions
fine.
aren't objectively
In
correct. They're just
the language
adopted.
we're speaking, which is English.
Again, conventions aren't objectively correct. They're just what people are using, and they're useful because of the people are using them, right? Like we define electricity by convention to be flowing in the opposite direction that the electrons are actually flowing, right? That doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's just a convention. And I agree with you that I agree with you that different conventions are more or less
Can't help
useful than
himself.
others.
Just
I don't
can't
disagree
do
with
it.
that.
Rumpus 2,
If that's the point that you're trying to
3.
make, then I don't disagree.
So when you said 0 and 0 equals 1, was that a convention? Was that reality?
It is whatever it is you want it to be. ST Montreal.
And when they look at curvature, they call it infinite over
the extra chromosome.
7 over infinite R.
Oh, that's a good one.
Infinite R from
curvature, just make the radius infinite. What, you mean a plane? Yeah, that's what we have to do. We have to make it a plane in order to explain the observation. That's what Ruhif is specifically. He loves that one. 7 over infinite R.
There must be a name for this linguistic phenomenon that I'm pointing out. That definitions don't have, like, they're not objective, right? There has to be.
They are within a language. If it's a language, then they are, because the language is the language. And it has tenets to it. It's like a structure. It's like a whole, it has dictionary, the whole 9 yards. Now, like I said, there can be minor, even maybe a little more than minor sometimes when people have various disagreements, or, there can be various levels of interpretation of things. But at the same time, yeah, there is absolute, like wrong has a very defined set of components of what wrong means or what right means. Or
I very much disagree with you.
Like, for example, deception. There are certain things very connected to, like, deception can't also be something opposite of it.
So here's the thing. Here's the problem, Gio. Okay, is that clearly you accept that a word can mean different things if they're somewhat related, right?
Well, or even unrelated. Like the word flat can mean like horizontally level, but it also can mean like to have a beer that's flat, like, or low carbonation. You know what I mean?
Right,
So
right. But why is it that you accept those two different uses of the word, but you couldn't accept me saying flat means, I don't know, bottle?
Right. Right. Because those two uses of the word are already in the language. When I say, "Oh, this beer is flat,"
Okay.
you know, or if we
Excellent.
say the Earth is flat, you know that I don't mean that the Earth has no carbonation.
Excellent. How do you think they became part of the language? Do you think that somebody was using them before they became part of the language? Obviously not. Otherwise, they would have already been part of the language.
Well, it's the language. I mean, that's another question of history and lineage and the origins and all of that. But I mean, because you were just saying a minute ago, could it mean just something totally different? Like when I say table, it actually means my car. Like that's what you're talking about. Which actually,
Sure.
I'm saying like that actually is like if someone thinks like that's getting the level of like severe like schizophrenia and things like that. Where like
sure, I agree with you. I'm not saying that I would do that in practice. I'm saying in theory, there's nothing wrong with it. Like if tomorrow everybody in the planet agreed that tomorrow, whenever somebody says red, they mean blue, and whenever they say blue, they mean red, and we're gonna go back and correct all of our records for when somebody said the word red, they actually meant blue, and the other way around. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a label. We're just choosing to change the label. We're not actually changing the actual thing.
Like a man is a woman.
Sure, whatever.
Woman is a man now.
Nice one. How about that one?
Charlie is a genius. That's a different one.
I don't give a fuck.
That's a good one.
I don't give a fuck about politics, dude.
Get fucked, dude. You are actually insane. Please seek help. This is like actually a very dangerous thought that you have, and you need to get checked out, man.
Thank you for the genuine concern you have for my well-being. Kind of gay, but okay.
Well, but can you see the one perspective of it that if we convinced everyone that words mean absolutely nothing and they could just mean something completely different that's totally subjective.
No. I don't agree they don't mean nothing.
Hold on, let me just finish my thing, dude. Within that person's mind is completely subjective to the point to where every single human would be so detached from every other human that it would just be complete chaos.
You're strawmanning me. I never said that words don't mean anything. What I'm saying is that labels are just labels. I agree with you that different labels have different levels of utility. I very much agree with that, which is why I wouldn't actually start calling my table my car. But there's nothing wrong in principle with doing so. Like,
if you entertain
words
that,
are just sounds that we have chosen to associate to things, to make language easy. But that's just a convention, right? Like which words we use to associate to which things are just conventions, which we all follow because they're useful.
No, it's a language. It's not just a convention.
Even an entire language is convention, right? Otherwise, we would only have one language.
If you entertain that line of thought, every time you would enter into a conversation with somebody, you would have to define every single word.
But how would you define every word? How would you define every word if the words? Hold on. How would you define every word if the words that you're using to define the words have different definitions?
Yeah, we wouldn't have any. We wouldn't have any dictionaries. It'd be impossible.
Insanity.
So you actually only need to define the words that are in contention, right? In this case, the words that are in contention is the slightly different meaning of the word wrong and debunk.
What? And you never define that slightly different meaning.
I did many fucking times. Are you fucking forgetting?
You said it was relativistic.
You need me to do it again?
You said it was relativistically limited, and then I asked you what that was, and then you didn't even explain what that was, and now
I did. Okay. Oh, holy fuck! You guys are what's the word when they forget shit?
Yeah, I'm sure it's all us, dude.
You even said it.
We're the problem.
You guys are getting amnesia. I guess I have to re-fucking do it. Okay.
This is all on
what Richard Feynman meant when he said wrong. He was using a strict definition of the word wrong, meaning wrong in all cases. What chirality meant when he said wrong, and he's back, so he can clarify for us, was wrong in the non-relativistic limit. Now you ask, what the fuck do you mean by the non-relativistic limit? And I'm clarifying for you, in the limit where Newton's theories are accurate enough. That's the third time I fucking have to repeat this to you, and then you claim, oh, you didn't do it.
That's nonsense, bro. You can't say it's wrong up until this time because this speed of light or what. That's ridiculous. It's either right or it's wrong. It's either always right or it's always wrong.
That's your definition of right and wrong, right? I'm
No,
trying to
that's
tell you
the
that
definition.
there are no
That's
the
the.
definitions of right and wrong. Jesus Christ.
There has to be, bro,
Even
or else
even Geo has
there would
agreed.
be insanity in the world.
Even Geo has agreed that words have slightly different definitions.
Charlie,
Like,
were
depending
you
on the
one of
context.
those kids? Were you one of those kids that
Yes, I was
got
a
a
kid.
trophy no matter like what place you got?
Yes, I got a participation trophy everywhere I went. Just left and right. Right. God, I really should go to fucking bed. Why am I staying up talking to you idiots? It's just so much fucking fun.
Yeah, put it back tomorrow when you're awake and listen to what you were saying. I
Yeah,
suggest
Charlie,
you
come
do that.
back tomorrow.
Yeah, go drink a glass of water. Think about all this tomorrow.
Maybe.
No matter how bad today was, there's always tomorrow.
We'll be here.
And maybe one thing to think about, at one point you said wrong could mean baseball, I think. So
He did, amongst other things, like 5, 6 other things. I was like, my jaw was on the floor. I was
Okay,
going,
Geo, what's wrong with one person when they say the word wrong, meaning wrong in all cases, and the other person saying wrong to mean, excuse me, wrong in a very limited edge case.
yeah, those both sound fine. That's all English.
Yeah,
That's all English.
excellent.
That's all logical, at least
Excellent.
to a certain degree of just those words. Yeah.
Excellent. Then you're on my side with this entire fucking thing, right? Because SC Montreal, for example, it thinks that wrong only has one objective definition.
Well, you were adding something in addition to it. You were saying wrong in two different scenarios. That wrong still is wrong. But the thing later, you were saying that wrong really wasn't wrong and it could be other things. That was where the whole problem came in.
You have agreed that depending on the context, wrong can mean different things, right? And you agreed that both of the contexts are reasonable, right?
Wrong always means what wrong means, but yes, you could place it within a description of different subsets of components that you're explaining. But the thing is that
wow,
that wasn't
word
what
salad
you were,
time. Holy shit!
that
I'm
wasn't
sorry,
what
I
you
don't
were
have
saying.
my ranch dressing out right now, so I can't do the word salad thing. So, come on, you agreed that the word wrong can have different definitions depending on the context. I don't know why you're trying to weasel yourself out of that now. You've already agreed with this.
dude, wrong is wrong. That's it. Now, you can tap dance all night long and make wrong right.
I understand you,
but you're never gonna do it, bro.
Don't make it so obvious.
It's not gonna happen.
Don't make it so obvious that you're not intellectually curious about like that words can actually have different definitions. Okay.
Yes, it could have, but wrong cannot be a baseball or a bat or a turkey or a table and all the other nonsense you said before. Wrong can never be those things, dude. So wake up and realize where you're at. You're not in romper room. Okay? Wake up.
Okay. If I call my dog Spike, is that wrong?
No, you can call him anything you want.
Is that right?
For you, it is. Yeah. That's the name you chose.
If I call my dog Horse, is that wrong?
You can call him Turkey if you want.
Okay.
But everybody that comes to your house is going to say, hey, man, how's your dog doing?
Sure. I'm not saying that I think he's a horse. I'm saying I'm calling him Horse.
Like I said, you could call him anything you want. You can name him Spike.
Right. But I'm asking you, is it wrong?
No, it's not wrong.
Okay.
It's the name you chose.
Excellent. So why are you complaining when I give a name instead of to a dog, I give it to a concept?
Because you can't make
that's
a
all
word
that definitions
everybody.
are. It's just assigning names.
I'll tell you why. Because you can't make a word that everybody uses in common everyday parlance and change it. Because if you do
Of course
that,
I can. Of course I can.
Well, okay, you can, but then.
Well, there you go. Then we agree. You just said I can. Holy shit! That's my entire point.
Dude, are you feeling
Jesus
okay?
Christ! What?
Can I finish a sentence?
You just agreed that I can do it.
It was in mid-sentence. I was going to say, yes, you can change the name to dog to whatever you want in the conversation or any other word. But then every time I see you, I'm going to have to ask you, hey, what did you mean by this word? You're going to have to define every word. You're going to be known as the nutcase that redefines every word.
I'm okay with you thinking that, right?
Okay.
So
All
like
right.
now that we've agreed that words can have different definitions, then surely you must agree now that wrong doesn't have one definition. That it could have
No, I
different
do not agree with that. You're wrong.
Okay, well then you just contradicted yourself then.
Did I?
And
Yes,
the
you
only
did.
way you know he contradicted
Absolutely.
himself is
You don't know what you're
because
talking about.
you know the definitions he's using.
By convention, yes. Because
Dude,
those are not in
wrong,
dispute.
Silver, talk yourself out of it. Wrong will never be right.
How about this?
Ever.
Yeah, Charlie.
Ever.
Let me ask you this, Charlie. Is your definition of wrong in the dictionary? Any dictionary for the English language?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the dictionary memorized.
Okay. Well, because you're trying to redefine the word wrong.
No, I don't. Generally speaking, Gio.
Is it in the dictionary?
Generally speaking, when I use a word, generally speaking, I could swap its meaning for any of its synonyms. Usually.
Right. Well, okay. Is it in the dictionary again?
I don't know, Gio. I don't know. I don't think that's a very honest question to ask. How would I know that?
Hey, give us a synonym for wrong.
It's probably not word for word what I would tell you there.
For wrong.
What?
Give us a synonym. You said you could change it out for other words. Give us a synonym for wrong.
Okay. Synonyms for wrong.
Thesaurus boy.
Incorrect.
Okay, I like that.
Inaccurate.
Jeremy had said that about 2 hours ago.
Inaccurate.
Incorrect.
Would you say that inaccurate is a synonym for wrong?
I was probably incorrect. It was probably an hour ago, not 2.
Hold on.
Incorrect or wrong?
Hold on. Would you say that inaccurate is a synonym for wrong?
Well, this whole thing started with you claiming there's a semantic problem with the word wrong.
Answer my question.
Every way we're talking about is in the dictionary. The way you're
Please.
talking about is obviously not there. So that's kind of where we're at. And so you're basically calling
please answer my question.
Calling a table the car, and where do we go from here?
Can you
If
please
you want to
answer
use
my question?
Look, this has been really enjoyable, actually.
Can you please answer my question?
I will answer it. If
You won't or you will?
don't think I will.
Okay.
If you want to say wrong is inaccurate, then so if I guess the sun's distance is 3 miles, 3 million miles, I am wrong and inaccurate. Am I incorrect or correct if I said that? Or
I'm sorry. What's the question?
So if you want to say wrong is inaccurate, and I say the distance to the sun is 3 million miles.
I didn't say it is the same thing. I'm asking you, are they synonyms?
I wouldn't use that.
Can you answer my question?
The first one no, I said no. I wouldn't use that one. I would use the first one you used when you said.
You're not
incorrect.
answering my question. Is wrong a synonym for inaccurate?
It
yes
may be.
Or no?
I wouldn't. It may be in the
or
dictionary. I wouldn't use it. It may be in the dictionary.
Okay, so the answer is I don't know. You don't know if inaccurate is a synonym for wrong. Well, I think it is.
I wouldn't use it.
I think inaccurate is a synonym for wrong.
One of the definitions for wrong is not correct in action, judgment, opinion, method, etc. as a person or in error. So to say something's inaccurate would be, like not correct in action, which is within the definition of wrong. However, they would be synonyms. They're related. That inaccurate is definitely connected to wrong.
Okay, so clearly you can see how when somebody uses the word wrong, they really mean inaccurate.
Which would be incorrect. If
they're not opposite concepts. They're related, right?
If they're inaccurate, are they incorrect?
It's kind of a synonym through a synonym because there's 2 of them. Because not correct, you're basically like inaccurate. So okay, inaccurate is not correct. Therefore, and then you're going to link not correct to wrong. So it's kind of through two synonym like trees.
I am
Something's
not
not
following.
accurate.
Anyway,
Bro,
look,
if I shoot a
whole
dartboard
point,
and I was
my whole
inaccurate,
point
I
is that you
still
could
was
see,
correct by hitting the dartboard.
like Geo.
Say it again, Ray.
I'm sure.
If I hit a dartboard but not in the bullseye, I was inaccurate, but I still did it correct. I still hit
Not
the
if
target.
you were aiming for the bullseye, you didn't.
Well, if the goal of hitting the target was hitting the bullseye, but if you still hit the target, still kind of counts.
Yeah, you still get a point. Yeah.
You're incorrect.
You correctly got the dart.
Correct.
You correctly got the dart to stick to the board.
So
yeah, look.
Anyway, I gotta go.
All this fancy stuff, right? Find
Thank
me
you guys for the very
an
entertaining conversation. Anyway, in conclusion, synonyms for wrong are both not exact and inaccurate. And
Yeah,
some
but your
people,
thing was the
some people when they say wrong, they mean not exact, and some people when they say wrong, they mean not accurate. And if you
like
can't
when you
understand
interrupted
that,
me, now you didn't
then
interrupt.
you just
like
don't
that.
understand
Yeah.
what a semantic disagreement is, and that you're forever going to be fucking tight in it. Anyway, have a good night.
What a character, dude.
Oh, dude, what did I miss? I literally just caught the end of that.
Oh man, this guy is like, I call him Rumpus 2.0. In every
God.
sense of the way, interrupting, thinks he's right, teaching mode, the whole
We
bit.
hit a world record. We hit a world record
Yeah,
today. We got
11
12.
definitions for
Is
mass.
it 11 or 12?
Said the word wrong can mean baseball.
Baseball, table, cars,
Anything.
dogs, all kinds of things. Yeah, it's on
Whoever just joined, let me catch you up real quick. We went from time changing things to 10 definitions of mass, to Einstein debunking Newton, to a semantical argument over what wrong means. You're now caught up in the last 2 hours.
Dude, yeah, he was going nuts. And was that a rage quit, or was that like, did everyone see that coming, or was that just real sudden and abrupt?
That was a
It
rage
wasn't a rage quit.
and an interrupt at the same time.
No,
'cause I was
honestly, I think
talking.
he's just got a baby or a kid, so he usually just ends up leaving abruptly.
I mean,
Okay,
he kind of
yeah.
told us he was leaving.
There wasn't a lot of fire with the rage, if there was any, but I definitely sensed it was
Wait,
abrupt.
are we going to start defining rage now?
Well, here's the thing about rage.
I had a lot of fun making shit up. That was actually a lot of fun.
Well, that's cool.
Too bad he left. I wanted to. Well, we could have gotten some more laps with the 5D, but he's gone.
If you want
to.
Yeah, he was basically describing at one point like relativistic language is more or less what he was almost proposing.
It's like the ultimate dog shit.
Like, just redefining any word you want with any definition you want and have no way to explain to anyone else what that word even means. So just
it honestly sounds like the worst nightmare possible.
Rendering all communication completely impossible.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a long time. That's why mass. When I heard mass, I went, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have fun now."
And this guy runs our satellites.
Yeah, I've been saying it for years. They give these words multiple meanings so they can like use them in space and here and there and go like microscopic and have different definitions. That's what they do. It's crazy.
I can't believe he picked F equals
Do you think this guy was like a child sex slave and they broke his mind and now he's just a drone?
I don't know about that, but he's
like,
Stockholm.
is he one of these people that are entirely brainwashed? And these are the kind of people they use to get stuff done. They're like military plants with like some kind of weird programming in their brain.
No, it's education with him, bro. Believe it or not, it's education. You can tell he's educated. They get brainwashed. They go to a point where the brain just flips. and it's all numbers and stories to them. Like take chirality, right, Jace? He's a smart dude, very smart, right? But he's caught up in that thing, in that
he's in that
atoms
bullshit.
and mass and quarks and
Yeah.
gluons and yeah.
Hey, are you here, chirality?
Gluons.
Gluons, dude.
Glue their bullshit together.
We also
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, man? What's
I
up?
was just gonna tell them where you get your name from. Tell them what your name means.
They wouldn't understand, man. There's no point.
I just
They don't even
humor
care.
me.
These guys don't even believe in chemistry. There's no point.
Wait,
Don't forget the
you're saying
part
I'm
where
not
0
going to
plus
understand
0
because I'm not
equals 1.
black?
Yo,
Yeah,
don't forget the part.
exactly.
Don't forget the part tonight where we did 0 plus 0 equals 1.
Yo, I love that one.
He
That's
said
when
you
the-
don't understand chemistry.
What?
That's when
Who said
the
0 plus 0 equals 1?
Charles told me. I asked him, I go, you mean 0 plus 0 equals 1? And he says yes. And then our buddy Extremis said 0 squared
0 squared
equals 1.
equals what?
Now, see, the first time I say 0, I mean 0. The second time I say 0, I mean 1. And you have to remember that. So when you say 0, 0, it actually means 0, 1.
Right.
Doesn't
I
zero-
mean,
You
come
got a
on,
quirk.
eh? This guy was
Awesome. You missed all the excitement, Coach.
It's like a complete restructuring of the entire English language to not even be what it is, to where it's just unintelligible.
I'm not a big fan of Charlie, so I'm not really upset that I missed that.
Yeah, just to get out of an argument. Yeah.
So
I
listen,
think you
got a
guys are
quirk.
making stuff up. There's no way he said that.
Listen, you got
He
a quirk.
did, bro.
I'm gonna go through it right now. You got a quark, it has 0 volume. Then you got a gluon. Then you got a gluon that has 0 volume. Then you got a gluon that has
How does
0
gluon
volume.
mean? Is it just on your table? Is it in your hand? Like,
I don't know,
where
but
is gluon?
both of these things have 0 volume. But then when you put them together, you make a proton, and that has volume.
Well, you understand that.
So 0 plus 0 equals 1. Coach,
Yeah, that's when I asked him, so you mean 0 plus 0
Dude.
equals 1? And he said, yes. You
understand
got it.
The convention in fundamental particles is to consider them all as a collection of their properties, not one of which is volume. So I don't think there's really any. There's no question that they're physically exist or whatever, but I think they conventionally did consider them to have 0 volume. I don't think that's necessarily has to be the fact, has to be the case. I just think that they don't worry about that property of it. So I think it's just kind of a not really a paradox, right?
Wrong.
Okay.
How is that right, bro?
Well,
How can nothing and nothing make something?
Yeah, Charlie just had to redefine the word wrong to get out of it. Let's see how you do, Coach.
I just said there's something called the what's it called? The quantum wave function, which is basically a description of all its properties, all of its quantum properties, right? So you can talk about its mass and where it is, all sorts of stuff, but one of its properties is just not a volume. It's not necessary. It could be the case that it has volume. It could actually be the case. It's just not. It's not considered. Just the way it is.
No, man, they tell you these things, bro. These are all theoretical things, bro.
That's my point. These are models. The description of an electron is a model, right? So the model has the charge, it has the the spin, all those other attributes of the electron, right? Because these are things that we can test and the way it behaves and the way those attributes behave with other attributes of other particles. But one attribute that is irrelevant in making the calculation is its size. So they just don't include it. it could be the case that it actually does have size, but they're considered to be point particles.
What if I were to say they're pointless? They're pointless. Pointless.
Well, a point is defined as nothing, so
well, zero dimension.
You are not wrong, Gio.
And what would you say, Kosho, if what I said is what they're actually interacting with is the different layers and levels of ether?
I would say that, just as I've told Lemon and several people yesterday, and I'll probably keep telling you guys till you guys succumb to it, is that people like you, who are knowledgeable about the ether and fans of it, really should look into quantum field theory, because as
I knew you were going to say QFT.
The people who,
yeah, dude, they took a lot of that from ether. I know, I'm aware of all that.
Well, not just took a lot of it from ether, but what you guys describe as the ether is encompassed in what is now known to be quantum field theory. And
well, it's just their latest revision that they're doing.
Sure. Do you think it's an ad hoc revisioning, or do you think that it's possibly based on investigation and evidence? I think it's based on the evidence, because I believe it or not,
I don't think I could answer that black or white, because there's a lot of different factors. I think there's falsities and deception woven with some truth, as many of these fields are.
No, that's fair, but I personally think that these guys, especially the forerunners like Feynman and Dirac and people like that, I think that there was no interest in being wrong. I think their only interest was in discovering the truth of it. So that's my belief.
Yeah. But that Charlie guy's different, man. I've never met a glober like that.
Well,
I was trying to tell Jeremy to keep quiet so you can go at it with him, but he did for a while.
Jeremy has this thing where he's got to be the center of attention. Yep. He's got to muddy the waters.
For me, I found it good. Two ballers going at it. We don't usually see that.
I let him have at it.
Yeah.
He's in the same group as Flat and Destruction and Snack, but he's by far the most narcissistic of any of us, really.
Yeah, but he called all the ballers retards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He puts himself ahead of everybody else, dude. Above the.
I'm talking about that guy, Charles, whatever his name is, Charles.
Yep.
He was good. I liked him.
Of course you do, man.
Him, and Feynman all agree on something.
Yeah, it seems like he'll be quicker to come to the truth of the earth at some point. It's just gonna pop. Yeah.
Charlie?
Yeah. He's not a purebred glober.
No, he's full.
I meant pure blood. I actually meant pure blood, which is but yeah, he's not pure glober. I can tell.
He breathes his own farts. Okay, he loves.
Wild. Wait, what did you say?
I'm saying this guy loves himself, dude. He's definitely a glober through and through. No way he's entertaining the flat Earth. Yeah, he
has been for years, dude. He has been for years.
No, he thinks he's smarter than everyone else. He's even like in GEMS, he's confronted the smartest people in there about relativity or something or other. He doesn't back down from any claim he makes. He'll fight it to the end.
What are you talking about?
Charlie.
Oh.
Is it
so we assessed him correctly?
Well, I pretty much nailed it then.
Yeah.
Forgot the argument.
He was saying some weird shit that I've never heard before.
At one point, I told him, "Man, I want to bitch slap you." Like he was interrupting every word I was saying every time I spoke.
He said apparently there's this common misconception people have when Minkowski space-time things bend into the fifth dimension. I've never heard of that misconception. He also tried to say Einstein debunked Newton's first law. I've never heard that before. You know.
No, I've heard that before.
Pretty
Except for
interesting guy.
except for the Schenker or Feynman quote.
Huh? Yeah, Jeremy, you still haven't posted that quote, man. Could you post it?
Do you think that guy Charlie made that up? He got that from Schenker or Feynman.
Okay, could I see it? Do you have?
I don't have it, dude. I don't have it.
Okay. What should I Google? Feynman.
I don't know if it was
Are you
Feynman
sure?
or Schenker.
Hold on a second though, because I think it's being confused.
Osho knows the quote.
No, I've heard this before, but it has nothing to do with relativity or Einstein. I think they were talking about. I think there's a quote where Feynman is saying that that quantum mechanics debunks or disproves Newton's first law.
They said Einstein debunked or Einstein proved Newton wrong when Einstein said that objects move in geodesics.
But who said this, Jeremy?
It was either Schenker or Feynman. I told you, this guy Charlie made that shit up on his own. Come on, guys, you guys can't think of nothing.
Let's see, how does that debunk his first law?
Oh man,
First
2
of all,
hours and we're
can I
going
ask a
circles.
question here? How is it a law in the 1600s that something will travel in a straight line forever unless a force acts upon it? How did somebody in the 1600s even imagine that or see that or to think it's a law?
You know,
Through observation.
Observation of what?
Dropping a rock off a cliff.
And then watching it go down, never in a
or
straight line.
watching planets orbit the sun. You know, it was just simple observation.
That's not anything to do with
When did they go in a straight line forever?
Yeah, that's not dropping straight lines.
That's an oval path. If you want to talk about orbital mechanics, right?
Yeah, but there, in that situation, he would use gravity as a fictitious force because it's in a non-inertial frame of reference. You know, fictitious forces were a thing that Newton was aware of, and these are things he came up with to solve situations where there was observed motion that didn't necessarily always comply with his laws, with the first and third law especially.
Yeah,
So
but
we had
let's stick to the first one, right? Where would a person back then, if you'd go with a big lighter, they'd burn you up, right? They think you were a witch, right? Where would a man in that time ever come up or think of or see something that's traveling in a straight line forever? How could you even imagine?
Rolling a marble down a slope, for example. You would see that as long as it's going down that slope in uniform motion, no forces, no net forces acting upon it, it just carries on. But the moment it hits
Where
the
does it
box,
carry on? It doesn't carry on. It hits the ground. Where does it
yeah,
carry
it
on?
hits the ground exactly. I was getting there. The moment it hits the ground, it's now being opposed by some other type of net force, and you see its
Correct.
motion change, and that's in
Correct.
line with Newton's first law.
Correct. But where would he see able to even come up with a law? Where would you ever see something
I just
traveling?
gave you an example.
No, you
A
just said
marble
a thing rolling down a hill. That's all
Yeah,
it said.
from that observation, I can derive Newton's first law.
Oh, from that from seeing a ball rolling down a hill, you can deduce
Yeah.
that ball will travel in a straight line forever. Like how, man? How?
Yeah, if that hill continued forever, Essie, would that
When
ball
would that
not carry on going
When
down
would
it
that
forever?
ever happen?
Yeah, but let's just say there was a forever hill that carried on forever, and you rolled a ball down it. Would that ball all of a sudden stop and start rolling upwards? Like, would you expect it to change in any way?
So Newton imagined the forever hill? Is that what you're saying?
It would
normal.
It would disintegrate. No matter what it's made out of, it would.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, obviously.
You're right. Yeah, I didn't think of that one.
Over time. Cool.
It would
But
wear
let's
out.
say there were no
It would
external
wear
force.
out. Even if it was made of like pure lead gold, it would just wear out.
Good one. Yeah, exactly.
Eventually.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's sheer nonsense, man.
these are additional forces being added now. You know, the friction force is more being added to it. You know,
I think it's more to do with lead
there's
poisoning. he was experimenting. He was a chemist, right? Well, you know that for sure, right? An alchemist.
What?
I'm sure you
Yeah,
know
he was
all
an
about
alpha.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they turned gold into lead. They went the other way.
Yeah, we can turn other elements into gold today. It's called chemistry. But basically, these were the simple observations Newton performed to come up with his laws. He didn't do anything you can't do today.
But a law is something that always happens, bro. It's not something that you come up with. That's what I'm telling you. Where did he
No, a
witness this?
law is in physics. A law is something based on observation, and
Exactly.
it only relates to that specific observation in those specific situations. So if we go to any place in the universe that has gravity within these Newtonian scales, that law will apply. But once you move
Assumption.
below or above these scales, the law doesn't apply anymore. Newton's laws don't really have any relevance at the quantum scale or at the relativistic scale. We use different laws and different axioms and different theories there.
I'm aware of the quantum thing, but that's not in question. The question is, how does a man in 1660, whatever the year was, how can a man like that, which man, I mean, they didn't have nothing. Think of the life back then, bro.
Yeah, life was
No?
tough back then, but you got to remember Newton was part of the aristocracy, right? He wasn't some ordinary broke hobo. If we was alive back then, Newton would be on Discord, and all of us would not be able to read or write. We would be homeless and illiterate. Newton was part of the higher class back then. He wasn't an ordinary bum the way you and I are. He was somebody. He would have Discord. We wouldn't.
It doesn't matter. He didn't have no Discord. He didn't even have a
No,
lighter, bro. He had
Yeah,
nothing.
but
He didn't have.
Newton had access to a lot of things. Is what I'm trying to say, Essie. He wasn't just working with his thumbs. There was instrumentation he could use. There was,
Granted, he had
a
the top.
body of knowledge he had access to. Libraries he had access to that no one else did.
Granted, he had the knowledge, right? I'm not saying he didn't. He had the finest equipment available to him at the time. I understand, but that doesn't matter. It was limited at that time. He didn't have nothing. There was no vacuums. I mean, how could he even imagine a law? What law? Where would he see something traveling forever? I mean, it's ridiculous, bro.
The laws only have to be shown to have been true every time they're observed. Okay, so
Well, isn't that what a law means?
He doesn't have to see it every time it's ever happened.
When did he
every time
ever
it's ever
see
been
it? That's what
observed,
I'm
it has to hold
saying.
true.
Name me one time that he saw it, Kosho.
Everything he's ever saw obeys that rule. So because of that, it's a law. That's how laws work. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not.
Yes, that's how laws in science work. If it's shown to be true every time it's been seen, it's considered a law.
Okay, tell me the first time he saw something traveling in a straight line for forever.
He's talking about an object's motion and how it interacts with other objects. So he's describing its motion and what it would be doing if nothing interacted with it, and then what it does because things interact with it. And
He could say all that. He can say. I could say. He could have said giraffes held it up or invisible fairies. He could say anything. Where did he observe this law? Tell me where.
I just told you.
Well, I was going to say, Kosho, but therein lies the problem. It's basically reifying something that doesn't exist because the object is always interacting with something. So to make up a theory of the object not interacting with anything is literally just reifying an entire concept that doesn't actually exist.
No, but you have to remember that there's two parts to that first law, and what he's describing is basically the part that you guys are ignoring. The part that
how they created outer space. They use this trick.
Well, no. The part you guys are ignoring is what it does when it interacts with something. And so if you let's say
that's what I'm saying, it's always interacting with something by definition.
Yeah, exactly.
What it is.
That's what he's describing. He's describing what it does when it interacts with it. And so, like if you saw like a hockey puck on an ice fucking lake or whatever, he's describing what exactly that hockey puck's going to do in every case, whether it's the friction or somebody hits it. And if there were nothing there to do that, what it would do in that case, which is just keep going.
But that's where it's a fabricated concept, because that doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah, but his point is like it slowing down and stopping. In the case of the observation, there's always a cause for that. There's always the friction. There's always its weight.
Yeah, so they're combining some truth, all of that stuff that we know, with that's real physics. They're combining that with a pseudo-physical concept that nothing interacts with it, and then making this vacuum of outer space claim. That's the root of part of their entire alchemical black magic demonic paradigm.
Even if you left out that part about if nothing interacted with it, it would keep going, the other part being true would still imply that part. So it's implied by the fact
that is true. Yeah, there are frictions and there are ways that things work in the physical world. Yeah, interact.
That's what I'm saying though. So if the hockey puck or whatever is being affected, it's always because there's something affecting it, which leads you to ask, well, what happens if nothing's affecting it? Then it just nothing changes about whatever it was doing. It just keeps going in that direction at that velocity.
Right, but if that doesn't exist to test, then why make that idea? Because you could say it does something else. You could say it just disappears and goes to another dimension. You can make up anything you want. But if that's not in reality, then that's why I'm saying it's pseudophysics. It's not real physics.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be a much bigger assumption that there was some other thing that would happen to it rather than whatever it's already doing? Because if it's already doing something, I mean, that you're right though. That is an assumption, but that's what I'm saying. It's an assumption that's safe to make because it's never been observed otherwise. So it's like, there's no to claim something else would happen would require, some assumptive.
But that's never been observed. An object not being interacting with other matter has never been observed. That's what I'm saying. It's pseudophysics. It's just fabricated. I get the idea of it, like, oh, would I be floating in space? I get it, but it's just not real. It's not real physical reality. It's just a concept. It's an idea. So it's real in that sense, I guess, as an idea or as like a fractured mind thought, but it isn't actually connected to anything physical or real in this world. And in order to refute that, you'd have to show where that does exist in this world. And they claim it's outer space, and they're the only ones going there. So kind of several layers of problems there.
Well, like I said, if you leave that part of the law out, it's a very useful idea. Like you just say, an object's movement is going to be dictated by whatever forces and vectors were acting on it. That would be very useful. It is very useful on its own. But like I said, even if you leave out the other part, it's implied by that first statement. Because, if you hit something and goes this way and this way, whatever, well, what stops it? Well, something that is acting in the opposite direction or, in some different vector than the one it was traveling. Like, okay, well, what if that doesn't exist? Like, well, I mean, just by extension of that law, you would have to say, I guess it just continues. I mean, if there's nothing stopping it. It's true that it's an assumption, but it seems to me a very safe assumption.
It's like a theory, ultimately. It's like in the sense of an idea that isn't proven in terms of that.
Like I said, laws are allowed to. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, okay. So what I would say is this: my understanding of this physical realm is that, like, in terms of like the term ether, I don't think like one way I would define ether is okay. Maybe I won't go into a whole definition of it, but in the way I'm trying to say it right now, the ether is the physical matter, and the ether is everything surrounding the physical matter. So that's all ether, and the item itself, physical item, has to be surrounded by ether because it's actually part of the whole matrix of this whole realm. It's how this whole realm exists, is through that interaction. And so by definition of having matter in this physical world, it is by definition in a sea of ether, and it itself is ether as well. It's part of a whole network of consciousness to be able to do this. So what you're describing, so just because I roll a ball across the table and it keeps rolling, so just take that kind of idea and just assume something that doesn't exist, which is a place where you just have that ball in some kind of infinite space, or some kind where you have no electric fields, you have no static fields, you have no air, you have no gas, you have nothing. So you're just to make that up, like almost like a hyper vacuum state of consciousness or something that is only the physical matter. I get that idea too, but to create that is just that. It's just a mind thought. It isn't actually something that is real, that actually exists in the physical realm. So to call it physics is why I was calling it pseudophysics, because it's not actual physics. It's an idea, and I get the idea, but unless that's been validated to actually exist, it's just a concept.
Yeah, man. I mean, I was just gonna say that, you know, like his laws of motion and any law in general in science, it's allowed to be a law as long as it seems to always hold true. So as long as it always seems to hold true, it can be considered a law, even if you know, it's known that, you know, obviously you haven't seen things move forever, so who could be sure? But the whole point is that as far as we've seen, you know, it holds true, and that's true for all laws. Like all law, no law is set in stone. Like it has to be true. It's only a law because it seemed to have always been true. You know. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, about the assumptions and, you know, emptiness and vacuum and all that stuff being necessary. And it's just that kind of, if you accept what I said before about needing to describe what it is that causes an object to do anything, whether it's move or stop or change direction, that tells you that, you know, the only reason why an object does slow down or stop or not go forever is because there's other material there. So you're right. You know, you would need a vacuum to really see that through. That's true. But yeah, I don't know. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see a problem.
How could you call it a law if it doesn't exist?
Well, no, I mean, it does exist. What do you mean? The law doesn't describe emptiness. It's saying anytime something's moving, it's required. Anytime something changes its movement, something else is required to be acting on it. It doesn't, like, that law doesn't have to imply that there's a vacuum of space. Like, that law could still be true on a Earth that is completely filled to the brim with air, and beyond that, the universe stops.
Right,
that
but
law would still be true.
Right, but what I'm saying is that there's always something acting on it. So the concept of something not acting on it is just a completely fabricated concept that doesn't exist. So how you can't build a law on that is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no such thing as at rest.
Yeah, how can you conceive of it like exactly what Gio just said right now? How can you conceive of nothing acting on that object? It's like fantasy. Like, I bet you he didn't even come up with that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is even if you left that part out of it, it would still be implied by the rest of the law. So even if you did not bring that up, and you just said, in anytime an object's moving or stationary, it's gonna it's only going to change its vector if something else acts on it. You know, it's in the way it's going to change its vector is going to be dependent on that thing's momentum or whatever.
Okay, so when did he ever observe it go show without anything acting on it? Is the question on the table.
That's what I'm saying. Is that you pretend that part's out of it, and you only have the other part. And
Come
you only
on,
have the other part.
Osho.
I'm trying to tell you, if you leave that part out and you describe an object's motion is going to be dependent on the motion of something acting on it. If you just only have that in there, right, then it implies the other part, given that there's an opportunity for there to be nothing. So if there's nothing somewhere, then it's going to continue forever. But if there's something there, that something's going to, slow it down or change its velocity or whatever. So, like I said, even if you left that part out, it would still be implied.
I don't know how you can assume that, man. I mean, how you're just assuming because you assume that there is something there. Well, obviously, right? Then you're saying that, well, he could have envisioned nothing there. How?
Kosho, what you're saying in some way, like symbolically, reminds me of if you were to say like, oh yeah, like this fish was swimming, but it was out of the water. It's like swimming by definition is swimming through water. A fish can't swim out of water. And it's almost like what you're saying, like the matter is always interacting with other matter and other things. It can't not do that, but then they're asserting that is something to base a law on.
No, okay. Imagine if I was describing a fish or things in water, and I would say, if this object is more dense than the water, it will not be supported by the water until it will sink to the bottom. And if it's less dense than the water, it will float to the top and sit on top of the water, right? And then I'd left out the part of what it would do if there's no water there. It would sort of be implied that it would sink to the bottom, right? Because that's just an implication of what would happen if there were no water. At least that's how I would think of it. Of course, that could be wrong to assume that, but that's just it's just continuing on the description, like to see it to its full.
The full expression of fabrication.
Sorry, I woke up my girl. Give me a second.
Tell her you've almost got the shape of the earth all figured out.
Tell her you just came up with a pseudo law. Maybe we can call it a pseudo law. What do you guys think?
Yeah, tell her you're discussing pseudo laws.
Yeah.
Kosho has to get Discord time in order to be on here. He gets credits. And when he's out of credits, the jig is up.
Kind of like one of those old school payphones.
Yep, when your time's up, if you don't pop another Freemasonic quarter in there with a Freemasonic dude's head on it, you're not going to get more time. Sorry. You have to give the token of Freemasonry, of George Washington's dome piece, in order to get more time to talk to another human. That is insane. Yep. We should all be able to talk to each other without having to pay someone. Like everybody could probably donate like $1, and that would do all the telecommunications we need. Them charging us for phone time, I think, is just such a racket. Like back in the 90s, like on payphones, they used to do it like that by the minute.
I mean, even when they first did cell phones, you had 500 minutes of talk time and 500 texts per month.
Right. Yeah, they would limit your text and all that too. Yeah, that's such BS. Like that's not. That would be like if a bunch of people came over to your house, and it's like if you were to charge them individually for Wi-Fi. Like it's an excess. Like I don't think they even need to be doing that. Like it doesn't cost that. the amount of money it costs to connect the lines is so much. It's a fraction of what they actually charge people to do it. Even in today's world, even to pay, you know, $50 or $100 a month for a cell phone bill is way more than it needs to be.
Remember, it used to be 10 cents a text message. Dude, they thought they were going to get away with that forever, probably. Holy shit.
And 10 cents back then was probably like more like 50 cents today.
Yep. If we're going based off the price of a Slurpee, it might have been even more, dude. Holy shit.
Maybe that would get people away from their phones. Start charging like $20 a text.
Dude, you know how fucking the dead giveaway that phones are just like crazy evil? You've never dreamt about your phone. Like your phone is not with you in your dreams. So many things from our everyday life appear in our dreams: cars, you know, houses, animals, plants. But phones, I never see phones in my dreams. Like smartphones specifically.
Are you saying like looking at a screen and using one like a modern day one, or are you saying like just anyone on a phone? Or I mean, phones are definitely in dreams. I think. I mean, everything.
Yeah, like a telecommunication device. But this whole staring at the screen and like swiping, like you'll never encounter people in your dreams doing that. It's just such bizarre behavior.
Oh, that's interesting. I see what you mean. Although there's got to be people that have had dreams of that, don't you think? Because I mean, dreams can be anything, right?
Maybe. It's just something I was thinking about.
That's an interesting thought, but I think it's because, like, same thing with watching TV or something, or being on the computer, is because when you're doing that, you sort of, that sort of becomes where your focus is. Like that's how you're seeing the world, basically. Like, if that makes sense. It's like
no.
Look, like, oh, go ahead.
No, you go. It's all good.
Well, I was just going to say, looking at a screen actually puts you into a different brainwave state. Yeah. It's like a mild dream state in some cases.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's interesting if those are not in your dream, because in your waking life you're using it as like a dream replacement thing, or as kind of like tapping into that. And then it's interesting that they would not be in people's dreams. Either, I mean, it definitely doesn't see. Well, it's okay. It does seem to be the case that like it's not extremely common that everyone's seeing phones in their dreams. You know, now whether people have like looked at their own phone in their dream, I imagine that is a thing. But for how much we look at our phones, it seems like probably the levels like that is a thing of like not having your phone in your dreams.
I mean, most people, the first thing they think of when they wake up is like, "Where's my phone?" I've seen it. I don't know if anybody here is willing to admit it. I will, though. I've definitely, for many days in a row, as of like owning a smartphone and having it on me all the time, I wake up and that's like the first thing. I'm like, where is it? Is it charged? Oh, good, I charged it. Where it's like waking me up with an alarm or some shit.
I make sure to put mine like far away from me, and I put it in airplane mode. I turn off all the signals. I actually can notice a difference if I sleep with the phone, even if it's in regular cell mode, even if it's like far on the other side, like far away from me, I can still notice it's on. It affects my REM sleep cycles. So yeah, I try to make sure it's completely off. But yeah, I mean, when I wake up, I do end up going there and getting it, and then like lying in bed for a little while and checking emails and just looking at stuff. So yeah, I mean, that is true. But see, I don't really see it as a negative thing for myself though. Like to me, it's just a little information device that I use for what I need to use it for. I try to look at it as little as possible, really. Although when I'm out, I'm probably looking at it more. But yeah, I just try to use it for the functions of it. But yeah, so I don't, for me, it's not like anything negative, but or the negative is very minimal, because I still feel like it's unnatural at the same time.
Right. I mean, I think that there would be like the effects of everybody like losing their phones all at once for an extended period of time, I think would be very similar to like everybody not having access to like their medication, like their prescriptions. it would be very not as serious like medical wise, where you've got like, people are having like seizures and shit or whatever. But I think that for like the mental health, if the phones went away just like that, there would be a period of time of withdrawal, especially amongst the youth. They'd be tripping it, I think.
That is interesting to think of the future of humanity. Like, will people always be like this, or is it going to change, and what's going to happen? That is very interesting to think of that. I mean, I would say it seems like the people in trying to assert their control, as it were, in the various like things of what's going on in the world now, like they seem to want people on these things, of course, and they're the ones making them and all that. So it seems like if they get their way, we're going to be on these things forever, or even to the next level. Like you've probably seen, have you seen those glasses that, there's like Google glasses or whatever, but these are actually glasses where in the lens, you see your screen.
Yeah, and they augment reality and stuff. So you could be looking at like a blank billboard or whatever, but if you have the glasses on, it's like telling you to buy fucking gorilla dick pills or whatever the fuck they're trying to sell you.
I mean, that is definitely coming, which is a freak show. They definitely want it to, I should say that, where you'd have contact lenses or glasses, and instead of your phone, you would have to have contact lenses or glasses.
Wait, gorilla dick pills are coming, you think?
I know that'll be on your extremistus. That'll be on your algorithm. That's
sweet.
That's the advertisement you're gonna get.
Yeah, dude. Alex Jones is gonna be like 140, living this crazy unnatural life because he takes super male beta prostate, and he's gonna be selling you fucking all kinds of shit.
Oh shit. Yeah, so like if you had the glasses or the contact lenses, you'll be out in the world and the billboard would just be blank. But when you look up at it, it'll fill in like a customized ad for you. That would
It's
be
like reverse They Live glasses.
right. Oh, that would be terrible.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, they just want people on probably virtual reality headsets eventually. I think they have some crazy plan. Like I think they want to like harvest human energy. They want to like harvest human brain power in a freaky way that's connected to like an interdimensional battle that they're fighting. And unfortunately, it's like at the expense of us. And a lot of people are not aware of it yet.
Well, it's crazy that they are unaware of it because so many huge like themes in our movies, just like literally feasting on brains or extracting something from brains, doing something to humans where you take something out of them to gain more power, and it's usually in the head. Pretty bizarre.
Yeah, the whole thing of like selling your soul, people sell their soul to the devil, like but also just like possession as well. Yeah, like fracturing and traumas and how that all plays in. Yeah.
Yeah, spoiler alert, but like the new Avatar movie, that's literally what it's about.
Yeah, you were mentioning that the other day. It sounded interesting. That whole concept, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a new concept, and it's now seeped its way into popular culture. This idea of literally sticking a needle into the brain and extracting a liquid and getting something that stops aging, makes you immortal. Just flaunting it right in our faces.
Yeah, I think it is pretty intense, the agendas that are underway. And I mean, it's interesting because if everyone knew about them, they wouldn't be able to continue. So,
yeah, at some point when enough people catch on, they have to do damage control. That's either in the form of like rebranding, or sometimes it's like I don't even know what to call it. Like they'll do something big to like shift your attention. Like with UFOs, like they had to like declassify some shit that told us a bunch of stuff we already knew, and they just like released some pictures of triangles, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna call these UAPs because UFO It reminds people that we've been lying to them for fucking years. You know, you had trillions of dollars missing from the fucking Pentagon, and then the next day, oh, somebody just flew planes into the fucking Twin Towers. Oh, and into the part of the Pentagon that was keeping track of that missing money. Okay.
Yeah, that's not sketch.
No, not at all. You had fucking flat Earth reaching critical mass, and then everybody, you know, got a cough or whatever, and that backfired, if you ask me. Had all those people stuck inside on YouTube watching flat Earth videos.
Yeah, it does seem like it grew a lot during that time for sure. And I think you're right. I think the whole thing, these last couple years, completely failed. I actually think these last 2 years is so let's say someone's trying to do something, you know, or they have some agenda. There would be like an arc to that, you know, kind of how that would go. And these guys have had their peak for sure. And they've had their run, if you will. And they want to, you know, they have their agenda of where they want it to go. But if it's not going to go that way, then by definition, they would begin failing. The arc would start coming down. And I think these last few years, what they tried to pull off was, in a way, I would almost define it as like the beginning of the whole crumbling of their system they have. I'm not saying the system of the whole world. I'm saying the particular controllers and their actual agenda and their control over the system. Like it backfired on them to that much of a degree where now like they have a hole in their gas tank kind of thing, and it can't be repaired. Like it's like a balloon running out of air. We're headed towards. That's how I see what the future is coming in terms of that. I don't think they're going to get what they want, but it's still kind of, you know, on the brink for, you know, right now.
Yeah. No, it absolutely is crumbling, and I think some of the most telling evidence is like the independent journalists that have been confronting the CEOs and other high-ranking members of these pharmaceutical corporations. They're like ambushing them at their houses, at restaurants, in the street, and these people are running. They're fucking running. It's 7 a.m. This woman's like out walking her dog, and someone's like, "Yo, you're this, you know, you work for Pfizer, right?" And she just bolts. And it's because they fucking know, dude. And when the hatchet falls, they got to throw at least a couple people under the bus, right? For all the lies. But will it be enough? I don't think so. Not this time. Not this time.
Yeah, like I think what's happened is like you were saying, when people are all at home watching video, you know, just getting new information and just having more time to explore what might be going on. I think that there's a way in which, what went on the last few years, it seems like you'd either have to completely believe that it was all legit, or if you had any questions about it, you're now in a category of, well, okay, if there are questions about it, the fact that the whole world did it, all the major countries, et cetera, they all coordinated, that now would fundamentally mean that if anything is sketchy with it, that it's all coordinated and it is actually a huge, you know, network of entities that are doing this. Whereas before, they might have been more likely to think, well, you know, United States is separate from this country or that country. You know, they were more convinced by that. But the way that they did it all at once, like they just, it has to do with why they were doing the agenda. So it's like evil has to mess up. It's kind of part of how it works, I think. So it's like, this is part of how they're doing that. So they don't really know they're messing up. They think they're succeeding, but they're actually just completely doing the thing that flips it the other way. And I think that's kind of how it ended up going. But they thought it was going to be something different, like a flex that was going to get more power. But in reality, it actually exposed that their flex is there and that there is, you know, that it is all coordinated. And therefore, when people become aware of it, it is obvious that it's much more systemic than they previously would have thought, which then means more people being aware of it means that eventually these people in power would not be able to, continue that position.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And if you just look at the line that they're holding right now in terms of what the narrative actually is, like the line that they're holding is like, no, we didn't just lie to everybody about this. It's not even that, oh, it's effective, or you need to have a certain amount of them in order to be safe. Like, that's not even the line they're toting. They're literally at the point of we weren't lying to you. Please trust us.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that, I think truth can spread very quickly, and with that whole topic, it is hard to know. I mean, yeah, there's so much. Well, yeah, the whole big pharma monster ultimately.
In the same way that you saw billions of people just say, "Oh, save me, government," and just go in and get it all. In the same way that you saw those people like afraid and acting out of fear when they find out that they were lied to. I mean, the mob mentality is going to go in the complete opposite direction,
Yeah, it's like you're all in or there's a problem. And if there's a problem, then yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It just starts that water. It's like breaking the dam, like a dam that's holding back water. It's like the water's there, it's got to flow, and once the dam breaks, it's flowing.
Oh yeah, there's a really good meme that's literally like a dam with all these cracks in it, and the cracks are labeled certain lies that we've been told over the last 33 months. Yeah.
Bam. Oh yeah, it's out of control. Yeah, it's you know how like a human that's like a good person like will be honest ultimately, and just using that term, a good person in general. Just let's just say a human that's honest. And that's what they do because it feels like the right thing to do, and there's just honesty in general, and it's transparency, and so on. But it seems as though these entities, these guys that are just running like the mainstream news, all the different things that are going on, like all these the governments and the United Nations, all of it. It's like their main source of expression seems to be deception. Like that's what they're all about. It's just the more the merrier, and they just it's like how their whole like agenda and their whole like mindset with what they're trying to do is based upon. It's like that's their default. I guess that's kind of what I'm saying. Like someone who's honest, their default is to be honest. If you ask them something, they just tell you honestly. Whereas there could be, and I think we've probably all even known someone that is maybe like this or something, where we're all aware that exists, where certain people like lie a lot or they lie all the time. Or like when we were kids, we might have known someone that was like that or whatever that would do that. But yeah, it's like these guys, like it's like lying is fuel to them or something. It's like they do it more. The more they do it, the more it seems to like feed on itself.
Dude, I have a super close group of friends. We've all been friends for like almost like 18 years now. And we had a friend back in high school who was a pathological liar. And we didn't kick him out of the group or anything. He just lied about something so disgusting and like heinous that I think the shame just like kept him away. But anyways, fast forward to today, that dude became a therapist. Super funny.
Interesting. Yeah, a lot of therapists, like psychotherapists or psychiatrists, a lot of them actually like have various like different mental conditions, and that's like what got them into it.
Yeah, for sure.
Isn't that kind of the old joke that like you're like the shrink has a bunch of issues, kind of, like the shrink has all their own like issues that they're probably not even really haven't even really worked through them either.
Yeah. I know a lot of these like early therapy has its roots in like the occult and like seances and shit.
So
yeah, it's like the first stages of mind controlling someone, like interviewing them and like understanding their mind.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are certain positive parts about the field of psychology, though. Psychiatry is like the pharmaceutical version of it. That's just all whack in my viewpoint. But in terms of like psychology itself, there are certain truths. I mean, even Sigmund Freud, there was certain truth about his understanding of the mind. There's some truth in there, and Carl Jung had a lot of truth as well with the archetypes and the collective unconscious.
Yeah, I'll agree. There's definitely some smart stuff that was said by those guys. Some of it was probably true, but I don't know. I'm very wary of people that are going to charge you by the hour to like talk to you. It sounds like a fucking band-aid for like a fucking mortal wound to society. You know, we're also fucking sick in the head that we're going to be taking pills every day and paying people by the hour to like listen to our fucking troubles and tribbles. It just seems like I said, it's like a band-aid. I don't know.
Yeah.
To anybody who's, you know, getting therapy, like good for you. Do something about it. That's awesome. I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying I think there's like a deeper problem. We need a better solution.
Yeah, I would agree. My understanding of it, like going back to like Freudian psychoanalysis, for example, which is kind of, if that's what you're referring to. I mean, there's different forms of therapy. I mean, I think having someone to talk to can be good either way. Like sometimes people don't even have their own, you know, husband or wife or children or even friends. Some people don't even have anyone to even talk to. So like in some cases, like, you know, for them just to have someone to talk to could be helpful. But in terms of like, but that's just having someone to talk to. Like, it seems like like you should be able just to have a friend or, you know, anyone just in your life. Like you shouldn't really have to pay someone. But I'm just saying our world, like there's probably there are like wealthy people out there probably, and just various people who, you know, will literally pay just to have someone talk with them. Whether or not it might not even be like deep, like psychoanalysis therapy. It might just be literally just talking about their problems. It's like we should have that as a community. It shouldn't have to be some profession that we have to pay people for.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, what I was going to say too about because I agree with you. There's very often something deeper. Like for example, like Freudian psychoanalysis tries to kind of tune into like your childhood and various components to try to work through various issues at that level, and it can be minimally helpful. But people generally don't have like deep transformations. Like they don't have like deep resolution of like anxiety or depression or different like paranoid mind states, like severe things like that. It's just really not effective. It's not even really very effective at all. Ultimately, it really only is quite minimally. And so to have that be like the best they were offering people or able to offer people, and then of course they went from there to all the pharmaceuticals, and that's it. You know, it's just like drug it out. So it's just crazy. And I agree with you. Like when people do like experiential therapies or like deeper like sacred ceremonies, like deeper work on themselves, like like what's actually there in their mind that's causing it is so much deeper than what could ever be accomplished by just talking to someone.
Well, even just what you said there, like when people used to do these ceremonies and stuff, it's like when these like techniques of psychoanalysis were being invented, the world was not godless. You know, you didn't have science kind of at the head of things with televisions in fucking everybody's house and everybody's hands telling you that God doesn't exist or that, you know, there's
it was war torn. Yeah, it was war torn back then.
Yeah. And there was everything was a lot more ceremonial. People fucking sat down and had dinner with their families every night, and you know, people graduated from different aspects of their lives as a whole, as a community. You know, everybody in your town came to your wedding or whatever. Like we're just living in a different, just a different space. You know.
Yeah, it's been more and more isolated. The whole like Newtonian Cartesian paradigm, the material isolation, seems to have been like really implemented, especially through like World War II and then into now. Like they got it kind of where they wanted, it seems, of what they rolled out kind of after. Basically, yeah, pretty much since World War II. It seems like that was a major shifting point. And all the compartmentalization of all these different factors.
Dude, World War II must have been like 9/11 every fucking other day for years. You know? It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, well, actually, like a lot worse too, actually, because it was like full-on threats of like your actual physical safety. Yeah, it's absolutely insane that even went down, and that the people that came out of that are still doing what they're doing.
Yeah, that's right. They're building big old rockets. They fucking.
Yeah, just big radio controlled rockets.
Well, I will say I have a little bit of a prediction for the next big happening. And whatever the next big happening is that everyone's going to be talking about, it's going to happen right after there is some sort of leak or like exposure about all the weird satanic pedo stuff that the government's into and that very powerful people are into. There was almost a little slip that whole Balenciaga thing happened, but then Kanye like went crazy and just kind of like took the spotlight and even said like nice things about Balenciaga. It was fun. It was funny. I didn't really realize it at the time. I was like, what's going on here? But yeah, that seems to be the theme. Every time there's some sort of like new information or like exposure of these people, all of a sudden either something really shocking or like terrible happens.
Well, what about this possibility for an event? What about okay, so they got climate change, that whole agenda. They've got the energy crisis agenda. They've got all the politics around those. They've got the globe Earth and the outer space agenda with the scarcity and the global warming and all of it, and the climate change stuff. What if they were to begin, Whitsit and I talked about this the other night. What if they were to begin using weather modification to manipulate the weather in a way that was like pretty crazy, like bigger hurricanes, all kinds of different shit going down, and causing a ruckus, fires, all of it. And then they blame that on climate change / global warming. And they tried to rebrand it, but anyways, yeah, like they blame it on that. And then they do lockdowns based on that. Now, this is actually already a thing. Like in Europe, they're actually already doing climate change lockdowns. They're like, it seems like they're beta testing it right now. But if they were to roll it out entirely, then essentially there would now be, because everyone's used to the lockdowns, of course, we know that, and they already tested what they could do with that. So what if they were to do them in the quote unquote spirit of climate change, that they have to lock everyone down? And then whether that means like reduced electricity availability, reduced internet at times, or intermittently, even like food and water resources could be possibly threatened. They would be then tax corporations like crazy for climate change even more. But if they use the weather and all their weather modification along with that, with the climate change thing, so they're doing actual climate changing while they're claiming that it's the Earth doing it and that we have to lock down because of that. Wouldn't that be crazy? And they're actually causing it. And then I know it's a long rant I've said, but then the last thing, part of it is that if they did do that, they would have, instead of like, oh, you're killing grandmother, you're killing grandma by breathing near her. Instead of that being the thing, like the air is killing you, it's going to be the Earth is killing us. Like the climate, like we are killing it. And so now everyone has to be righteous for the Earth to save the Earth. Lockdown, get your jabs, whatever, like for the Earth. Which would be crazy if that played out, because symbolically, like there's the truth of the Earth coming out at the same time. So like would the creator like make it like that? Or like they try to get everyone's emotions on saving the globe. Meanwhile, like we're saying like, yo, it's not even a globe, you know what I mean, as well. So like, Yeah. Anyways, what do you think of all that possibility?
I try to think about how much it's going to cost them and how much it's going to profit them. And having everybody stay inside is only profitable if like what you're doing is you're kind of separating like the wheat from the chaff, where it's like, okay, what's like, we just want a skeleton crew, you know, fucking major cities, just make sure that, you know, the water's running and electricity's on. All the fucking useless eaters, we're going to identify them. And then you have to initiate something to cause like a mass die-off. Because otherwise I don't really see why you'd want to like lock everybody down. Like I just try to look at it from like a farmer's perspective, right? If I have too many animals, I'm going to count them. I'm going to identify the ones that I want to keep and the ones that I want to cull, and then I'm going to lock them down and separate them. Super simple, right? And preferably I'm going to fucking, I mean, yeah, like that's the protocol, how you treat things that you own that are alive. Just completely dominate the situation.
Well, they ran like a like one of those, you know how like before 9/11 they ran like a test about like airplanes crashing into buildings.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing that with the climate lockdown thing. And I just found this thing here. They launched this. This is from Congress.gov, so it's like totally the government's thing. Climate Emergency Act of 2021. So basically, this allows them to declare a national climate emergency anytime, and they can basically just take away a lot of our freedoms. And they actually launched this in 2021. So I don't know. It seems like there's some things that are lined up for them to do some fuckery with the climate change thing.
One thing that I keep thinking of is like, they could just lie about the solution to all of the fake problems that they create, right? So I know that was kind of a confusing sentence. Let me try to clarify it. So the controllers, whoever, they create problems, right? Whether or not they're real or not, or to the severity of like how problematic they are, that's debatable. But you know, the things that you listed, like climate change, scarcity, whatever, they can solve all of those problems by telling an even bigger lie. And I honestly think that it would work. Like if they had aliens, you know, like hologrammed into the sky and just put on a big show, and then, you know, had some sort of like, oh yeah, we talked to the aliens and they said that, yeah, we're totally fucked, but don't worry, they're going to come back in like 100 years. We just got to like all stick to this plan and get ready. Dude, I think humans would eat that shit up. Like some sort of new agenda for like how everybody's supposed to live. That would include definitely like lockdowns, rationing. It would freak a lot of people out, but they need chaos so that while everybody is getting caught up in all this chaos, they can, I mean, kill us, really. Kill us and then just take control of the ones that they want to keep.
Yeah, no, I definitely think Project Bluebeam idea of a fake alien invasion. I think that is what that is on their list of things for their agenda. My thought would be that they're going to do a climate change thing and cause a lot of ruckus with that, and then probably bring in the fake alien invasion after that.
Yeah, exactly. Like the aliens could come and fucking, oh, don't worry, we'll fix your weather. We'll do some terraforming, some weather manipulation.
I thought that too, but like even with their technology and the way things are rushing, like notice how 2030 is everything is rushed now. It's one ridiculous situation. I really believe that the way they got about with like say for instance this new climate lockdown, these new 2 variants, and the way now everyone is kind of opening up because Twitter allowed the access of information. They're losing control completely. They're not able to have that narrative to dictate anything. So you could see them just rushing from one thing after another. Even like Klaus Schwab's came there for a little bit on the World Economic Forum. A lot of people are starting to resign. You know, some shit's going down. I think it's an unknown enemy that's fighting them.
Well, I hear you on that. Platypus, let me ask you this. I was going to ask you, Like, or what do you guys think? Like, do you think that hurricanes even exist naturally in the world, or are they all man-made?
Oh, it's a 50-50. They're naturally occurring, and then there's things that they can do to create them. On the scale, though, like in the size and the accuracy, I mean, this is all speculation, so I don't really know.
I think one of the things that makes it fairly clear that they're losing control is the fact they had control for at least a century now. They've had more control like for longer than that, but it's the fact that suddenly they're losing control because of things they've put into play themselves.
Oh yeah, it's the classic golem story where they create the golem to fight their enemies, and then it turns on them.
Yep, exactly. And another thing is that these people were fucking around with things they didn't understand. Like if you look at the Freemasons and the occults, the origination of the Freemason masters when they were scribing for gods and stuff, right? And a lot of these gods are asleep. I don't know. I know most of you guys are Christians, but you have to understand these things that predate that ideology. They were gods. They were manifest in the physical. Now, if you look at some of these occults that were worshiping Moloch, right? And if you know anything about occult sacrifices, like a god wants the full sacrifice. The same way if you ordered a pizza and I deliver you that full pizza, you're gonna get it. But imagine, ordering a pizza and all you got were crust, right? A lot of these occult members that are doing the child sacrifices, they're already taking a piece out of the sacrifice. They're not even giving them like whole children and stuff. I know that's dark and stuff to say, but and now these gods are going back against them. Like they're not even allowing them to have any sort of divine blessing or any of the, the sheeples are like, oh, okay, I guess there was human trafficking. Don't worry, I'll just go back to work on Monday. You're seeing it all unfold. Look what's going on with China. Like China's been attacked by nature for about a whole year.
Well, that's what I was saying before. Like I was saying before that, yeah, the things that they're doing, because I think that things that have like the energy of evil behind them, like deception and evil in general, they always like trip up and fail eventually. It's kind of like that in movies too. It's like even in in like a lot of movies where there's some huge evil army, like either the leader of it or they always make either errors or mistakes in one way or another, and then the hero always saves the day. I think that kind of general archetypal theme is true in the sense that like evil and deception crumbles under its own energy, whereas truth stands the test of time and truth always rises up.
Yeah, that's exactly true. And the difference is like a lot of those movies where you kind of see the villain wins or where it kind of rivals that of the ultimate good is that the evil archetype, the avatar for the evil god or dark lord or whatever, Lily 100% is getting backed and working with the gods. Now, if with the current modern situation that we have now, these supposed secret societies, they're all not working in one blanket. They're like all pockets vying for power, right? You have the Templars, you have the Skull and Bones, you have the Freemasons, the Dark Masons, the Satanists, and all these other organizations that they want to be on top. Sure, they might work together for this one power play, but if they could betray each other for another, they would do it. And that's what exactly is going on. That's why the World Economic Forum was like their big kind of collaboration. And now all you see all these insiders, business companies, and magazines saying World Economic Forum's failed. It was a piece of shit. It's garbage. What a waste of time. Klaus Schwab is a clown. Like they're dogging this guy, right? Look, even Elon Musk is dogging him because now they're pissed off.
Here's a depressing idea. You guys have heard of the idea of predictive programming, right? What if the whole idea in the media where the good guys always win in the end, right? Just before the bad guys win. What if the whole point of that is to basically suppress people's desire to try and do something because they'll expect someone else to do it? And that's why it's gotten as bad as it has.
Well, I would agree in the sense that I would agree in this way because I agree and disagree. First of all, I do think it is like a very deep truth of a universal that evil and deceptive things will always crumble in that sense. But with the thing about that, what they've done, so like we all have like an inner hero, I think. Like there's an archetype, like we all have that within us. And by making all the movies and the media and that whole thing, they've had us externalize our heroes. So instead of being our own hero, they've gotten us to be in this like codependent addiction, disassociation thing with having our hero expressed through, even
Batman and Superman and those kinds of characters.
Yeah.
By giving them a warped morality that is not conducive to good morality. Using Batman as an example, Batman doesn't kill the enemy. Because he doesn't do that, he ends up getting thousands, if not millions, killed constantly because of his inaction to kill.
Yeah, so they've gotten everyone like externalizing these heroes in their mind outwardly instead of actually being. I'm not saying no one's being their own hero. People are still. I'm not saying the hero archetype's gone or anything, but there's just a way in which I think they're trying to weaken people's own inner strength by having us kind of fixated on these other characters, to worship, as it were. And that's seen like huge, the big time, things like Justin Bieber or something, where like some girls, like her entire life is just like crying over this person that she's never met.
But the funny thing is to that, see, while they give us these false hero idols and they destroy all the old historical ancestral leaders and gods that we had, there were archetypes of strength and good moral sources. Even like in the comic book industry, one of the things that they hated the most is that they've been pushing Superman and they've been twisting Superman's character of moral concept to either being gay or whatever. Like anti-heroes started rising up, heroes that actually legit kill. And they noticed that the sales started going up. So you had Punisher, Ghost Rider, and so on. And this is the things that pissed them off the most because they didn't want a character that we can worship that actually kills their villains. Look at the series Punisher on Netflix. He was a side character. Originally, he was supposed to be a villain. And people advocated enough for him to have his own show that by season 2, they realized, holy shit, we better cancel this now because we don't need an archetypal anti-hero that finishes the enemy.
Well, they definitely want us being complacent, that's for sure, and deceived. So if we don't know what's going on, that people don't. I think that's one of the biggest things they're running. Like, I do think they try to capture like our minds in a lot of different ways. Like, in some ways, it's kind of strange because it's still like, I don't know. There's still beauty in it, like even in like that, like American Idol thing, like that, there's so much like fake ego built upon all of that. At the same time, like they are really good singers. So it's still like artistic, it's interesting how there's kind of like in the modern world, there's these things that are sort of like, they have some toxic element to them, but they also have like beauty and a human expression within it as well.
Yeah. They try creating,
even like terrible TV commercials back from the 80s and 90s, like they're still like artistic even in there, even though they're just like telling you to buy like toxic sodas and stuff.
What I like, I've been doing enough research, and I do believe that the movies that are currently been airing for the last 4 years have been nothing more than weird occult messages. And one of the biggest things that I have to say to that is like, look at the Trolls movie, Troll Hunters and Trolls. Have anyone started noticing the giants showing up?
Yeah, I've noticed it.
Yeah. Look, there's a few videos that I have. There's even videos of trees moving on their own. Like some park rangers were recording that where the trees were just moving on their own. And what's going on right now is that I'm in a belief that right now ether, or magic, if you want to call it for short, is coming back, and a lot of the things that live under is coming up too. There's even in old Sphinx story from Thoth's Emerald Tablet that Thoth had a ship under the Sphinx, and that was supposed to be designed to fight things from the deep. Now, most people, from the ancient aliens think he's fighting aliens up and above, but who's to say if it's not the enemies from below?
Well, it'd make more sense if it was from below, considering the fact that space doesn't exist.
Yep.
Granted, what does it mean by below? Because it could mean alternate worlds access through tunnels, like in the Himalayas, as an example. I know there's one there.
Yeah,
There's
underground.
probably one in Antarctica.
Oh yeah, I think there's many. Exactly.
Yeah, I know there's many, but like I only know about those two, and there's probably many in Antarctica, given the how big that area actually is when you look at it on the map.
There was a video from Mythos who did studies about Admiral Byrd, right? And I've posted it before here in the channel. I'll post it again later on. He went and started reading about Admiral Byrd's diary, right? And in that diary, it stated that when he was flying one of his large planes, surveying over past the wall, or this is where he was talking about land that's more bigger than America. He saw a gleaming city, and almost like an emerald city, from a distance. And next thing you know, his ship gets taken over by control, and it forcefully lands. And he meets this guy, very tall being that kind of tells him that they knew that he was gonna come, they knew that he was gonna arrive, and that he was gonna be an ambassador for the people above. And supposedly, based on what this guy was saying, and based on the guy breaks down on the video, that there seems to be some sort of ascended god king that lives in that city that is psychically able to be fully aware of everything that's going up here. And it says that you're going to let him know that there's a prophecy that's going to come up, that when the wicked thinks they've won up there, we will rise up and quell the evil, and there will be peace between the up and below. So Admiral Byrd goes and relays that information towards the military council. Then he gets in prison for about 6 hours and 30 minutes, and he was put in a holding cell, and eventually he was forced to sign like a military's version of an NDA. Eventually he goes to the radio and starts discussing this, which then he gets warnings, and eventually he dies, gets assassinated. His son gets the diaries, and eventually his son was found in a warehouse beaten to death on the day that he was going to do a kind of an Admiral Byrd remembrance. And now that journal was bought by an ex-Nazi who was captured, who was one of the guys that was using the U-boats to bring some of the stuff to Antarctica, which eventually he was recorded in CIA helping with the investigations. Anyhow, that guy ends up buying the book and then releasing that information. So right now is what I think is going on is that, with all that, the jab and all this other nonsensical shit in the world kind of going to pearl, now we're seeing multiple UFOs popping up, 400% activity in the last 2 months. Even the military has tried shooting missiles. Russia, there's a footage of Russia shooting a missile at one of these things, and they haven't done it. But there's a weird thing to Russia too. Russia, if you ever seen Russia's new uniform, it makes you think about the whole hollow Earth Nazis. Because if I was to show you some of those images, it looks like they know something is up, and they're trying to make allegiances to them.
Platypus, are you still there?
Yeah. What's up?
Oh, because I just had this article. I just wanted to post it because it's sitting in my thing. But dude, I just found this. It's right from NASA. It's called "Local Lockdowns Brought Fast Global Ozone Reductions." NASA finds, and this is from the NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. And so right in with them. And basically, I kind of skimmed through it. They're basically kind of saying how like the whole scamdemic thing like reduced ozone and reduced like up to 15%, like the high levels of
CO2 emissions.
Yeah. Well, it's like this is NOx emissions.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it's going to make them a lot of money.
Well, the thing is, what this goes through is basically saying that, and there's even a little YouTube video on it, on that page. And basically, it kind of says like, okay, when the world went into lockdown, essentially they know, like, NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratories, started basically observing the environment. And they say that the levels of nitrogen oxides, that's NOx, nitrogen oxides reduced by 15%. And they said it resulted in a global 2% drop on the entire Earth's surface. Then they go on to explain how that is like connected to emissions, and because being locked down, there were all these lesser emissions. And they went and they go on to kind of explain in that video, like all of the factors that went together that they're claiming as to why this happened. And it says, like, it's kind of hinting that, like, oh, it's going to go back up as the economy opens up. And then they also say something about a 15-year, like what it would take. Like it would be like a 15-year plan to reduce this or whatever. So I don't know. It still just kind of plays, like, this whole thing plays into my possible idea that they're going to do kind of a weather modification event that's involved with the climate change thing. And it just seems like this is right here with NASA, and they're kind of already saying that basically lockdowns, help it or whatever, like lockdowns are the answer kind of narrative.
The thing is, they'd have to have natural disasters happening all over the world in order to justify.
Can't they artificially
a lockdown.
create them though? Like, don't they have the ability to artificially make them happen? Like, I know in Australia we had those massive bushfires, and people think that it was like because of climate change when it wasn't. It was just because of negligence, because we didn't do backburning and people weren't allowed to collect firewood. So you essentially had like several years of material build-up that caused that kind of thing. I mean, how hard could it really be to create situations where you can nothing special, just like neglect certain duties, and you'll end up creating massive natural disasters?
Yeah, it's already happening. Like in California, with there was this extreme rain the last month or two, and like in Santa Cruz, for example, like parts of Santa Cruz are just destroyed now. So
yeah, that's fire. And then for rain, I remember that the Beijing Olympics, they use they use weather modifying missiles to shoot over the Beijing Olympics to make sure it didn't rain in that area, and then you ended up with flooding in the surrounding countryside. So you now have the ability to manipulate the rain and causing flooding. Tsunami, my best guess would be massive explosion either under the water or like below the surface of the earth underneath the water, and that would cause a tsunami. So there you go. You got fire, massive amounts of rain, and tsunamis, and that probably could do earthquakes a little bit as well. With Nikola Tesla's machine, apparently that thing could cause artificial earthquakes.
I reckon that they're just going to be their agenda is to prop up the rich and make the rich richer. So they're going to basically say, because of the weather, you're going to have to stop driving combustion engines, and we're all going to have to slowly sort of take turns at doing lockdowns until we can swap our cars out for electric vehicles.
The actual reason they want electric is because electric vehicles are all digital, and all digital cars are very easy to control centrally. Which, I mean, if you can control people's ability to movement, means that you can control where they could be located. Because hell, you could say, oh yeah, you can use cars, but you can only use it within this districts, and you could have like a district system that you have in like Hunger Games. Like this is a District 13 car that can only go between your house, the grocery store, and the mines.
And if it goes past the line, it just turns off and stops.
But yeah, because that would then lead into a whole car built on an electric grid car system, which would then give them complete control over who's traveling where. So yeah, now that's all. I think that's all their agenda or plan. But the question is, will they accomplish that? Because that would be, I say no as well, because that would really be a not a good future.
Well, not even just because it would be a good future, like.
We got to have freedom. We got to have freedom on the earth.
No. You don't need to have freedom. You need to have the perception of freedom. Bread and circuses and all. People
there's actually a way in which
fed and entertained.
I don't know. If you could just jump in an electric car and just go to wherever you want to go, would you prefer that, or do you want to drive your own car?
Well, if you had a busted up old Hillman Super Minx, right, and it was worth about $700, and they said that they were going to swap you out a $20,000 electric car for free and take the other one to the wreckers, would you do it?
No, because I like a car that is mechanical and has no digital anything in it. Maybe a radio. That's about it. And that way,
but what about,
it can't be hacked.
What about 99% of the world? Wouldn't they do it?
Urbanites would, country folk, granted I'm in Australia, but urbanites would, but country folk and suburb folks wouldn't because they couldn't.
Well, if they sold an agenda that the Earth like needs all, that these like nitric oxide levels have to come down and ozone and all this like climate change stuff, how many people would they be able to sell on that they have to do things like this? Because that would then be the question if they did go that direction. The thing is, they've been using like weather modification, like we were saying before, like creating fires, creating hurricanes, all of these different like huge amounts of rain, even like extreme electrical storms, also tornadoes as well. So I wish it was not the case because people are unfortunately going to be negatively impacted by it. But I mean, they've already been doing it for years, like hurricanes, in Florida and different areas. Like they've already been testing, I think, these things. So I wish it wasn't the case. I guess I would just say I think it's going to accelerate the requirement for people to become aware of what's going on, in order to actually help the situation. They're going to be told that the new control mechanisms are the way to help it. But in my viewpoint, the way is to actually be aware of who's causing it. Because if it's actually being caused, it's not natural, then that's actually where the issue is. Not in the actual Earth doing that to us or whatever. I think they can create tsunamis as well by releasing huge discharges on the ocean floor.
I think they're going to issue the swap out for these electric cars, and they won't be your average electric car. They'll be spacious enough inside that you can make it like a traveling office, and you can sort of say you're working at home, and because it's all electric, you can plug in your laptop and everything, and it stays charged for days and days and days, and you can just work in your car, sleep in your car if you had to.
Like a little pod that has just like a nice, like a couch and like a nice, little carpeting and your screen and all that.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is too, like I think if they did
office buildings.
Well, I was gonna say too, if they did like a climate, you're roboting, Carlos. But if they did like a climate agenda thing as well, they could also that would also lead people, if they want to do these smart cities, like get people into these smart city areas where they can control people even more. Then climate would be one way to do that. Like try to convince people they have to lower their footprint, their carbon footprint, and then that gives them like what they're doing with Hong Kong now, where like you have to have like a pass to get in. You have to have like a social credit ticket on your phone to even get into the city at all.
Well, America's just signed about a week ago into that social credit digital currency, and you get 1,000 points.
You get 1,000 points for what?
You heard about the new digital currency? I forgot what it's called. It was signed in a few days ago, maybe at the most a week ago. And it's going to be a digital format where they collect all the data. Every single transaction from every bank in the world is going to go through this central point. And it's going to have a credit score for everyone up to 1,000 points.
Apparently, we don't actually have the capability.
Lose your points rapidly, just like a credit score system.
Yeah, apparently they don't actually have the capabilities to pull something like that off, according to a person called Peter Zihan. Just because computing power is just not realistic. Should be quite nice.
Already been signed off in a bill, apparently.
Yeah, it could be signed off on a bill all at once, but I mean, you could sign off on a bill, but I wouldn't be able to jump to the top of Everest in a single jump.
It just shows what their target. They're ramping things up pretty fast. It's all coming to light. It's pretty obvious what they're doing. What they want to do anyway. They might have to tweak things along the way, but you can see clearly their agenda.
Yeah, like I posted a whole bunch of stuff in on the text chat And pretty much like I've said before, there's been alarming large activities of weird deaths, park rangers being found mutilated and cut up to pieces and impaled on tree branches 20 foot up in the air with no cliffside. So this was one of those weird live leaks accidents where someone gets like thrown into a tree. And there's more and more activity of weirdness and monsters and moving trees and the pyramids making these weird light effects. So like I said, I'm in a big belief that something is coming up. They even said it's the end of the Kali Yuga. A lot of gurus who were studying the books, and it's the age of Aquarius. And if you notice what Aquarius is doing, she is dumping something back into the earth, and that would be ether. Ether has been one of the missing elements that hasn't been at a surplus of strength. And now there's even reports of animals getting bigger. So for those of us that don't believe in dinosaurs and things like that, then you have to ask yourself, then how did these insects and animals get big? Well, pretty simple. What if we put ether? Ether has some sort of magnetism effects. Like if you look at Nikola Tesla's experiment, when he did the school experiment by putting these coils and using electromagnetic waves as well as frequency in the walls for one side of the school, and he did that for months. The kids that were in that room were getting growing taller. They didn't eat as much, and they were passing they were passing all their grades. These were the bad kids, mind you. And they were also had really good memory retention. Even the principal was like wondering if we can put that all over the school, but Tesla said no, it's too dangerous, and he takes everything away. So now we understand that ether has a magnetic kind of thing to it.
Bruh.
Yep, and it gets funny. So when you have ether or magnetism, liquid magnetism, that is in that pureness of effect on just human children for just a few months. Now imagine what it does to animals, right? It makes them bigger, makes them grow, gives them more strength. What happens if that magnetic ether does to crystals? And what if those animals eat those crystals? What happens then? Then you get these monstrous creatures that people would have named them as demons or sort of. There's cave paintings, if you want to look at them, with these weird entities that are killing cavemen. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Well, that's where you get your monsters. That's where you get your wendigos and your werewolves and all this other stuff. And mark my words, with this thing coming in, humanity's not ready just yet. It's already happening now with these weird creatures.
Gonna have to pick up a sword because the bullets and the guns aren't going to be effective.
Yep. Swords are connected to your body's magnetic chemistry, which would allow you to cut right through these things. Bullets aren't. That's why if you notice that certain movies have occult meaning, look at the movie Stranger Things. Like they're all telling you about MK Ultra, which is to tell people, yeah, the government did these kidnapping of children and mental experiments. Remember all those conspiracy guys that we kind of made, suicided and they were real? Well, now it's real. MK Ultra, you can look it up, it's real. But the fact that this crime, it's an insane human trafficking crime that the CIA is not being demolished for, right? Or the government representatives aren't being destroyed. The fact that alone is to let you know that, yeah, we were doing this shit. And the fact that these creatures, whatever you want to call them, I'm not saying Stranger Things are real, but the way they were showing you about these creatures is that not even bullets work, but melee weapons can. Why do you think there was such an emphasis in iron weapons or steel?
Or bronze.
Yep. Now we're just waiting for another calamity, maybe electromagnetic wave or a storm or whatever, and knock us out of electricity, and we start from the beginning again.
Wouldn't be the first reset.
Yep.
Won't be the last.
Well, hopefully they delay, if they're going to do a climate agenda thing, hopefully they delay it, which I think is what they're going to do. So I don't think we're going to have to face what it could turn into. That's my sense of it.
I don't think necessarily going to. I don't think they're necessarily going to delay it. It's more the fact that they're ahead of schedule, and I think it's fucked their plans up.
Yeah, that's interesting. No, I actually think that like the whole scamdemic thing was I think pushed. Like they did it earlier than they were planning to.
Yeah, it was supposed to help bring about the whole agenda. It was supposed to help bring around Agenda 2030. So all this shit should have been like a decade away.
Have you heard the idea that they actually like did it early because of a lot of truth coming out, and that by locking everyone down and trying to restrict everyone's kind of movement and testing all those systems to be able to do that was actually because of that, and that they actually did it early, essentially because of these of the fact that people are waking up faster than they thought they would.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Granted, it would have backfired quite dramatically due to the fact that it give people more time to research instead of having to work.
Right, and being at home more. Yeah, exactly. Because when people are at home, even they work from home, they're so much more likely to just take in other types of information that they normally would have been distracted from.
Yeah, because
I
when
guess
you
positive or
when
negative.
you're working, yeah, because like the ability to learn when you've got work, you can't just like, oh, I'm off work, okay, time to learn. No, you need to chill out and then get into the right mindset for it. But you can't do that when you're normally working. But if you say off work for weeks, maybe months, it's quite easy to get into that mindset and then start learning. And then it's like, oh, that's why money's fucked. That's why shit's inflating quite dramatically. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Like I was saying earlier, because they did it in such a coordinated way, that all the countries were doing the same things, it kind of puts people more in a dichotomy of, okay, it's either all legit and it's all it's all good, or it's a coordinated effort, and therefore there is like an actual central control group, as it were.
Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily that they are all coordinated, but the problem is that people think that there's only two ways to coordinate people, and that is they're one big group with one direct leader that they all follow, or they're all just coincidence, and they're all just doing the same thing because coincidence. And I'm sure, as you all know, that's impossible. No, the reason is because you've heard the saying, it's a big club and you're not in it. Well, those big clubs are like round table, like think of like Arthurian legend and the round table, and how there's not a single one of them is the leader of the group, but there's like a not de facto leader, I think that's the right words. He's the one who's technically the leader of that one, but then they can be on like different round tables, right? We'll take that and apply that to like the Freemasons and the World Economic Forum, right? And and have it so that they connect to different think tanks, and those think tanks will come up like, oh yeah, we should do this for whatever outcome they're supposed to be trying to reach, and then it ends up disseminating between all these different round tables, and so all of a sudden something that was decided on the think tank round table in Switzerland all of a sudden ends up being spouted in the news media in America, and it's how they're able to get their information decided upon what they want to do, and have it. There's no official report that says that this is what we're going to do, and get it sent out on the same day at the same time, all coordinated nicely.
I think Deathbringer earlier mentioned like a city at the North Pole, and
Hyperborea.
Well,
or is that the one that shows up on Google Maps that shouldn't be there?
The Science City you're talking about, the one with about 135,000 personnel?
No, it's the one that looks like it's like apartment blocks and green grass.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, where are they running all this from? Yeah, that's where I was going towards. Like, I think there's other land that they don't let us know about.
Yeah, you mean whatchamacallit, the land up beyond the dome. Yeah. And think about this.
Well, no, I was talking about, so the North Pole, there's a lot of different ideas and concepts, and I actually think it's a whole magnetic field. I think there's various different lands that can be there because it's like interdimensional ultimately at the center. However, there is also like a physical layer to it, and there's an idea, for example, that the Great World Tree used to go from the North Pole all the way up to the heavens. That has since been severed, and now it's like a huge mountain. and like a huge magnetic mountain like Mount Meru. And at the top, because it's like a tree that's been cut off, it's like a pyramid that's been cut off. So then you get like the all-seeing eye symbology. And is there a city at the top of that they are essentially
That's
using?
what we're referring to as Hyperborea, because supposedly Hyperborea is all the way up there.
Hyperborea. But I do, but yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay. Like, we don't, like, in the old manuscripts and old maps of the North Pole, there used to be a giant, like, iodine stone or a giant spire. And the thing's magnetic was so strong that people's teeth fillings and the nails of bolts will just rip right open and it would just zoom into there. And it's surrounded by 4 large islands that kind of encloses the place. And these 4 islands are entrapped with seasons. So you have an island of fall, you have an island of spring, you have an island of winter, and then you have an island of summer. And it's just so bewitching to see. Even many of the travelers that went over there writing to some of these scripts, even stated as such. So when they went there, they have to travel there with a boat with all made out of wood, no metal, nothing. And as they're going over there, the spire feels like it goes forever. It goes all the way up to the heavens. So there's different tales of it from different countries with different explorers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but when it comes to the North Pole, you notice that in the regular maps, they just kind of have it where it's like it's nothing. It's just ocean. And yeah, what I was kind of mentioning was the Antarctic walls and stuff like that. They have facilities, and they're still trying to find a way to penetrate through that ice fortress that the Germans built.
See, all they would have had to do, like when the Freemasons were first a thing, they were getting like much easier travel between the regions because they were the builders. So they got this ease of travel. And because of that ease of travel, when I say ease, meaning like they could have, truckloads of materials and they wouldn't really get questioned about it. It was quicker for them. They basically were able to hop and jump between. And because of that, they were able to do like various illegal trade to then become wealthy. And then they're broke off like a more corrupt version of it that were, wanting to control and do all that. So once that broke off, I think that kind of interconnected with what came before that. But they basically kind of merged into that, the Freemasonic type system. And then now that is like sort of a series of what you might call secret societies or groups that are all working together to do this. That's kind of how I see. There's like several different groups that are involved, but they're all led through the one central one.
Yeah, but the thing is that they're all vying for power and control. So like, for instance,
yeah, they're all trying to become the central power, and that has the rest of them subordinated to them.
Yep, that's right. That's the perfect answer. And the difference is each group will always try to vie to become the next power. So if this group says, hey, man, I will do the World Economic Forums, it would be an easy globalization, and that failed, well, we won't hear much from Klaus Schwab's group for a long time. I won't be surprised if there'll be a hit list on him for his failure. And even though he's trying to say, oh, it failed, but there's a new government system that's been in place as we see growing. It's like, no one's buying that shit. Like, you could see all over the world that world leaders are dissing the shit out of him. And the fact that even George Soros didn't show up because he was part of the World Economic Forum, we won't see much of him either.
Yeah, that's why all of a sudden you'll have certain groups, like the World Economic Forum as an example, will be come across as being like the all-powerful thing, and then all of a sudden everyone starts fucking it over because they want power. It's simple as. They want the control for themselves. They don't want anyone else to have it because they'll be subordinate to them. So they'll do whatever they can to try and gain it, and then, oh, you've got power, I want it. And they'll fuck you over because they want it.
Yeah.
Simple as.
That's why, like, the best interpretation of a cult meaning, right? Is like if you ever look at Warhammer Fantasy and you look at these character faction called the Skaven, right? And the writers of that book stated that the Skaven have these insane technology stripped from ancient civilizations. They have these dark magics because they have no limits in their research. They have these mutants. And they've always said this. You have these 13 clans, right? And while they have these 13 clans, each representing like a field of expertise in research, like a family secret. One was like with poison, and others with assassinations, one's with magic. But here's the funny thing to it. The majority of the writers who write this stuff will say, if the Skavens ever truly worked together, they could have conquered the world 100 times over. but they're so within it in their own race and their own actions because they believe in evil and all that stuff that they're constantly stabbing each other. Like even the leaders that are teaching them are always got to look behind their backs because these, the Skavens will always try to stab and kill each other, so they'll never unite. So, and that's the crux of this whole thing. Evil eats itself before it ever wins. So, yeah, that's why you see a lot of these secret societies. They do all these stupid symbolism. Look, here's a good example, right? You see a lot of the Hollywood guys trying to get the attentions of the Egyptian gods. You notice that they were throwing the Illuminati symbols and the Freemasons 33 degrees and stuff and the one eye, right?
Yeah, dude, they do that in so much of Hollywood and stuff. It's unbelievable. I wonder how many of those, those pop stars and stuff, what they even really know what they're doing. It's crazy. And then you talk about like the MK Ultra thing. Yeah, I think a lot of them have been put through various mind splitting procedures to then control them more. And then they even express those symbols see, what I'm saying is I don't know if all of those actual performers, whether they're actually all part of the network or whether they're actually in a sense victims of what's been done. Because and then they end up flashing the all-seeing eye and the pyramids and all that stuff. It's insane.
They probably know if I show this symbol off in a movie, I get paid money.
Yeah,
that's probably all they know. And essentially they end up becoming. You've heard of the concept of hyperreality, where people see an example is that show what's it called, the one with Walter White, Breaking Bad. Gus Fring, right? That guy in real life, whenever people see him in real life, they think of not of him as himself. They always think of his character, so they treat him like his character. And that's the idea of hyperreality, is that you create a fiction on the TV screen and people believe it's real, so real that when they interact with the real world, they'll interact with it as if it is this TV show they've seen.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
Think that's what it is MK Ultra, actually.
And think about this. This was an earlier form of meme magic, right? Because meme magic is a very real thing with hyper sigilizing and forming of a conscious. So they were hoping that by putting these symbols in movies and films and magazines, that people will be fixated to understand that symbol is always held by people of power, people of elite, people that have these symbols are well knowledge and endowed with money. But what ended up happening is that eventually down the road, it's now a mocking symbol because people see it as oh, it's the fucking weirdos with the Freemasons. Yeah, sure. Look at Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey went up there and he openly mocked it. And people started realizing there was a little bit of a backlash about it. But when he started doing it, the symbols, and start throwing out symbols about the secret society, because he realized that they've lost their power. See, they were hoping to use meme magic for a thing. And look what happened to Pepe. That pissed him off even more, like a little stupid green cartoon frog, which later on we find out this frog was the avatar of Kek, the god of chaos from Egypt mythology. And then you look at all the things that are connected. CERN has it, which is a probability, the 4chan game between how many numbers you can get that are similar. Like if there's 2 numbers similar, 3 numbers, and 4 numbers, that would mean that Kek is there. Kek has spoke. And that's exactly in his terminology. So a god of chaos out-predicted them way back before then. And that's some of the things that the Freemasons are pissed off because they're trying to get the Egyptian gods to pay attention to them. And now they're kind of moving on. They're like, fuck it. We can't get the Egyptian gods to pay attention to us. Let's go to the gods of the Ottomans and the Sumerians. And you start now seeing them with different symbols and different structures. Like, you guys have noticed this whole thing about the black goo, right? Like you notice there's a movies and music videos that have everything with black goo.
What like?
Like a black inky liquid that they go into it. They're covering themselves over it. Rihanna.
I think there's some music videos where they start showing that kind of shit.
Yep, 7 music videos and counting too. Different genres too. Look at Death Stranding. There's been an entire involvement where the Jab had this black piece called the graphene, right? And And again, I already showed you on like the concept that graphene is highly electromagnetic sensitive, right? And we think about how the spirits and the demons move with magic. You know, they use magnetics. So when you have this thing, which has been shown on people's bodies in X-ray, that this black graphene spreads out through your veins and into your brain, right? This allows possessions to be a lot more easier. And in the music videos, you actually see that with the occult messages, right? They even show you that the person singing is being possessed when she goes into the black goo, and she's a different person. They even change the outfit to be more of like a demonic appearance. So this is their way of going on. And if you think about it, you think, well, that's just kind of a coincidence. It's showing up in games and stuff like that. Cardi B had the symbol of oh man, I forgot that guy's name from Call of Duty. Was it Ghost? Yeah, she had Ghost's face. And in Call of Duty Warzone, they had the zombie thing, and it had a god of the dead, and he comes out of the black goo.
And you had that Alien movie that came out the other year, the one with the Prometheus. Yeah.
Black goo and everything. So you're like the more, and look, Death Stranding was another infamous one that had the black goo as well. And that one even tells you that the world hit a calamity. A modern world got hit by a calamity of these weird, demonic, invisible beings. And anytime the black goo's around, you know, it's when they're around. So you're getting all these little warnings here and there from the occult. It's like, hey, believe in this. Black goo means this, and they have to tell you while they're doing it. That's one of their little magics. So some people are thinking that some of these jabbies might turn into zombies.
Where does this idea that they have to tell us come from?
One of the Freemasons.
I hear that.
Could I explain this one?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the whole idea is that the reason why they tell everyone that they're doing this is because if they explain that they're doing this, it relieves them of all wrongdoing. They believe that if they tell you that they're doing this to you, right, and it doesn't matter if you can't avoid it, it's not their fault. It's your fault because you didn't get out of the way. That's seriously what they believe.
But where does that come from? I've heard that before. I'm just kind of confused as to where do they get that idea.
It's an occult.
I think it's supposed to be Satanism or something like that.
Yeah, it's something a little bit older than that. Because I remember something they were like trying to explain where it's one of those hypersigil magics that they got to show you like, hey, what I'm doing is not evil or good. Like, say for instance, if I was gonna bulldozer this one path that has lots of people, they'll tell you through the like movies and cinema, like, yeah, I'm gonna do this, so get out of the way. And if you're like, oh, you didn't see the bulldozer, you didn't see the movies, you didn't see the books, like you didn't hear the magazines when we're throwing symbols of bulldozers and this, well then that's your fault. You got killed because of the bulldozer. Like look at 9/11. How many people were finding so many different symbologies of 9/11 before 9/11, right?
I'm sorry, I don't think my question was clear enough. I mean, like, where do they get this idea? Like, I understand the concept that they're trying to avoid some kind of spiritual karma by giving a pre-programming of events to come, like acts they're going to commit. I understand that, but is that like written down somewhere in like in a satanic Bible or something? Like, you know what I'm saying? Where does that come from?
No, that I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head.
Everything that I've combed through is just there's no real written like coding for it. I've checked every god or every sort of like Egyptian, Sumerian, Ottoman, Mayan, Mesoamerican, Japanese. There is no sort of like thing that you have to warn people or something like that. It's not written down. I wouldn't be surprised if they found some book or some archaic thing, you know, the occult, and they never put that thing publicly. You know, there's been plenty of alchemists that have found the Philosopher's Stone, body switching, and you name it, and we never got across those books either. So who knows? But if this is what they believe in, it's best to believe to keep an eye on some of these things. That's why it's good to have, like, you know, if you start to see a common denominator all over the place, like you're starting to see, like for me, I'm seeing black goo everywhere, then I would keep an eye on that.
Well, I only ask just because I think that there's probably other reasons that they're telling us that they're going to do these things. There's, you know.
Why do you reckon?
I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, just guess. Give us a guess.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me think about it. Maybe they're just getting off, dude. Maybe they're just flaunting their power. Maybe it's
Possible.
a scare tactic. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to think if I was gonna do 9/11, and I'm like, well, hold on, let me just like inject these images of like buildings being hit by planes into all of this media. Like, why would I do that? And the only thing that comes to my mind is I suck. Just like a fucked up individual that wants to like.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be also an agreement too. Like they flaunt it because they think we're dumb, and it's been put out with their children too. But the problem is like the difference between their children and us. Like when you're born with so much power and rich, and then you inflate your children's ego, they come out pretty dumb and stupid, especially when they have like assistants and all that stuff. You can see it with a lot of these rich kids killing themselves doing dumb shit, and that's something that's pissing them off too. Because as much as they've tried to work hard and grind in that little cult book and stuff and making them smarter and perceive the world, their kids aren't coming out that great either. So that's why the generation that's taking over are pretty dumb. Look at Hunter Biden. Go ahead.
The worst part for them in regards to their kids is the fact that their kids, because they're now taking the helm, are starting to accept their own propaganda, which was supposed to be for the slaves. So the masters are now taking on the propaganda of the slaves, thinking that the propaganda is true. And that's why you have it they're so vehement about, like, I don't know, diversity is our strength. But ironically enough, when you bring diversity to their neighborhood, oh no, actually, I don't think we want that. I think that's for the peasants.
Yep. That's where you could see a lot of them are frowning upon when they marry commoners, or they get into commoners, or they dress like them. Because again, when it comes to us being commoners, we make the styles, we make the stuff, we make all these great creative art stuff, and they're parasites. So of course they get pissed off when their kids go like, "Whoa, this is some cool shit. I'm definitely gonna be that guy." It's like, no, you gotta be like me. That's part of the occult. Nah, fuck you, man. That's cringy, Dad. So, and that's the shit that's pissing them off. That's why a lot of their kids aren't coming out right. And like I've said, look at Hunter Biden, look at Pelosi's son, look at all these other world leaders' kids, and it's just one deadbeat after another. They're not even smarter. They do dumb drugs and dumb mixings and stuff, and their IQ are not that great. And that's the unsettling for them. This is the new enemy that you and I will have to face, and they're dumb as rocks. And they also listen to Justin Bieber and KSI and all this other shit. So I think we're good for the future. It's just right now we got to deal with the old guard.
How long do you think these guys are planning these events? You think like
centuries
decades,
in advance?
Centuries in advance. Okay, now
At least.
that's kind of what I wanted. That's what I wanted to get into. How are these plans? Or I mean, how? Because people don't live that long. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you got to remember that these people don't think in decades; they think in centuries because they're thinking generationally. They, I think, a good example is the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve was not was the idea of. It was the original Rothschild in Germany. It was his idea. Was the idea of setting up an international Federal Reserve, right? But he was not the one who did it. His kids were the ones that did it, and they essentially ended up completing his goal, and then they figured out what to do from there. And we've now got these federal banks going on in what was it, like Britain, France, Austria, Hungary, Germany, I think Russia as well, like all these different places, right? One for each kid. But then they probably realize this is good, but this is not as good as it could be. It's too hard to control all these independent federal reserves all over the world. So let's try and consolidate them, so they consolidate them with a war, that being World War One, and centralize all the finances in the world, like the primary central bank in the United States of America through the First World War by doing the war lending. And basically all the gold in the world ended up going straight to the Americas. It did. It's a fucky situation. But they ended up centralizing their financial control in the American Federal Reserve, which is now the Reserve Bank of the world. And then from there, I don't know what they're... a lot of, if I remember correctly, all of them are Jews. So I guess there would be some. Granted, they're not even in control; they're just a mercenary race. So.
Yep. And as time goes by, remember they also have occult-like practices able to scribe, so they can summon spirits. And sometimes these spirits, they kind of give a jargon of rhymes and riddles with the future. So some cases, you might have they'll tell you that these events may happen. That's why they do numerology, they do Guy Mantra, they do everything they can to kind of help predict the future for them and what the events are. But the gods and spirits are fickle, so sometimes shit gets fucked over and things don't work out the way they planned. And also, it's the internet. The internet. They didn't think the internet was going to be some of this sublime information counter. That's why that meme was like, was it a 6,000-year-old cult versus 4chan? So things just got really muddled right there.
See, I think their plans come from entities that are kind of timeless. I think that's where they get their designs from.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But funny thing is, these entities want some stuff, and they're not really giving them all the stuff they want. So of course, they're not going to be so foretelling on all the secrets. No, a few sacrifices here and there, a few things of what it wants, but sometimes they might go like, well, if you want this information, give me your first child. I was like, whoa, fuck that. I'll give you many children, but I won't give you my firstborn. Yeah, well, then I'll give you some half-ass information. This is why these guys keep losing. And if you think about it, when the Roman centurion was told to go and wipe out the Canaanites, right? And he was told, he got a vision from Jupiter telling him, and this was written there by a scribe, to wipe them out from woman and child to elderly, no survivors, right? This is the vision he got. He said Jupiter himself visited him in his dream. So he went out there with the soldiers. They laid siege onto the Canaanites, and then they were right there by the remaining village, and he was planning to wipe them out. And then what did the Canaanites started doing? They went to their golden statue of Moloch, and they started throwing their children and their wives in it. They threw all their kids in it as much as they can. And you think, well, why didn't they run? Well, they're trying to appease their god for a blessing. And eventually, without notice, which is written in history, the the Roman centurion went like, you know what? Spare these meagle idiots. I don't feel the need to kill them. And he lets the remaining survivors go, run away, and never come back. So if you want to call that like some sort of like unholy divine intervention, there you go. There was enough sacrifice needed for the god to kind of interact it. They're a demonic god.
It's funny if you don't want to sacrifice your own firstborn for power, but you'll set up an industrialized genocide machine, that being abortion, and genociding millions a day, or probably hundreds of thousands a day, but you know what I mean? Just so you can have power. But all it would have taken was your firstborn, but nope. Got to sacrifice millions and billions. It's probably not billion. I'm going to just check how many babies have been aborted last century.
That's probably
So
untold.
If you can sort of see that, maybe there's some sort of timeless entities like demons, whatever you want to call them, that are giving instructions to these people, and that's how they're getting all their wealth and their power. What do you think is the ends for these entities? Like, why would they do that?
Depends on the entity and what they're after. But my guess would be is that given the fact that humans are a higher being, essentially stuck in a material form, is they're trying to lower these humans as low as possible so they can be harvested of energy, so they can survive.
Yeah, it's always been known that the spirits feed on prayer. Like they did studies when people were gathering up in congregations to do prayer, that the radio wave was like off the charts, right? So prayer does give off some sort of energy and frequency. And we don't know what these dimensional beings feed on, right? Again, higher dimension beings eat and do things far different from what 3 or 4 dimensional beings do, right? So if prayer is what they feed on, blood sacrifice is one of the highest tributes. then it would make sense that these lesser spirits, themselves wanting to vow for gods. Like if you look at Japanese Shinto religion, when they had the situation where they had a few gods, right? And then something happened where if you look at the art, if you look at the actual history of Japan, there was a what they call is the parade of yokai, right? So something happened between the fabric of reality where all these different fucking monsters started pouring into Japan, right? You had the Onis, the nine-tailed foxes, and so on. You had all these different creatures. And then what did these creatures started doing? Like these giant snakes, they started at first they were calling them demons, and then all of a sudden they started building shrines for them and praying for them. And eventually they started carving out territories. So eventually, when these things got there, they killed as many people as they want. But soon as the magic that got them there was starting to drain out, they needed something to anchor them in. And that's where you get these giant shrines and these giant tree shrines and stuff like that. Or they'll tell you over there that's the lake of the giant white snake. And you'll have even reports and people like saying, "No, man, I saw a giant white snake one day," and there's even pictures, their version of the Loch Ness monster. So these things do depend on some sort of anchorage and some sort of prayer. What's even funnier, speaking of Japan, there's a nine-tailed fox demon that just got broken out since 2021. And even the Japanese government, which is, mind you, if you really think some of this stuff isn't real or like this stuff is just like some hogwash spiritual bullshit, the Japanese government went on full red alert when that shit happened. They took that shit considerably serious, especially since spirit fox, the demon fox, every 100 years they get a tail, which is supposed to increase their power level, right?
Bro, where are you getting all this information, man? Like,
Oh,
for real.
bro, there's all over the place.
Are you just making this stuff up on the fly? Are you just believing everything you've read, or what's going on?
Here, I'll give you a Japanese newspaper. Let me make it a little bit easier for you. So hold on, let me post this up for you, and then I'll give you the forum that was talking about it afterwards. So here, let me give you the Japanese Killing Rock, what it looked like before, and what it looked after, and then the camera photos of it during the morning. Because there's a shrine up there that's paid by the Japanese government that to keep an eye on it. It's called the Killing Rock. If you look it up yourself, hey, you don't have to believe me. Do your own research. If you look at the Japanese Killing Rock, the reason why it was called the Killing Stone or Killing Rock, if you got near it, you die. So people thought there was maybe a pocket of methane that just shoots right into the person's throat, right? The scientist bullshit. But what ended up happening is that this rock split open. So before I was like, when you interrupted, I'll let you know. 900 years ago, this fucking thing was sealed. 900 years has passed and the rock just broke open. Think about that for a second. All right, let me give you the Japanese newspaper now.
When the soldiers have gone.
Here, I'll give you CNN, an English translation for that. Let me post that. I'll give you another source if you don't like CNN.
What's up, P-Mac?
And The Guardian, too. So, for something that might be made up, definitely being talked by all the news media. Enjoy.
I will say it is kind of interesting. There's a lot of civilizations that the gods that they worshipped seemed to undergo like some kind of transformation where at first they were like attacking humanity and then they came to be worshipped. I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, because
the question there would be is why were they attacking in the first place? Because if they're not attacking now, we're probably doing something different for them to not attack us.
Right.
And here's an example to my studies, right? So remember how we always said about like, especially with flat Earth and how history's definitely been muddled, right? Because a lot of people will say, well, thousands of years people believe in the world being round and space and shit, right? Which then you find out to be untrue, but that's academia mainstream, right? Now look at the word dragon, right? Dragon has been all over the fucking world, even the villages in Africa to the loneliest village in the Inuits in Antarctica or Alaska, whichever one is your take, right? So something that is a common creature with all its physical apparatus and features, breathing fire, flies, giant serpent, or a giant worm, even all the way down to South America. And even when translated by the letters, it always spells the same fucking thing, which is dragon. Now, people go like, well, what happened to the dragons? Why come we don't find pieces of dragons? Well, that's dinosaur bones for you. Even the T-Rex skull looks like a dragon. Even its legs that has been popularized as saying, oh, it's a land-based animal, but it has hollow bones to it. You only find hollow bones in aviation-like creatures. So when you look at, like, say, these common spiritual demons, right? Like, say, for instance, the Wendigo. The Wendigo is a North American, Navajo, and Native American tribes. But if you go into Slavic culture, they call them Leshins. And they look exactly the fucking same. So these creatures existed and spanned out at a certain time range in Earth that all these things started popping up.
Doesn't Comanche mean snake, or Apache, or Navajo?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't remember the translation of their tribe names, but I do know they're like they're like monsters names when I was doing that study.
Maybe not dragons, but it means snake.
Yeah. Again, over there, like South America, right? They have the Quetzalcoatl, which they even translated to feathered dragon. So even the word dragon was over there, translated over there in Mesoamerica. Now, I don't know about the Apaches. They said it feathered serpent, winged serpent, and so on. But their feathered serpent looks like that of the Quetzalcoatl, a winged flying snake dragon head thing.
And the Chinese, like the dragons.
Shinlongs.
Yeah, so they're,
Do you know anything about Quetzalcoatl?
Yeah, one of the first gods. Benevolent.
Yeah, do you know what he did to the people of that time?
Well, at the beginning, he had killed a few of them, and then eventually they went and appeased him, and he ended up locking him down as a god. He's even taken human form, and there's an earlier statue of him and his avatar shape with a purse. But where are you coming with? You got any info?
Isn't that just Jesus Christ?
Oh, I just heard that he flooded the Aztecs or whatever.
Oh, you're talking about the deluge. Yeah. Yeah, so here's the funny thing about the flood, right? So most people thought that, like, when we're talking about like the great flood that washed around the world, even people talk about that in all their cultures. And here's the weirdest shit ever. They even said in Quetzalcoatl went to the whitish spot of the night sky and went into it, and water poured out. So water poured out of the heavens, and this vast drove like a giant waterfall, not this heavy rain that didn't stop. And that's where a lot of people have been pointing out that the Milky Way isn't really like this galaxy or this, this thing. It's literally where the, like kind of like the faucet of the sky. So that's where the water or the gates of the gods. Very interesting stuff.
Yeah, he flooded the Aztecs because they were lazy. And so the survivors built those fucking pyramids to try to appease him. It's kind of funny.
We got called lazy with soy.
I'm not even kidding. I'm not even joking.
We're not lazy.
Lazy?
Hey, man, ain't that the same shit with the lefties and the jabs? So...
They were building empires. I don't know how that's lazy.
No, they probably finished building their empire and then they became lazy.
Yeah, the next generation.
And the gods were like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you lazy for? I gave you all this power, and what are you doing? Fucking sitting around, yeah, but I've got my empire. What do I need to keep going for? I can just relax. You fuck off now. Let me be. And God's like, nah, give me back me power. And it's like, okay, here comes me flood. and just wipe him out. Fucking bullshit. I gave you all this power because I was bored shitless. Now, I'm gonna cause you some trouble so I can have some entertainment and watch you struggle and get good stories out of it.
That's the devil.
Gods are fickle cunts.
That's the devil.
The devil?
Well, Lucifer. That's why else would people fucking sacrifice 1,000 people a day on a pyramid?
Well, you have to understand, like, there's a difference between gods, spirits, and demonic things, right? and you can't just label like every like god that wants
Okay,
sacrifice
sorry,
or not.
it's demonic.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the difference. Like most gods, they have like a prometator. Like there's like they can go either evil at one day and good another. Like think of like a father. A father
Sorry.
would definitely punish their
This is-
children and
this
look
is most
evil.
gods?
Hmm?
So there's like more than one god.
Oh, definitely a pantheon of different gods with territories of their own. There's
Isn't there
thousands of gods.
Isn't there really one god?
No, there's an ultimate creator god that the majority of the gods understand there is, but that god stays out of it. So like we have these pantheon of gods on this world that you could say they work through the ultimate creator, and they have their own jobs. But some of these pantheon, go ahead.
Here's an idea out of left field. Whoever created this, and wherever we are, whether there's a dome or not, it's not God.
Wait, what?
People like to think that this is a god have done things, and there's a dome, and it's creation, and therefore it must be good. Have you seen what people do to each other? I actually don't think. I think there's a god outside of whatever's going on here. I don't think this is fucking a benevolent anything. I mean, it's going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard to explain to me how people sacrificing people,
Mm-hmm.
people killing people, and people doing things to other people is somehow a creation of a benevolent God.
Well, yes.
It's not
Or
going
perhaps
to
it's
fly.
perhaps it's not the creation of benevolent God, and it's like a soul matrix that demons use to harvest your energy.
Yeah,
you're loose or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, there's different concepts to it. Like the concepts I believe in, right? And based on the Ordo Linda book, the creator god themselves put evil into this world as a way to give us to struggle, to challenge, and so on. Right? Like if we allow the evil to to fruitfully just gather power and stuff like that, then the gods might themselves come in and put that check and balance. There's always a harmony of light and dark, yin and yang.
The gods again.
Yeah, that's the gods' jobs are to pretty much shepherd the mortals, but the creator god's main job was to create everything, sit back and watch this show. That's exactly what that is. So the reason why evil is, prospering at one time period, and eventually we beat the evil, and then we end up having a time of peace. There's like thousands of years of peace, and eventually that balance has to be set aside.
What?
Yeah.
Thousands of peace. Thousands.
Yeah, there's been years of.
Do you want a modern example of that kind of thing? Think of Star Wars, and the whole point of Star Wars is you're supposed to bring balance to the Force. But how do they bring balance to the Force? Well, because you had your thousands of years of peace with the Republic, right? But then what ended up happening was the Jedi becoming too powerful, or the light side, right? And then the way the Force brought balance was to bring ultimate evil to the front. That being through the Sith, that with
Right. So
Palpatine. And then what happened from Palpatine then comes to power as the ultimate, as a massive counterbalance to the light being in charge for all that time. And then Anakin, whose responsibility was to bring balance to the Force, then killed Palpatine, which meant that he both killed the light and the dark side, bringing balance to the Force.
No. Do you know your Star Wars?
Yeah. Yeah, we watched Star Wars and other media. Why? What's up?
It wasn't who killed. Sorry, who did you say killed Palpatine?
Vader.
Anakin.
Anakin.
Sorry, Darth Vader.
No. Do you even watch Star Wars, bro?
Are you talking about the recent ones? Yeah, we're not talking about the recent ones. We're just talking about the 6, not the 9.
Recent ones. Yeah, the recent ones aren't anything. They're just a cash grab.
Right. So we're in the land of fantasy again.
Well, no, because these are interpretations that we're trying to make it easier for you to understand, based on the reality of this world, or possibly reality of this world.
No, I'm not. I don't need somebody to tell me the possibility of the world, but I'm kind of telling you what it is.
You're telling us factually what it is?
No. I'm not actually doing that. But this is not a nice place. And if you think that there's a God behind this and a benevolent God, I don't think that's the thing. I think that, let me tell you something. Once you let go of all that shit and realize where you actually are and what the fuck is going on here, then you will actually be free.
Strongly agree. I mean, I strongly disagree. Like I don't agree with it.
Yeah, right, okay, that's fine.
Are you talking about the whole idea of a soul matrix? In how it basically continuously trapping you in here, and and basically with no intention of letting you escape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good analogy.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's our kind of like ideal beliefs in the reality, you know? But I've read too many stuff and I read the books and I read too many evidence that, you know, to tell me otherwise. It's like there's definitely, well, not Star Wars, dude, but ancient
That was
books.
just that was just using as an example.
Yeah, to simplify it.
Well, give me another example.
Of what? Like
whatever you're talking about.
I thought Star Wars was really a great example.
No, which is like just Earth. What's actually happening here?
Well, besides the old gods waking up and fucking some new age shit that's about to
There you go with
happen.
the gods again.
Yeah, I know you don't like them, but it's a thing. They do exist, whether you want to believe it or not.
Sorry, they do. Okay, all right.
That's up to you. If you don't want to believe it, if you don't want to subscribe to that notion of belief, then I'm okay with that, man. I'm not gonna hate you on that. It's just
I'm not gonna hate you either, bro.
yeah. So it's just something that I've seen way too many evidence and way too many coincidence to tell me otherwise that these beings do not exist. And these events and the enemy trying to get an appeasement out of them is a whole different thing.
See, the thing is that they're trapping us in this reality, and they're making us try to think that there is a way out, and there's a benevolent God somewhere above the other gods, right? But what if that's not the case?
Well, there is.
Well,
but you have to choose. But you have to choose to leave.
Yep.
The problem is no one wants to leave.
I want to leave.
Which, well, I mean, do you? I know it's a weird question. I mean, obviously we all want to leave, but we want to leave, but we're still here. So, do we want to leave? If you want an example of that using media again, you ever heard of that movie called The Menu that came out recently?
No.
So the Menu is it's a comedy, a dark comedy.
Yeah, like they're eating fucking human beings or shit like that. There.
No, they're not eating human beings. So the whole idea is that it's basically the main theme